हेलो बॉयज, हेलो की हाल चाल। वेलकम गाइस, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। की हाल चाल गाइस, कैसे हो सारे? आप सबका स्वागत है आज का स्ट्रीम पे गाइस। आज अपन करने वाले हैं डे 2 का गाइस, ग्रुप ए डे 2। एक मिनट गाइस, सारे सब कुछ प्रिपेयर कर लेने दो। लेट्स गो गाइस, लेट्स गो। आज का शुरू हो चुका है गाइस। एंड भाई कल का परफॉर्मेंस है भाई, मैं तो बहुत ज्यादा खुश था भाई। ओजी ने लास्ट में जो परफॉर्मेंस दिया भाई, कसम से बता रहा हूँ भाई, ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस भाई यही था ना। मैं बोल रहा था कि एक तगड़ा निकालना पड़ेगा उनको, 15 अबव निकालना पड़ेगा। और उन्होंने 20 निकाल दिया भाई। मजे ही मजे, मजा आ गया भाई, मजा आ गया, समझ रहे हो? एक मिनट गाइस, बस एक स्टोरी डाल देने दो। लेट्स सपोर्ट ओजी। अबे ये भी सही नहीं है, हिल गया। लेट्स सपोर्ट ओजी। चलो गाइस।
Done, and you can see that Neox factory area is hot, as well as Dan Ching, and you can see Thunder Talk. That is the team that needs to make it happen here, big time.
लेट्स गो गाइस, लेट्स गो। सीधा रोंडो का मैच स्टार्ट हो चुका है गाइस। रोंडो का मैच स्टार्ट हो चुका है।
On the initial approach,
लेट्स गो।
Shing underneath from Thunder Talk, but AJ does open up onto Maple of all teams. But I am getting word that is a potentially a rehost coming through. We will wait and see. And it is the truth. We're not lying to you. So in the meantime, we will have to wait for that one. But I think most of the players probably not unhappy about that, considering it's quite a difficult playing to start things off down towards that south side in Danxing. It forced a lot of teams out of the way, but then we did get an eastern circle, which, you know, wasn't too bad for the squads.
Yeah, no big deal here. You know what I'm saying? We get a little bit more time to talk about these teams, get a little bit more time for these teams to kind of prep and figure out how they're going to make this happen here, because 24, they got just these next few hours to either stay here in Paris or go home, and they want to definitely extend their life just a little bit further here. So looking at the leaderboards, let's break that down, right? So top 5, again, folks, those are going to be the ones moving straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are going home. That's it for today. And those teams in between heading into that survival stage. So you have in 5th place, KRX tied with Aurora with 47 points. OG with that chicken dinner on that last game, right? Were able to really make things happen. But it does look like we are hearing...
We lied.
Yeah, we lied. Psych!
We lied!
Psych!
We're back in.
We're here.
Disregard all previous conversation because we are back here on Rondo. I am excited for it to go to another rehost though. But for the time being, we'll treat this as real life.
That's correct.
Real stakes on the line. Juicy stakes at that. As T24 opens up onto one, now looks for the second. It's going to be a hard push, but they cannot take him down. T24 brings the gore in Neox.
I'll tell you what, 1v2, baby, that was real, and that was live. That's how you get it done. T24 getting revenge for his teammates. Valak ends up going down, so they are stuck with 2. I'm sure IQ is going to be out there getting them back up here in just a couple of seconds. With beautiful play to start things off. The group of death has not disappointed at all.
And again, I mean, it made me laugh hearing Max say this is the deathy group. It is kind of, he's not wrong. T24 even taking a tumble there versus Ayala, who has been quite a strong member for Furious. Sadly, they are quite down on the numbers at the moment. Whoa! Wait, was that 4th drive just out? Okay, 4T struggled. T24 is able to get 2 elims for them, but that is a disastrous result for them. Again, always difficult to see where other players went down. We did have a slight blackout during the middle of that, so couldn't quite see where the 4th player actually left, but it might have been Flash. Yeah. It may have been Flash again.
And we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
We were, right? I was just saying, like, hey, you know what? Even if you're 4th drives, you got to be concerned here because you're at the top of the leaderboards. If someone's going to hunt you down, that's the squad to do it. And unfortunately for them, they go out early. Hey, huge opportunity, right, for these teams right below them to surpass them on the leaderboards. Yeah, Rondo is like very much a good map for saving your run. A lot of times, Silence opening up. Yeah, Chief is down. We get a quick replay. This is Flower H. This is actually the fight versus Thunder Talk, which was going fairly badly. Now, Flower H was having an absolutely sick day yesterday in terms of the damage numbers, and that is a quick spin around. Did they fully go out, though? Let's take a quick look on the leaderboards. Yeah, all gamers, 4 players alive. They look good. They were able to reset on that one. That's fantastic. That's what you have to do. I mean, I don't know where exactly IQ was, because he wasn't in the fight with this team. But he was, I guess, tried to go to a recall tower, got caught out, unfortunately, and that's them done and dusted. Hey, the rest of the lobby's still here, though, 15 teams. Aula, Claws, trying to hit some cheeky shots using that stairwell. Silence is down to 1 HP. He gets the knock, and Claws gets naded. Rest of the team, I think, is just a little bit too far to support him. Actually, never mind. Yeah, right behind him. Quick is there to challenge Furia. Chief gonna throw down some smokes to try to get his teammate up here. But with this fight slowing down, yeah, I think Quick is like, oof, this is a little bit too late to start this push. Yeah, he's in the struggle bus now. And again, this is one of the situations where it's actually very hard to deal with it. Because the amount of sightlines you can kind of angle off here with the smokes, Quick's almost certainly going to go down. Silence just has to play the right-hand side. Chief just needs to eke his way up on the left-hand side here. He has to hit a nasty grenade to even hopefully clutch this one out, but he's only got one chance, and that's it. Stun grenade goes out, and the nade over the top of it.
चलो guys, हो गया,
हो गया,
story डाल दिया guys. Let's go अब. अब full एकदम, full एकदम watch party का मजा लेंगे guys.
Now, just with this performance alone, right, just 3 eliminations.
खाने के साथ मजा लेंगे full watch party का.
But you know, this is that opportunity to do such a good game that sets you up for the rest of this day. I mean, heck, a win here with double-digit eliminations, that puts them in the running for top 5, literally. So, not the worst start. They got 3 elims so far. They still have all their players up. Let's see what they can do.
It's an interesting approach from Malula, though, because
OG
the
भाई
entirety of Neox
एक
is
एलिमिनेशन तो
very
निकाला है
quiet, considering that
OG
an
अपना
original
एक
play
एलिमिनेशन
path.
ऑलरेडी कर दिया है गाइस
But all 4 players from Malula are here, which means that if they do lose this engagement versus Furia, that's all the chances gone here on Rondo.
Nice pre-fire there from Ayala, and they end up catching him. Oh, but great return fire there from Yasser. Silence on that back end. Quick gonna go ahead and hold behind this coverage. Yeah, Alula should be able to get everybody up. Chief running out this other angle, though, that's gonna make things interesting. But you're right, yeah, Alula fully committed to Neox Factory, and so far it's working, and they are racking up the points.
Much needed points as well, and in 12th place they
Chalo.
have dragged
Chalo,
themselves
boys, chalo.
out of what was
Let's
a
go.
danger zone earlier. Just silence left remaining now, sticky bomb. No helmet, which is kind of the most disastrous thing about this. So many sightlines to deal with on the other side. Pretty hard approach, but they already got the reset in. Pull themselves back into play. That's over towards Fong Tun, though. Man, they got a journey ahead of them.
Yeah, they do. So that I was wondering, like, should Silence even think about like pushing this right now with the rest of his team so far away? Yeah, probably not. He needs to survive and hold on a little bit longer. You definitely want that recall life just for the time being. Next zone just pop on up, goes dead center here. The problem is you got that river just chopping right through the center of it. If that zone does hard shift on over to that left side, it's going to make things pretty difficult. But let's look at this here. Thunder Talk, X-Force Rejects. The teams at the bottom battling it out here. It looks like X-Force Rejects are going to get 3. Oh, getting shot in the back, though. That's Ulf from downtown. Sneaking that knock. But it looks like they should be able to get this res. Oh, actually, no, forget the res. They go for this final elimination. They say, we need these points. And AJ
OG
does a
को
great
इस पे
job
निकालना
holding
पड़ेगा यार
them off
OG को
with that
निकालना पड़ेगा
shotgun.
इस वाले पे
That's the worst for way through the banister. Catches another. AJ looking good right now. Quick step out on the side. Could push over towards the stairs. Taking more damage coming through from Doc right now, but there are flushes to be had. More eliminations is all really Thunder Talk's looking for in this moment.
Don't see me. Don't see me. Reaper's like, I'm not here. I'm not here. Don't look. Don't turn around. Oh, did he miss him again? No, he spotted him there. So he gets the elimination.
TTG ने
X-Force do get a
eliminate
little
कर
bit of
दिया
time to now reset this and get this fight done. Shiva's running in all by himself, though. Gotta be careful here.
Oh,
AJ
भाई.
putting in the work, and he is taking on the squad all by
last
himself.
banda,
But
bhai, last
finally,
banda.
Shiva shuts him down.
Almost 1v4. Honestly, it was very, very close. It was the fact that he got that cheeky angle through the door frame. That might have just been a 1v4 coming through from AJ. Think X-Force Rejects should be able to get a reset on that one, but it feels very uncomfortable. Aurora's looking in that direction, Ulf's looking in that direction too. There is a lot of teams that have sight lines towards them. But you can see here Aurora and Ulf now on the move, so potentially the pressure got alleviated slightly over towards X-Force Rejects, but we'll wait and see.
Oh, that'd be a huge break for them if that's the case. Yeah, if you're X-Force Rejects, if you're Shiva, right now you're just like, where is the nearest recall tower? Problem is that we're already in stage 2, and with that water in the center of this area here, it's gonna make it so difficult for him to find one. But we'll see if that does end up being the case. Looking on over to Aurora, top with 3 eliminations to start things off, looking very, very good here. Quick getting a knock onto Silent, so it looks like Aula is gonna be challenging that last player of Furia. They ended up getting that. And now, as a matter of fact, Igor is starting to get in the rest of the zone, but the other 2 are still deep, deep in the blue.
Yeah, I mean, for Fury, it's going to be a while till they actually get themselves in a position where they can play this one out. Right now, it's a lot of driving, a lot of gasoline required too. Enigma Galaxy's still doing the weird thing, though. They're doing these 2-2 splits where they send 2 players very far and then they got stragglers behind. I can't tell if it's to try and secure location far side of the circle and then hopefully cut in towards the other side sooner as the circle pops. But it's super risky. It's a really, really super risky strategy. It's working out right now, and they're playing it decently. But again, Ralph's the same dude who came up with the heel strap, right?
Right? Yeah,
Which was was real corny, but he's all for corny strategies, but they work. They do work.
So, sometimes you got to think outside the box, and
Yeah, well, maybe he's an innovator.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe corny is not the way to call it.
Who knows, right? I mean, you know what? It's one of those 50-50s, right? If it doesn't work out, he's an idiot, and if it does work out, he's a genius, right?
Yeah.
So that's
right now he's a genius.
Yeah,
so,
now
yeah.
he nailed it, right? So with this hard shift on over to the left side, that's going to make things pretty tough as the water is in play. Let's see what Ralph can do if he can bring out some more of those 1,000 IQ plays. He's going to be holding this dip right now. And we're going to see Aurora right down the road from him. Reefus putting on a little bit of suppressive fire, holding this coverage for now, just making it annoying for Ralph to move.
Reefus yesterday, an immortal man in the lobby. Difficult to remove him here on Rondo, last pair alive, but was such a problem for RRQ for such a long time. There's a bit more loot on side, but you're right. What we have now, and you alluded to it earlier, is just the river that cuts right through. Plenty of water involved. Hard gamble to make. I think most teams are trying to secure over towards the eastern side here. It does have more landmass involved, so they're hoping for the switchback on that way, but this could easily pull left.
Oh man, so this is like, you literally have to kind of, it's a coin toss at this point, right? You just have to pick a spot, hope that circle comes your way.
भाई cover बनाने का तरीका क्या मस्त है.
And make sure that we get some terraforming going, because we're going to need all the room that we can get. This circle was actually a huge one for Al-Ula.
भाई बढ़िया ये क्या यार गड्ढा वड्ढा करके मस्त कवर बनाया.
Considering where they're at the start of the day, this is their chance. Honestly, I think you had a rough day one. Utilize this opportunity to its maximum potential and at least secure your tournament life a little bit longer.
There's still a couple of entryways back over towards the western side, but you're right. I mean, right now, Alula, not only do they have a decent spot, they've got a compound, they've got a high ground to work with, but it does require them to win the coin flip.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the main problem they're running into at the moment. But there is the bridge down towards that south side. There's a bridge on the north too. There is going to be a big old queue in the process of trying to get back over towards the west. We've got to wait for this next circle first, which will be hitting us real shortly.
Let's see. Where's it going? Will Alula win the
OG को अब zone में जाना पड़ेगा यार.
They have nailed it here. So it is a rock solid position for them.
Aurora and
he started moving around. He's excited. He's like, all right,
इधर
let's get
zone
this
के अंदर वाले
going.
टीम को ना इधर इन लोगों को थोड़ा अच्छा
advantage
है.
Ulf, KRX, all gonna have to start pushing on up.
Aurora के साइड से सारे pushes सारे जो है zone rotation जा रहे हैं.
Gatekeep some of these teams pushing in from the south side.
Yeah, they have to hold it out, right? It's actually, there is a playable space down here towards the river where you can actually just play underneath Alula. And she saw 4 Thrives play a very similar position earlier this year. Get a really big game off the back of it. Aru's going to send forward though. He's swinging past on that western side. Yeah, OG, Alula, both really are benefiting off the back of this circle. I do like that Alula just decided, you know, let's just take the compound over towards the west here. Let's not try and spread out too much.
OG पूरा back से entry करेगा. OG अगर सही से निकाला ना,
20% of the circle
बहुत kill निकाल सकता है इस पे.
We're not going to be greedy on space taking, especially where we are on the leaderboard too. Let's not rock the boat too much.
Not a bad idea. Yeah, I think there are some teams that get in positions that are so dominant and they just spread themselves too thin. So I like the fact that they are playing it together, but I don't want them to play super passive, right? You still utilize this opportunity to hunt down as many eliminations as you can. See how that ends up working out though, as we're looking at RRQ Goat making some shots. This is going to be on the north side of the circle here. Forced through the tree line.
No way.
Yeah, get some nice shots, and Goat team are putting in some serious work on RRQ in a 1v2. Could happen. Moxie hopping in the vehicle, and we're going to see RRQ get out of here.
I mean, very, very typical Lepar behavior there. Very aggressive. Nerf's going to send over the top. Has the S12K, finds another. Looks good. So we're going to deal with one player off in the distance. Down to just a solo now. No real chance, honestly, at a recall beacon. Has to fight off, plays from the low ground. JS9 in play and just leaves the spray going. 7 elims now for Goat. And honestly, this is a good game for Goat. It's an okay game. I think what I noticed from yesterday was that their highs were very high.
Yep.
Their lows were super low. I mean, we were 15, 16 places, 2 elims, 1 elim. But yeah, so that's the variance they need to deal with. EK, on the other hand, looking over towards Gaming Stars.
Sashi putting in that work, nades ringing out all over the place here, and now this is where everyone's starting to head. They want to get those third parties going, and KRX are going to be pushing up on them little by little. You got BGMILIVE right next to him as well. Gaming Star Yusuf, last player up, trying to get in the 1v1. He gets a good shot off with that S12K. Gets that thirst, he needs that point. Oh, but that nade is gonna shut him down. That's QXZZ getting it done. And now Hoxie's like, all right, let's finish this out here. Let's get these points and secure this position. Ragnarok said, you know what, you can have it, I'm out of here.
For a South Korean team like KRX, it's really nice to see some of the aggression that comes through. I think it used to be before where a lot of South Korean squads would get an initial knock and then not really do anything with it, but KRX is very quick to maybe not fully commit, but see what's available, right? What are the opportunities? What are the options there? So I'll always send one player forward to have a little sniff, you know, peek in. So I like it. I do like it from KRX, but now they're up against BGMILIVE, who are playing on their northern edge. Next circle pops and it's still dead central on this river. It's so uncomfortable.
Such a tough circle. Team Flash are just going to be holding this high ground for now. Even though the zone is going to be closing, they're like, yeah, let's just try to put as much pressure as we can. And then we're going to push into the zone at the last second. I mean, yeah, Win and Squad are starting to steal some of these eliminations. This is very difficult for BGMILIVE. Yeah,
OG zone में तो पहुंच गया है.
And look at those angles. These sight lines from Team Flash are disgusting.
बस अब ये करना है कि उनको निकालना है, points निकालना है.
But right now, BGMILIVE is essentially just weathering the storm. They know that they can just keep dropping the smokes, but how many smokes they got left remaining? Eventually, the Flash are going to have to pull off this spot, but in tandem with KRX, BGMILIVE, and Flash all at the same time. Satan stays alive, bears amount of HP. The blue does slowly march towards him like a tsunami.
And this blue zone's gonna hurt, that's for sure. So Satan and Squad need to start getting moving here. But Vinny right behind him. He's gonna have to make this push. He's running in through the smokes here. He's getting pieced up little by little. We're gonna switch on over to top. Vinny does get knocked, but Team Flash are able to get into this circle cleanly. And they're gonna be gatekeeping whoever is gonna be the winners of this fight right now.
OG zone में है, लेकिन OG के end से kill नहीं आ रहा है. एक knock है उसके बाद से
up for KRX.
no response.
Now that nade just a little bit too far away. But this is a terrible fight for both these guys. They need to finish this out as soon as possible. The blue zone is creeping in. Hoxie gets another knock. And now it's just Lord, but oh, Hoxie getting shot all the way from Aurora is going to shut him down.
It's a horrendous cross, right? You've got the higher ground that drops down towards the low. Everyone's trying to get in together. I don't think anyone makes that run. Again, this is such an RNG circle. A lot of teams are going to suffer because of it. I mean, Alula as well as OG both took a gamble on the western side. Massively paid off. I like how OG's moved up on towards this northern edge, though. They have a lot of teams they need to deal with in the future. But right now it's about living.
Just survive.
If you can get that survival into the late game, fair enough to you.
Oh, Reefus, perfect nade there from Ulf. Let's see how this one looks.
OG के पास अच्छा position है, पता है?
Man, Ulf off point, throwing some heat-seeking missiles from across the map there. Doc's trying to get a little bit of revenge for Reefus, but they are doing great. Aurora, 10 eliminations. This is what we like to see from this squad.
Yeah, they show up during groups, man. That's for sure.
लगता है OG लगता है points में focus कर रहा है.
Right now is Furia. They're on the northern side over towards the western edge of these bits of landmass, which is quite cool to see Furia being the team that makes it. Man, they had been walking, they had been driving.
Yeah.
It has been cross-country for this team, but they brought the right trainers, they brought the right tires, and they are here to play right now.
And Alulas were really aggressive at the start of this. And then once they got the zone, they kind of just slowed things down. They still have a few eliminations here, but now they're down to 2 players and forced to give up all of this real estate. Furia, though, with 6. They are looking really good to start things off here. Unfortunately, yesterday, just kind of a very mid-day overall, in the middle of the leaderboards. But this could be their chance to push them up to the top.
Yeah, it was super meta. I mean, I think
भाई
that's fair
ओजी
enough
ने
to
किल
say,
कंफर्म किया है,
especially
देखा
from
ना, मैं
Furia.
नोटिस अभी नोटिस किया.
We expect a lot more from this team, and again, this is the
ओजी ने
resilience
2
that
किल
I
कर लिया.
expected to
आतंकी
see
ने मारा
from
शायद.
Furia, is you cannot count this team out until the final bell rings. But then they're looking over towards Alula right now. They're even trying to wrap over
ओजी के
towards
पास
that western
एडवांटेज
side
है,
slightly,
पता है,
which is
ओजी के
cool
पास
to see,
जोन
but
का
we're up
एडवांटेज है,
against
उन लोगों के पास चिकन
Aurora,
का एडवांटेज है. ये
both
अगर
Aaron,
अच्छे से
it
ये
could
करेंगे
get
ना,
explosive.
चिकन निकाल सकते हो ओजी.
Let's see Aaron up close and personal. He caught.
क्योंकि देखो सारे मैक्सिमम सब टीम्स ना, देखो सब जोन के बाहर है. ओजी के पास पूरा एडवांटेज है इनको लेने का. ओ दिया आतंकी ने दिया.
Good shot from Atanki,
यूलिप के
though.
बंदे को दिया
That's how you
ओजी ने.
do it there. You can steal as many eliminations as you can, take it. Yo, with the angles, catches Scarface. And again, right, third party after third party. Flash are right there to disrupt this fight.
I mean, no one survives on this eastern side, and he's both been so
अरे
undetermined where this circle's going to end for so long that I can't really fault any of the teams on the eastern side for how
OG
this
अभी
goes
तक kill
down. OG's doing the right
नहीं
thing
कर
though,
पाया.
trying to make as many points as possible and grab as much
OG
value
confirm
off
नहीं
this
कर
position
पाया.
as possible too, knowing that any team on the eastern side very unlikely to make it through. Ulf did send a rogue agent over towards the western side in catch.
ये पीछे आया है.
Ooh, an underwater agent right there. He is swimming for his life right now, just trying to sneak some extra placement points possibly. And yeah, he's going to be the last player up for. Oh, you got Aaron there in the water as well. Catch, maybe thinking about going for that res in the water. We'll see. But you got Team Flash looking to go fishing here. Let's see if he's able to get that res though. Looks like he just might.
Yeah, he swims across to him. Possible
Come on
to
OG,
do.
come on OG.
It's a real question whether Flash actually sees it or not, but they do have a knocked player who's bleeding out. So they're a bit preoccupied at the moment and will likely need to figure out what's going on in the next circle too. Silence finds Quick. Catch goes down to win. But they're not out yet just because Aaron actually got rezzed in that short moment.
Got him.
Silence gets knocked. That's from AKOP from OG. Goodness me, these guys are really racking up the points here and there, consistently having a good idea of
OG
what's going on
four-man
around
का
them
advantage है.
inside the circle. It's nice to see. It really is.
Yeah, and it's perfect for them, right? Considering
यार
all
पानी
the
वाला
top five are now
knock ये हो गया.
completely out. So
Revive हो
OG
गया.
really need to dominate right here. They got 2 eliminations so far. We got Flash right underneath you with 8. So if you're OG, you still have all 4 players up. Clean up this entire side of the map first, and then figure it out later. This is their chance, though. These guys are looking great, and a great opportunity for Furia. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. They were chasing zones.
फ्यूरी के पास थोड़ा एडवांटेज है, हाई ग्राउंड का एडवांटेज है, पता है. ओजी के पास थोड़ा ही है.
Push down over towards that high ground that looks over towards the Flash. They try and cross the road. Circle moves down towards the south side.
थोड़ा अगर राइट
OG's
साइड
front
शांत हो
ball
जाएगा ना,
here.
तो प्रॉपर एकदम
But there was
निकाल सकता है
some
OG यार.
complaints yesterday about some of the passivity coming through from OG, which I think that they were able to correct a lot as we went throughout the day. And even during this game, you can see there's been a lot of effort been put into that. So for OG right now, we need more of that proactivity right now, though. I truly believe this is a game that they can win. They have the circle to work with it. Fury's coming in from that north side, though, and they are looking hot this game.
Yeah, OG, you have it all right now, right? Turn that aggression up to 11. Soak up those eliminations. Get that win.
Get that back-to-back, basically.
Right. Yeah, back-to-back chicken dinners, right?
OG
They won
पानी
the
वाला
last
एक
one
बार kill लेने का
yesterday.
try करो
This
यार.
one will just solidify them here and definitely put them in that running in just 2 matches for that top 5. Let's see what they can do, though. As we all got Furia up on the north. Flash trying to find a way into this circle. They're forced to swim it out. Igor going fishing there. He's getting some hit markers on the bows, but not able to take them out.
You really do become curious about the ammo counts on some of these teams because it's been a ton of movement around the map. Aru's moving forward. He's got nades, got molotovs. He's looking.
There we go.
Sitting pretty right now. Ammo count does look a little bit low, but Aru with the underarm should be good to go. Aru picks up the double.
नाइस भाई, नाइस. 2 एलिम्स निकाले भाई. पानी वाला अभी जाके 2 एलिम्स निकाले.
Let's get it going. The crowd getting hyped on that one. Perfect toss there. Furia, though, they're looking to get in the mix here. Some nice shots.
भाई मजा आ गया.
Gonna make it a little bit tough. They're gonna have to hit the deck. Igor with the nade. Oh, but that vehicle is on fire. He looks like he is able to get to safety just barely.
Okay, dude, Aru is going absolutely nutty in these games. And he comes across, and Furia is silenced in the final moments of these games. The flash now underneath, looking
Nice,
to
nice,
push
nice,
up.
OG, nice.
OG holding them back at the gates. From Miramar to Rondo, can they do it all here?
Back-to-back chicken dinners
4v4 fight है बस. Two teams, top 2 तो है भाई अपना.
As Team Flash rocking a 3-1 split here. You got WizGod.
OG upper ground है भाई.
A little bit too far away.
OG यार
And now
मिस मत करना.
Aru, man,
OG
putting
ये
in the
मिस
work
मत करना
for
यार.
his team. They gotta be careful though. Here they go. They have the high ground. What can they do with it?
सब कुछ है
Now,
OG, तुम्हारे
tops
पास सब
for
कुछ
that
है.
angle,
अपर
making it a little
ग्राउंड
bit
है,
difficult for them to
यूटिलिटी
peek
है,
over the
जोन
hill.
है.
But here
क्या
we go, the
चाहिए
battle
निकालो
starting to ring
उसको.
out.
कन्वर्ट करो भाई.
Andy's all that's left on side at the moment. S12K silence looking to quieten down.
आराम से देख के
The run
पूरे एकदम.
coming
Oh
through
nice.
from India,
Yes.
But it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in. But Flash moves around the side. He's
Oh,
making the
bhai.
shots, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Finally,
Ah.
they will hit the last
Yeah.
shot. India grabs the
Whoa.
back-to-back from day 1 to day 2.
Ah.
This team looks clean.
OG पहला मैच चिकन. भाई कल लास्ट मैच चिकन, आज फर्स्ट मैच चिकन.
In a row, they finished out the day strong yesterday. And
Yes.
they started the strongest
Yeah.
today here in the final day of Group
OG.
A. And now the whole lobby has been put on notice.
I mean, it's good at the moment. Aru looks like an arrow
Aye.
right now, and he's got purpose, flying fast towards that bullseye, fast towards that qualification spot.
निकाला यार,
It's
निकाला
such
OG
a
भाई.
difference
लास्ट में जो
from
निकाला.
last time we saw them as well. And you know, if you're a fan of this team, you got to be proud because again, the improvement has been insane.
Perfectly executed right there, right? I mean, hey, they got themselves a good solid position. We had
भाई
the questions, right? Were they going to play it
क्या ही
aggressively? Were they gonna
ये
get
किया है
aggressive?
भाई. एकदम
They turned on
पेशेंस
that
रखा था भाई.
aggression
क्या
at
ही
the
पेशेंस
perfect
रखा है
time.
भाई.
Perfect peaks, fight to
भाई क्या ही पेशेंस रखा है OG यार. एकदम मतलब तुम देखो भाई, तब से वो लोग होल्ड करके था वहां पे. तब से वो लोग वहां पे होल्ड किया था. एकदम प्रॉपर टाइम पे निकल के एकदम एग्रेस किया भाई. सॉरी गाइस. ओजी भाई एकदम परफेक्ट प्ले था भाई. एकदम परफेक्ट परफॉर्मेंस. क्या ही स्मूथ दिया भाई ये चिकन. क्या ही स्मूथ था. इनका कोच इतना खुश होगा ना भाई, देख के मजा आ गया भाई. पूरा कंपोजर रखा वहां पे, मतलब ये करने के लिए भाई. क्या ही ये है. ओ जी ने फायर पूरा बैक टू बैक चिकन ला दिया यार. ओजी ने बैक टू बैक चिकन लाया. क्या मस्त मजा आ गया. रोंडो वाला मैच एकदम. ऐसे किल कितने हैं आई गेस एफएल के. ओ भाई ओजी का इंटरव्यू है. एकदम कॉन्फिडेंस भरा हुआ अभी, एकदम फुल. भाई 5 गेम और है बस। थोड़ा थोड़ा निकाल लो आराम से। अभी अभी कुछ नहीं ये करेंगे भाई, अपने बॉयज को करने दो फुल। ऐसा ऐसा ही परफॉर्मेंस रहा ना भाई तो फिर सीधा क्वालिफाई भाई, सीधा क्वालिफाई। सर्वाइवल स्टेज का कोई नीड ही नहीं पड़ेगा, सीधा डायरेक्ट क्वालिफाई होगा फाइनल्स के लिए। डिले चल रहा है क्या मेरा गाइस? थोड़ा डिले था, थोड़ा डिले था गाइस। ऐड आया था ना तो डिले हुआ था। सारे डब्ल्यू लिख दो यार। आरू ने भाई तो मस्त मस्त आईजीएल ये किया है इसमें। क्या ही भाई बैक टू बैक चिकन मारा है यार, मजा आ गया।
Yeah, really, really
2 minute
good
guys,
stuff.
huh?
I think we were both kind of talking about this, Max, right? Where they were really hedging their bets throughout the end of this game, right? On either side of the river here, they were going on one side of the coast, then on the other, just making sure nobody was coming up behind them. And they sweep around. I think it was Ulf on that, or no, it was Ulala. Ulala.
Oh la la.
Oh la la. It was them on that eastern side. Able to just sweep around. Some really, really good stuff coming in there, Liz.
Yeah, I mean, even if we move back to the earlier game, Furia versus Al Ula, they basically had the contention on the top of the roof, and either one of these teams could have actually taken them down, which was super funny that they then go into their rotation and they're next to each other again to have this battle out. But of course, Furia came out on top, and then this is exactly what we expect to see from Furia at the start of the matches. But if we go off of yesterday, it can be a slight downfall for them. So I hope that they can prioritize these eliminations early on like they have and move themselves into the position.
And not only that, we got to talk about the bottom teams as well, Lace, because the bottom teams ended up showing up here. Even though they might have not ended up showing towards the end of that game, they did use that rondo to go after those eliminations. Exports, Thundertalk Gaming, we finally saw them.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at Thunder Talk Gaming, I've sort of placed them, they just need a 5-point average that includes eliminations and placement points to push themselves out of that bottom into that bubble. And I mean, they had 3 eliminations early on in contention, and it was basically, I'm pretty sure it was AJ. He almost got a 1v4 on a team. And I mean, that would have set them obviously into a great motion because they actually had a free path rotating into the central zone.
As we see Orangutan take over that first place with 66 points. And the wonderful thing of this is that it puts OG in the perfect situation because OG now has absolutely nothing to lose. And they're currently challenging and they're currently in a place to go directly to the finals.
This is fantastic. I mean, obviously it's best case scenario for any team, but for Orangutan especially, we are looking at a team here that yesterday was, you know, ramping up the confidence, ramping up the momentum very, very slowly. With this game coming in with a back-to-back, they've gone from 0 wins to 2 and top of the leaderboard in just 2 matches, Max. So I really, really like what we're seeing here. It was proactive. They were thinking about not only the next move, but the next 3 moves as well. The timing was really good. They took advantage of third parties. That's what we wanted to see from them yesterday.
Yeah.
And they really, really did it. And this is exactly what we wanted to see, exactly the kind of result that they deserve now.
Talking about things you want to see, I'm going to say one thing we didn't want to see was 4Thrives taking a massive L here on Rondo. I mean, really, clearly a very big mistake. The mistake that's very easy to avoid is don't drop in Ulf's territory, right? You send your recall player and you're surrounded by 4 Ulf players. I can tell you that is not a good place to be. So hopefully, if they do have a bad playing path, they can try and find a better option. Even just go get a car and send it forward, loot, and get your teammates recalled maybe a minute or 2 later on down the line. 4Thrives on Rondo need to fix that slight recall system.
As we're looking at those bottom 3 teams, Gaming, Stars, Thunder, Talk Gaming, and Exports Rejects, good thing that they were able to get those points laced, as they were able to keep that gap even closer to be outside of the top, out of the bottom 3. But for some of the other squads, the thing is that now you have Alula as well performing. You have Furia being able to perform. They need to continue on with this consistency to try to make it out and hope that those teams that are above them end up getting eliminated early.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Alula got themselves out of that bottom 3 position. Obviously, Thunder took the 3 eliminations, but weren't able to carry on the placements that they had from yesterday. But, you know, in the contention with Fury on the building, you saw Claw sort of taking up and entering that fragging position. And basically, we had, I think it was... Who was I looking at? Oh my God. And then we had the moment move around the back, and there was R8 be able to hold across the building. I mean, they have the ability to be able to get these eliminations, but they focused on that early rotation. They took the fight away from Fury. They're like, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to get back into that position. And this is exactly how they clawed their way. I see what I did there? Claw their way out of the bottom 3 there. And if they can just carry on this, hitting a 5-point average per game, they're safe.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, but we'll see, because right now, I mean, with that back-to-back from OG, India starting to step up, and they're looking to be in the finals, as we're going to be sending it over to none other than Jackie, the man with the coolest jacket, and Kalaris.
With the not so cool jacket here, I'm out impressed.
Yeah, you've been done, mate.
I've been done. And I do actually preface this a bit with the fact that when I was talking to Aru, that was before the day actually started. So I didn't get actually a chance to talk to them about the win today, because it hadn't happened yet. But it really has shown with that victory that they got here on Rondo, a 2nd place in the day 1, a 1st place now here, and also a 1st place in Miramar, that Orangutan is looking really dynamic on all these maps and really able to adapt to the changes that Rondo potentially brings.
Yeah, they're coming out giving it absolute chutzpah on the gameplay, which is what you need, mate. You know, we're about 6 or 7 games into the event now, James, so you got to really give it your best, much unlike that little bit I worked in.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. Oh, I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting that.
No.
अभी देखो, अभी ओजी आई गेस 5th पोजीशन अपना पोजीशन में पहुंच गया होगा, आई गेस ओजी। हाँ, क्योंकि चिकन निकाला है ना, तो ओजी 5th के ऊपर आ गया होगा, लाइक टॉप 5 में आ गया होगा। मैं पॉइंट टेबल देखा नहीं हूँ गाइस, पॉइंट टेबल अगर किसी ने देखा तो मेरे को एक बार बताओ। पॉइंट टेबल तो दिखाया था ना, आई गेस। मैं एक बार देखता हूँ, इसके बाद देखता हूँ ना। अभी क्या है, 5 मैचेस में टोटल अगर 35 पॉइंट्स अपन निकाल लिए ना, तो क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा ओजी। 35 to 40 पॉइंट्स निकाल लिया तो क्वालिफाई कर जाएगा ओजी टॉप 5, मतलब ये हो जाएगा। क्योंकि जिस हिसाब का ये लॉबी है ना भाई, मतलब जिस लेवल का लॉबी चल रहा है, मतलब जो टफ लॉबी है भाई, 40 पॉइंट्स बहुत है, लाइक एनफ है भाई। 40 पॉइंट्स आई गेस एनफ है, क्योंकि कल के मैचेस देखा ना भाई, कल के मैचेस के हिसाब से प्रेडिक्शंस करे तो भाई 40 पॉइंट्स भाई बहुत है भाई। 40 पॉइंट्स एनफ है, मोर देन एनफ। गाइस सारे बंदे फटाफट जाकर लाइक कर दो गाइस, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जाकर लाइक कर दो। जो भी देख रहे हो ना, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जाओ लाइक करो गाइस। लेट्स गो बॉयज, लेट्स गो। एरांगल, गणपति बप्पा मोरिया, मंगल मूर्ति बोरिया। चलो बॉयज चलो, एवरेज अभी देखो, आराम से एवरेज पॉइंट्स निकालो, आराम से पोजीशन होल्ड करो बस। एक बार पॉइंट टेबल देख लो गाइस सारे। वो ओजी इन टॉप बॉयज, ओजी इन टॉप, टॉप प्लेयर्स भाई। आरू का नाम है भाई, क्या ही है भाई। आरू टॉप प्लेयर्स में आया भाई। भाई तुम समझ रहे हो, हमारा जो टीम का आईजीएल है वो टॉप 3 में भाई, आईजीएल टॉप 3 में फ्रैगर्स में से। क्या ही भाई, क्या ही एपिक भाई, एपिक यार, एपिक।
66 total points, 4 thrives right below, man. Pakistan on top.
66 पॉइंट्स है बॉयज। हाँ आराम से भाई, आराम से निकलेगा। 5 मैचेस में 7 का एवरेज निकालेंगे, ठीक है, तो आराम से निकल जाएगा।
37 eliminations to 46, and if we rock that back to Aru, 15 of those 37 elims are coming through from him. He is absolutely a monster right now, and I really do mean it. It's Aru, the arrow, flying straight towards those targets and playing his team straight too, because that is a difficult thing to do as an IGL.
आरू भाई थोड़ा आराम से, अरे आरू भाई को भगा रहे।
Run Aru, run! Oh my gosh! The bows with the knife.
Oh,
No way!
अबे
Yo. OG might be cooked this game.
Oh, they're pissed.
Never mind.
They're not happy.
Upset. They're upset. Flash trying to take him down the last match. In the final 1v1 on the squad, Tatanki rocks up to the tree line. Both behind. You're right, the knife is out. The serrated blade is not enough. But the rest of the squad
Nice,
is here
nice.
to play.
That is what I call revenge, folks. Are you kidding me? Aru getting thirsted, but it looks like Orangutan get the last laugh here.
Shows they don't need Aru, but it would be nice to have him, but they won't have him this game. Down to 3, AKOP able to get some stuff done there. Secures his 3rd elimination of the match.
And
as well.
इसके
Flash, rock away with
भाई निकल जाओ
win,
निकल
but
जाओ
in
इधर
this
से.
case, they seriously took the L.
Are they hunting him down? Is Win actually going for it here? No way. That would be insane. He's got him in his sightlines. We got a runner here, folks. And it's OG Win making the moves, full sending it, but at a certain point, surely these guys got to get away.
They absolutely do. And I mean, for OG, they're happy to go wherever they like, but for the Flash, they're going to have to head over to the hidden village with Naruto, with our new Ninetales Fury orc skin, which looks awesome, by the way.
Sick.
2 separate versions of the same thing, which is crazy.
He's hunting him down, dude. He's looking.
I know. This is some serious frustration coming through from the Flash. They don't want to lose out like this. He's got to keep the reputation high, apparently.
Wow. Win gonna go get some loot here, and the rest of OG get to safety. So what a crazy way to start things off.
भाई
Aru
क्या ही
running for
चाहिए था.
his life, dude, straight legged it.
My brother was in trouble.
Oh man,
I ain't gonna lie though, he was feeling
लेकिन
the
ठीक है भाई,
tickle of the
3
break
पॉइंट इधर.
just ahead of them.
Ooh.
I mean, he had to pull out the old flick of the wrist with the knife to get that thrown at point blank. The only way to get it done. I mean, he was impervious to blades quite some time. Only the point did it.
Dude, that tickle was so close. He's like, I can't even run serpentine at all.
भाई पूरा एकदम रिवेंज लेने के एकदम.
Just straight
Yeah.
away.
The boys were coming to support him real quick though.
Yeah, they did.
That I respect from the rest of OG.
And they came in heavy.
But they know how important he is.
Yeah,
they know
dude.
just how important he is. So to keep him up is a really big thing.
Yeah, you were just talking about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's so ridiculous to see your top.
लेकिन एक बात तो मजा आया भाई. तुम हमारा 1 लेके गए, हम तुम्हारा 3 लेके गए भाई. मजा आ गया. तो यार देख के Team India मजा कर.
That guy was unreal, but they just don't come around all that often.
You don't see it. When you do, though, I mean.
लेकिन एक चीज तुम लोगों ने नोटिस किया कि एक चीज तुम लोगों ने नोटिस किया भाई लोग. तब से कंटिन्यू, तब से कास्टर्स कंटिन्यू टीम इंडिया के चर्चे कर रहे हैं भाई. टीम इंडिया ये, टीम इंडिया वो भाई. समझ रहे हो तुम? एक विन, बस एक विन ये सब ला सकता है भाई. समझो भाई, एक विन भाई, एक विन इतना कुछ ला दिया भाई टीम इंडिया के चर्चे.
Coops sends some shots over towards Furia. Honestly, I don't think Furia's last game was terrible at all. I think they got fair far into it. And that was despite having a really, really hard start for them. I mean, their recall beacon was just so out of the way from the destination. And even then, they were trying to figure out it. I do think them getting in quite late was almost a blessing because they could decide on which side they wanted to head towards. But by that time, you have little to no information of what's happening around the map.
Yeah.
4T taking shots over towards KRX as they do pass on by. This is towards those yellows on the southern edge. They're just moving through the forest, the south side of Pachinki, but Enigma Galaxy once again already flying out to a new location.
Yeah, a little rotation shenanigans early on. I want to talk about that point you were talking about earlier, though, right? Furia, 14 points in the last match. And they were one of those teams that was really critical because they're one of those squads we honestly were kind of expecting to see the top 5. Let's look at this replay, though, as Aru is running for his life. Saying, please stop, guys, leave me alone. And those shots strayed the rest of the team off. But, oh,
Aru के पास गन था, but क्या है ना, Aru के पास
nice throw, just said, nah, we're shutting him down.
एमो नहीं था, इन लोगों ने एमो उठा लिया था.
Just see the death crate appearing. Man, they had even had the vehicle in his face, right? Tires scratching the cheeks.
Oh, man. And Bose gets that knock. And I believe Bose picked up that scar from Aru.
Really?
Yeah, because, I mean, he didn't have it. Otherwise, he would have definitely shot him. But I think Aru had the weapon, but he was just like, no, I can't even turn around right here. They're just too close.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. But, I mean, OG gets away with it. They get some more points on board. 3 points in total, actually. Drops to 69, which is nice. But only 3 players. Yeah, I think it's still doable.
भाई close का नहीं है उधर आरू के पास भाई 30 ammo थे only.
Which is very central right now. DK though up against Alula.
Got quick with the quick knock there, and he needs it. I mean, 4 points. Ula are definitely moving up because prior to this one they had 21. So with 33 now, that does give them a good boost. The problem going into today was there was a good little point gap between that, you know, 6th to the 7th at the bottom placement points. You know, GK, Fudia, they had a 12-point gap there, and it kind of just goes down from there. So for Fudia to get a good game in, they now balance themselves out. They still need a good couple games if they want to push into top 5. And Alula, starting off really strong here, now put themselves in a good spot to at least hit the survival stage. Next zone does pop though, and it is going to be in that
आराम से अभी होल्ड करो ओजी का भाई ओजी अभी आराम से तुम होल्ड करो पॉइंट बस प्लेस पॉइंट निकालो अब प्लेस पॉइंट निकालो किल 3 निकाल लिए प्लेस पॉइंट अराउंड निकालो आराम से 4-5 बस
X-Force Rejects doing their best here. All gamers also moving out the way. These boys need the points more than ever. Circle does shift over towards our eastern side, so we do have like some of these awkward compounds, some ditches over towards the eastern edge as well around the forest. Very playable for the likes of Goat as well as Nigma Galaxy, who has set up, but you also have these winding roads. For Nigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split. They're on their wildness early on. But yeah, I think one team that I would love to see more out of right now is definitely Ulf.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know that I'm a big fan of this team, but right now I think I have a small amount of disappointment. I think there certainly can be some better plays coming through. They have shown individually for the money over PMGO overall.
Yeah, you got Ulf. I mean, they're still not in the worst spot when it's still not in the worst spot when it comes to the leaderboards. I mean, we definitely expect them to always be in that top 5 position. So anything less is kind of like, hey, you know what's taking them so long, right? But I mean, one good game, we'll see them in that spot. This could be it. I mean, they are in Yasnaya Fields right now. The zone definitely, for some reason, loves to favor that kind of area. So, all right, this time, we've never seen the lobby just so well balanced, right? In years past, we've seen, you know, a few dominant squads, other squads that are just kind of struggling. But now at this point, anybody can take it. I mean, Thunder Talk's at the bottom. What's happening?
I mean, the Thunder Talk, they just get down to that point. There's been some missteps all over the place. I think there's been some bad rotations coming through, and then when it's come to the gunfights, they are being outclassed in some of them. I think Thunder Talk has a lot more in them to give. It shouldn't ever come down to AJ looking to win a 1v4. But again, it just shows that there is that potential there for Thunder Talk. But you're right, it is a fairly balanced lobby, but balanced towards being, this is a high-ranked game. Right? Yeah. It's a high-ranked game. You know, no one's pulling any punches right now. You best get out the way. For Gaming Stars, they're playing on this 2-2 split right now. They were wondering if it's going to head over towards those fielded areas. Does not. So they're going to regroup off the back of this one. I would say right now regrouping is probably the best thing to be doing. But Yasnaya getting cut out here is a little tough.
Yeah,
wondering what OG's next move is going to be.
That's going to be the question, right? What is OG going to do? What's Ulf going to do? It looks like Ulf, they were in the Yasnaya field. They don't get blessed. They're going to go ahead and do a huge wraparound here to reposition. Well, let's look at Go. Yeah, Thunder Talk just getting picked apart once again. Awake running for his life here. Does get a little fortunate with that player from GOAT getting knocked. I believe that's from Nigma Galaxy. Moxie up close and personal with Jean, catches him slipping, and that is Thunder Talk out. Another rough game for them.
Yeah, I mean, GOAT is just too good of a team. That's all there is to it. They got the Jackie blessing.
That was it, honestly. Once that happened, it's over.
He's wrapped them in the golden jacket, and they're ready to go. I think for Go, it's been all right. Again, I think for Go, the main thing that worries me about the squad is the inconsistency. But hey, if you can have 16 elim games,
OG आराम से बस अभी होल्ड करेगा ना.
You're good to go.
अभी OG का सीन पक्का है.
It was kind of crazy because we saw in PMMI, GOAT, they took the slot for 4 Thrives and weren't able to really honor it in the way that they wanted to. But they come here into the World Cup, and at least at this group stage, they're looking good, right? Second place so far after these eliminations they have. Hey, just a little bit more work and they can end up on top.
A little bit more work, yeah. I think we really do need to have to wait to finals, though, to see that come through. Because...
On top of group stage, yeah.
On top of group stage, right?
They got a long way to go.
A long way to go.
If they want that watch, that belt.
Hey, I mean, at this rate, though, they would go straight to finals. In the current position they're in, they wouldn't play the group stage out. Get that direct qualification, which would be nice. If they can keep things up, that is. We do have a few more games left today. A few more Erangles.
That's right.
Into our Miramars to close things out with the wonderful John and Jackie.
Yeah, dude, crazy prize pool, by the way, man. It's so wild. You have, $1.1 million in the group stage alone, 152 grand onto the survival stage, and then we get to the finals, $1.7 million. This is what I'm talking about here, folks.
We're definitely going to be handing out some big prizes at some point. We're going to be going away with some cars.
Yeah.
Say it that way. Yeah.
Let's get it going.
Which would be cool. Again, I think that money should be reinvested in the team.
Yep. Well,
but also,
if to say you were the team, right? What's the first thing you're reinvesting into?
As a team?
Yeah.
God, get those boys a better scrimming area.
Yeah, that'll work.
Give me the refrigerated drinks. All right, I want vending machines for free, as well as all the rest of the cool things. The white balls, the black balls, everything you might need. Tablets, etc.
Coaching staff, personal masseuses.
Your favorite phone.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta have it all. I mean, to really make it happen here. And that's the thing. Is like, I've had the pleasure of looking at some of these top squads set up, and teams like Alpha 7 who live together and have for years.
They did reinvest in a really good way, actually, from all the wins they went through. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, a lot of these guys, for those that don't know, these mobile gamers are treated like athletes. I mean, some of them have personal nutritionists, they have exercise programs, they play for 6 to 8 hours a day with a coach staring at 4 monitors, just analyzing, figuring out how these guys can get better. And, you got millions of dollars in prize pool on the line, right? You got to give your players as much advantage as you possibly can. And one thing I do love, especially I've noticed about this tournament, is adaptation. Prior to so many different squads, we'll see like, okay, a bad performance, no change, just the same old kind of play style. But now we're starting to see some teams like, all right, hey, let's make some adjustments, like Team Flash. Let's hunt down some squads in Rondo. Let's see if we can take them out. 4 Thrives ended up going out in that last one here. But they're still in a good position, but Erangel is always going to be that map to where that's where championships are made.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for adaptation-wise, teams have had to get a lot better as times go on because we are having more 2-day sets. Used to be in the past you could get away with first day, second day, and then adapt into third day. But now it's a case of you got to do your research. It's why we see teams coming back so late to the hotel, right? They go through all the VODs together here in the arena. But we're getting back in towards the action. Things are starting to pop off in a big way as Ulf does open up. RQ's looking quite good here. They have been putting the work over towards Aurora. Now taking some gorgeous shots over towards Old Gamers.
Gonna look at KRX there, getting some more eliminations. Yeah, as AGAL getting punished here. It's just Maple up left for the squad. Benny gonna try to throw that through the window and not hit the mark, but the rest of the... Oh, that one actually did. Maple's hurt. He's gonna back it up as his whole team is now gone. Gonna have to do a crazy 1v4 here. QXZZ's got that S12K though. And yeah, he's waiting for his team. He's like, you know what, why don't we push up as all 4? Guarantee this elimination. Sounds like a good idea.
There he goes out the window, goes way too far. In fact, Maple's just going to drop down, get towards the other building. This is a cheeky play. You have expected to get blasted on the approach. Smaller building, one way up the stairs here. A better chance for a 1v4. I mean, you love to set it up, but they're really going to happen. Enigma Galaxy heading over towards RQ. These guys have been making a lot of noise so far, and Enigma Galaxy, they're looking to turn that music down.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy putting that work, and we saw them come in super late last night. And I was saying like, hey, what were y'all guys doing? Y'all guys studying? Y'all guys were talking it out, and they said ping pong. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? Sometimes you gotta build up those team building exercises, get that synergy going.
Right. You telling me they did? That's why they were there ping pong the whole night.
That's what they said.
Arey, thank you so much, Frozen,
it looks like it's working out right now because they are in a good position in the zone.
Thank you, Frozen, for the jewel star. Thank you so much.
Maybe I just did.
OG भाई एक निकाला है, point निकाला है एक
Now
और.
Enigma Galaxy can't get on the ping pong tables. Look what you've done.
You're right. What have I done?
You got to take that back.
You know what? It was
Put that back in the back of the
VOD
box.
review.
It was VOD review. That's right.
That's what we were doing outside.
Exactly.
Yep, as well.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about here. You got to pull out all the secret sauce, all the stops here.
Yeah.
Oh, Goto, look at that. Force on the roof, getting these little bank-nades in, causing a problem for Gaming Stars. Yusuf gonna have to do something. He's only got the pump shotgun. Oh, he didn't check his back and gets turned on.
भाई क्या ही.
Team are just making it happen here. Once they got that Jackie blessing, these guys just can't stop.
Well, I mean, man, imagine just giving them so little respect that you don't even check the corner there and still
कल भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा था यार. कल back to back chicken dinner निकाला था. Back to back नहीं मतलब एक गेम के बाद एक कल 2 चिकन मारा था.
Gotta make sure you're locked in going towards the end. That hand-eye coordination, those thumbs are just rock solid here.
Kind of like mine.
Yeah.
Well, medium rare.
Medium rare?
Yeah.
I'm more of a medium guy myself.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I could play with hands like the Rock.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The Thing.
ओजी के लिए थोड़ा ओपन हो जाएगा, थोड़ा ओपन गेम प्ले होगा, बट वही यार बैक क्लियर रहेगा, पीछे का साइड पूरा क्लियर रहेगा, तो ओजी को पीछे से कोई डर नहीं रहेगा, तो सामने थोड़ा कवर लेके खेलना पड़ेगा.
Do not want to fall prey to the same situation they did versus Enigma Galaxy over on our angle yesterday.
Uzaifa, catch, getting ran over by our IQ there. And 4 Thrives were just circling them like sharks, and they are putting in the punishment on Ulf. Man, Ulf just can't seem to get something going here. As 4 Thrives now with 5 eliminations are looking good in Erangel.
I mean, right now for Ulf,
I don't think they're going to drop the block 3. Getting him towards that top 5 is going to take some special towards the end of the day, though. Thank you, Paji ko pada yaar. Right, they are a dead center team. Open pura hai na.
OG did make their exit from Yasnaya earlier on, moving down towards that southeast side currently. X-Force rejects in front of them, playing in heaven.
Yeah, the problem with this is that we still have the top 4
RJC ने भाई अच्छा बैकअप दिया.
And if they all do well in this game, that's going to start creating
RJC ने बैकअप दिया अच्छा.
If that happens, especially the next game, it's going to get wild.
Yeah, I kind of feel what's going to happen here between 4 Thrives as well as Heaven. This is the type of team that would just send it. They're going to send just underneath, though. And actually try and deal with OG.
Wow, 40 direct
though. This is good damage. Also falling. Aru's not there.
दिया, पाजी ने दिया है.
Tanky put in that work. Getting out Huzaifa. Yeah, now it's just IQ up left. So
भाई आरू नहीं है, but कोई बात नहीं. OG दिया है.
Trying to hold on to that top spot. Now they got some good solid points. If you look at them right now, they're at 71. That is a good almost 20 points away from 6th place. If they end up strong here, that could be a block for the top 5.
Yo, you know what happened? I reckon Aru went to this game. He was like, guys, you can't perform without me. Then we got some serious problems. I'm gonna go drop over here. You guys drop over there. I'm gonna get knifed up.
भाई विज़गॉड और पाजी ने क्या दिया है यार, हेड्स ऑफ यू यार, क्या बंदा है भाई, क्या दिया है वहाँ पे, as expected यार.
Leave IQ has just won. Maple still going miraculously, by the way. Can't believe he even made it to 8th there.
He's going to go ahead and take at least 1 point home with them. He'll take that, as Aurora and Mansion are completely hard stuck. You got Name Galaxy staring at him. Yeah, look at that Satan from downtown. He's got some good coverage here.
2 kill ठाप दिया साला अपना. 7 kill पे होते
so I'm not surprised we're going to see
7 points ऐसे kill से निकल जाते हैं भाई.
Get these last 3 eliminations and then push into the zone from there. You got Coops up close and personal. Keeping an eye on things, but you got to be careful. You cannot afford to get knocked. Igor, though, actually from Furia is staring at this as well. Man,
Aurora का एक
worst case
top गया भाई,
scenario
top गया.
2 monster squads looking at you. You're outside of the circle here. Man, they're just going to try to do what they can.
Nade underneath. Through from Coops right now. Doc seeing it enter. Another one could do the trick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and Coops is feeling it right now. He's been a fantastic player for the squad. Steps up now, 1v1 versus Reapers. They're down. It is Chief to find the final shot
इसके साथ Aurora गया.
Far away.
Let's go. Top 5, top 6.
Long time. Usually it's a little bit of a feature.
बस 40 जाएगा. या तो कोट दोनों में से कोई एक जाएगा ना.
Stage 7 heads over towards, does it drop down towards that southwest side?
गोट को देगा शायद, इंजेक्स देगा शायद लग रहा दे देगा.
They have the edge of the circle here. We'll see where exactly it's going to go ahead and shift on to. But they got
इंजेक्स का फोरमैन है भाई, गोट का तो वहाँ पे पट्टा बांधेगा लग रहा है.
away from them, they're definitely going to need them. So keep those protected. Wait for that next zone. You got 477 still up from GOAT, trying to soak up some more placement points. Next zone does pop, though. Where are we headed?
Nigma Galaxy will absolutely have to move, and we are over towards heaven.
भाई zone support.
Gives OG another chance here as well on that western side.
दिया है, zone support दिया है.
They're looking for the turkey here, dude.
Hey, the OG fans were happy about that one. I heard some claps happen the second that zone shifted. Let's see how this all works. Yeah, they are looking for that turkey. 3 in a row here. Here comes Nigma Galaxy, though, on the drive. 477 stuck out, and they actually pass him up completely. They're driving straight towards OG.
OG's going to have to hold them off around the other edge of things. It is a 4v3 here. Tanky the first to fall.
Oh, गोट को दिया, गोट को दे दिया.
Able to get a bit of a clap back over towards that way, and Ralph is left behind.
Nice.
So only 2 players for Nigma Galaxy, possibly allowing
अपना भी एक knock है.
Reset.
IQ, last player up for 4 thrives as well. OG are hurt, though. That nade looks good. WizGod, ooh, barely getting out of the way of that one.
Barely बचा है भाई.
Coops is hungry. He finds a nice headshot there. That one stung. He knows exactly where they are. This nade is an eviction notice saying hello and goodbye. Gets the knock on a tanky.
Oh भाई.
They're on their last legs right now. I think there was a bare moment where
भाई इसको ले लोगे तो निकल सकता है भाई.
WizGod will finish off IQ up in the distance. That felt
nice.
Coops throwing a quick Molotov down low.
Nice. WizGod मारा है IQ को.
Action we saw earlier, but he's got another nade locked and loaded. Let's see if he can throw this heat-seeking missile down south.
Nice.
Oh, and he gets him.
Oh भाई,
एक doing some damage right here, all by himself.
Lemonade goes a little bit too far. WizGod takes another nasty hit. Smoke's going forward here, trying to keep AKOP alive, but a 4th place is still fantastic for OG.
Oh, BT दिया.
Will give time for potentially WizGod to move up and pick up AKOP in the midst of all the smoke here. Makes the dash now.
Devil gets a knock on to see what is going on right
भाई
here.
उठा लो भाई.
Gonna hopefully try to get that res.
But demon on demon action, this is crazy.
Dal is put some work and Silence. He's got that MG3. That's the gun to have here. Furia, man, looking to finally get a chicken dinner.
Furia मारो इनको RJC को.
Gets another knock there, and
NGX Coops को दे Furia दे. 1 HP मार.
Dude, nice little vehicle switch there. Hops in the vehicle, hits the passenger seat, ejects, gets himself to safety for a little bit longer.
दे भाई.
But looks like that nade is gonna do it.
Oh, bhai. Yes.
OG secures at least a third.
Top 3.
Goodness me, AKOP is kind of tearing eSports Rejects
Oh.
apart, but finally the edge shut down.
NT,
and this
bhai,
is a
NT.
free game for Furia.
Nice. Nice
That's
यार.
what you get, Devil.
NT
Takedown
भाई.
saves and friendly fire.
Heads up
Game's
you
gonna
यार.
end just like
Top
that.
3 निकाला भाई उस
And
पोजीशन
Furia
में.
will pick themselves up a win. And it feels good for them. Coming off the back of that rondo into this Erangel. A real turnaround
Bhai.
today.
That is how
Top
you get
3
it done
निकाला
right there.
भाई.
Yeah, you know that was just a sigh of relief.
क्या
because
खेला वो
yesterday
पोजीशन
they
में
were
survive
just
सोच
hunting
रहे हो
circles
ओपन में
all
पूरा.
day long, couldn't catch a break. And here they get the chicken dinner. But speaking of breaks, X-Force rejects, right? They
एक break
stopped
होगा.
into heaven. They held that position.
Yeah.
Zone ended up getting locked onto them. And for a team that was pretty much last place, right? That gives them an opportunity, right? That could be that door open for them to at least get to survival stage.
भाई 3 मैन में इतना प्यारा खेला ना भाई. FL आया था भाई मारने. अपन ने उनका 3 को पेल दिया. फिर आया 40 पुश किया. 40 को भी पेल दिया.
Terrain to push through.
Yeah.
Hoops does a wonderful job though.
क्या
Teams
खेला
are
विज़गॉड और
massively
आतंकी भाई पाजी
with the
क्या
way
ही
he
खेला भाई.
handled That ridgeline versus OG. Goodness me. I mean, if it wasn't for Furia, potentially takes down the whole team. But yeah, for Furia, they were very quick to the mark. I think that's the main
OG
thing
को
for Furia.
interview
They
दिलाओ दोबारा से.
analyzed and saw where the opportunities were there, pushed over the
दिल
top.
खुश कर
As
दिया
soon as
यार.
X-Force
मजा आ
Rejects
गया
pushed
यार.
down that
मजा आ
building,
गया.
Goodness me, did you see how quickly Furia marched to the other side? That was wild.
Yeah, they knew that, hey, this is our chance to win it, and they took it.
Really
Furia is one of
feeling
those
proud
squads
यार.
that are
Really
so,
feeling proud.
high IQ when it comes to those kind of opportunities. They're not going to miss it, that's for sure. And you're totally right. I mean, once we saw that zone shift, Enigma Galaxy knew they lost this game, right? They're like, hey, you know what? We just got to try to do whatever we can. Those kind of rotations, you're going to have a sacrifice, right? Just to be able to even get there. But they did utilize that opportunity to its maximum, that's for sure. That's what it's all about. But Furia, they knew they had that one in the bag, and they took it.
Again, it's nice to see some more aggression coming out of Enigma Galaxy. It's nice to see OG on the front lines taking some good fights, and without Aru as well towards that end there. For X-Force Rejects, I need a little bit more to be convinced because you are playing from heaven. It's a god compound at the end of the day.
It was luck, right? It was luck. But you know what? Sometimes luck is all it takes.
It's just what you need.
It's just what you need, you know, and they just happened to get it. And it's good for them that it happened now in the second game of the last day, right? So we've seen it in the past where teams that are coming in a little bit nervous, don't have that as much experience as some of these other guys.
क्या दिया भाई. मजा आ गया भाई. चलो गाइस 2 मिनट ब्रेक में आता हूँ. ब्रेक तो चल रहा है इधर भी. मैं भी आता हूँ.
No, it's true because you suddenly start to play a little bit more different.
You're like, oh.
Especially nervous teams as well coming into this. You know, it's a big stage. We have fans from around the world here as well. Sometimes it could be hard either disappointing your fans or trying to uplift them in the process. So you get yourself a lucky win, boom, you're good to go.
Yes, indeed. And man, it's so good to see these teams, right, be able to pull out all the stops here towards the end. These leaderboards have been bouncing all over the place here. But you know what? We got Kalaris with Flash. Let's go ahead and hear what these guys have to say.
That's me. Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Yes, I am with Top Z from Flash after these 2 games, because I really wanted to talk to them about a very unusual circumstances that have been happening. But first, let's start with day number 1 and the results there. It was kind of mixed results here and there, but then you got the first place on the Erangel yesterday. So talk to me about the team's approach to yesterday. Are you happy with those results from yesterday? What did you think overall?
Ngày hôm qua thì mình đã làm khá là tốt và đang đứng ở một cái vị trí thứ nhất ở cái map mà Erangel á, thì mình cảm thấy là cái màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm qua nó như thế nào, mình có hài lòng với kết quả ngày hôm qua không?
Đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là chưa làm tốt.
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job on the maps, I would say.
Okay. That's fair. And coming into day 2, you got a second place on the Rondo after holding on the east side, and then that was against Orangutan. And then game 2 happens today, and then Orangutan hits you guys on Erangel as well. So what's your thoughts about that, and do you want maybe some revenge on Orangutan after all that?
Với ngày hôm nay á, thì mình đã đứng ở top 2 ở cái trận đấu đầu tiên á, và sau đó thì mình lại bị đối thủ là Orangutan á, đã ném bom trúng cho mình á, và hạ gục mình. Thì ở trận thứ 2 thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào, liệu rằng mình có muốn trả thù đối thủ của mình hay không?
Sau trận 2 thì bọn em cũng rút được kinh nghiệm nhiều hơn. Vì trận đó cũng khá là không có may mắn. Nên là mấy trận sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất.
On the second maps, I would say we were pretty luckier than the first maps, and we also like have our own experiences based on the first map. So we did a good job on the second one, and I think like based on that result, we will keep continue, you know, like pushing harder for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much, Top Z here. Good luck with the next games. And that does it for us here, down on the stage.
Jackie Powers here, live from PMWC at EWC 26. I'm meant to be working with John Allen today, but I don't actually know where he is. He had a bit too much coffee before the show. Let's see if we can find him and tire him out. Well, John's got quite a lot of energy, I think, still.
अरे कर तो रहा हूँ, कब बैठा हूँ? अरे तो अभी थोड़ी ना फाइट चल रहा है, अभी इतना देर से तो वही कर रहा था।
PMWC is just kicking off for another day of games. Don't miss it, as it's going to be explosive. There's only one rule, just don't wake John.
John looks so sweet just taking a nap right now. One team that was not allowed to take any naps today was Furia because of the way that they were able to perform in day one. But in day two, Max, they are bringing it.
Oh, they were sleeping day one, but now they're wide awake and they're back in the fray. It's so good to see them play around heaven, maybe making sure they clear their backside and then just pushing into heaven, playing the high ground spot. And we'll have a clip later on of how they wrapped up that game properly. But Furia,
guys, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जगह लाइक कर दो guys.
Brazil is showing some presence here in this group and 16 points. Oh, that's going to put them way higher up on the rankings.
सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जगह लाइक कर दो. Oh, OG ने भाई 14 points मारे यार इसमें.
The consistency that we're seeing out of this squad is exactly what we want to see. And if they're going to continue on like this, pretty
अगर अपने किल्स ये रहता है ना, 2 किल चोरी नहीं होता ना, वहां पे 40 के 3 वहां पे नॉक हुआ था भाई. 40 का अगर नहीं होता ना तो भाई अपन का एकदम सेम में जाता पॉइंट. भाई क्या ही परफॉर्मेंस दिया यार ओजी ने. भाई ये गोरे ना अपन को भाई इंडिया पे ज्यादा फोकस ही नहीं करता. लास्ट टाइम कुछ फोकस ही नहीं किया था. इस बार क्या ही परफॉर्मेंस दिया ये. अभी यहाँ पे आरू के पास कोई सीन था ही नहीं, आरू के पास ऐसा ये था ही नहीं कि आरू वहां पे घूम के मार सकता था, क्योंकि 30 एमओ थी और मतलब 3 बंदे पीछे पड़ा था भाई, उसके पास घूमने का ये भी नहीं था। लेकिन भाई मजा आ गया उसने। वैसे इसमें एडवांस रूम कार्ड में शायद से ये है ना, एडवांस रूम कार्ड में वो रिलोड नहीं रहता है, गन रिलोड नहीं रहता है ना, तो वो रिलोड कर नहीं था शायद। एमोज तो इसने उठा लिए थे ना, एफएल ने एमोज उठा लिए थे, एफएल ने एमोज उठा लिए थे, तो शायद इसीलिए। लेकिन भाई मजा आ गया जो वहां पे होल्ड किया ना भाई, अपना टीम जो वहां पे होल्ड किया भाई, मतलब तुम सोचो ओपन जोन में चारों ओर से पुश आ रहा है, वहां पे जो होल्ड किया भाई, प्लेस पॉइंट निकाला एंड किल्स निकाले भाई, 40 पुश किया था डायरेक्ट, 4 मैन पुश किया था, 1v3 कर दिया 40 को भाई। अलग ही सीन था भाई, अलग ही खेला है, बहुत अच्छा खेला भाई, अपना टीम बहुत अच्छा खेला ओजी। बस 2 किल अपने चोरी नहीं होते ना तो 16 होता है भाई, वही ये है 16 अपने ये होता है, 2 किल चोरी कर लिया वहां पे 40 का। हाँ भाई वहां पे बहुत ज्यादा डिफेंड करना मुश्किल था। अपन का अभी 14 पॉइंट्स है और लाइक देखो मैं पहले ही बोला था ना 35 पॉइंट्स, अगर 5 मैचेस में 35 पॉइंट्स निकाल लेगा तो हो जाएगा, लाइक टॉप 5 तो गारंटेड है, टॉप 5 में गारंटेड एकदम प्लेस है। तो अपन का ऑलरेडी हो गया, अभी क्या है 21 पॉइंट्स और निकाल लेगा, 20 भी निकाल लेगा ना तो भी गारंटेड है भाई, 20 भी निकाल लेगा गारंटेड है टॉप 5।
That was literally a perfect finish in terms of execution from good old Furia.
Yeah, and see, that was I just want to touch in that. That was a great sort of overview of what I was sort of explaining. Like, they didn't need to leave that position. Furia obviously capitalized on that, which is excellent from them. But yeah, I mean,
भाई ओजी लीड कर रहे, तुम समझ रहे हो लास्ट ईयर कहाँ ओजी नीचे बॉटम में था, ओजी इस बार लीड कर रहा है भाई, लीड कर रहा है, ओजी लीड कर रहा है। अब मेन है कल का देखेंगे भाई गॉडलाइक का क्या हो रहा है।
If you want to end up going to the finals, you could end up almost saying, because the way that they're currently playing is so consistent, this squad could be already going to the finals. I don't care if it's too early, but they're playing like it and they're looking like it too.
देख रहे हो कितना लीड है, देख रहे हो 11 पॉइंट का लीड लिया है वोट से।
Based on what happens in the next game, right? 4th Thrives as well. You know, they're starting to go down the leaderboard just a little bit. RRQ, I mean, yes, X-Force Rejects have made it out of the bottom 3 by quite a bit actually, but Team RRQ, that's not a team I was expecting to see down here, Max.
No Pecco, please. Where is No Pecco? I want to see some presence from him. Though we did see a little bit higher up on that second page, this Ulf, and a lot of people would say that's disappointing, right? For a team that was second place back at PMGO Season 1 and did so good, especially during the PMGC finals. Let them cook, right? They're slow starting team. Yang Tashol, right? I don't know how you say it in Turkish, but they're slow starting team. I wouldn't be too scared for them, at least as they don't make in the bottom 3. We're fine. Ulf will come.
आज ओजी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए पूरा एकदम ऑरेंज पहन के बैठा हूँ, ओजी को फुल सपोर्ट दे रहा हूँ।
But before we even move on, how about we talk about some predictions here? Because for everybody currently watching at home, you can go to the EWC Play app and do your predictions if you haven't already. And if you do end up winning something, make sure you use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. I want you to tell me quickly, predictions. Who's going to be winning the next game?
Winning the next game is going to be 4th Thrives.
Nigma Galaxy.
Stop asking me because apparently I get it wrong and then I get roasted. So don't ask me that question again.
Such a cop-out.
Esports Rejects, that's who I want, all right? Esports Rejects, show me, keep on that momentum going. But we're actually going to be going to none other than Barty with the defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Are we good?
Right, you are, Seven. I've got the defending champions of PMWC joining me on the main stage here. I've got Yangon Galacticos. Smile, let's have a quick chat. You know, cast your mind back to PMWC last year. You guys managed to secure the championship. The way that you did that was by consistently putting up placement points.
भाई क्या outfit है यार?
You just played your game. Now we've had an entire year since then, and you're going to be joining the group stage tomorrow. Has the strategy changed?
Outfit तो
What's
है
the plan
भाई.
coming into this year's PMWC?
Especially for the strategy, I don't want to smile or repeat too much, but we will prepare for every possible situation, every scenario.
भाई ये outfit redeem
including
कर सकते हैं.
we experience in 2025, any new situation that might happen. Also, we don't rely on the same strategy because this is PUBG. Yeah.
Okay. Keeping the cards close to your chest. I like to hear that. Now, let's talk a little bit about what you're wearing. This is very, very cool. Now, your Yangon Galacticos skin has just released in-game a few days ago. It's traditional Myanmar dress, if I'm not mistaken. Please tell us how it feels to have this kind of representation in-game.
I mean, I'm so
भाई
proud to be here.
इनका ट्रेडिशनल ड्रेस ऑफिशियली PUBG में एज अ मिल रहा है.
So meaningful for our fans and Myanmar people to be like a Myanmar traditional clothes on the international stage.
And if you could say anything to your fans who are watching and preparing themselves for you guys to step out onto the stage tomorrow and compete, what would you like to say to them?
I mean, cheer
Respect,
for us.
भाई.
Cheer for them, that's what they say. Now, for those of you at home, if you want to get your hands on this incredible skin in-game, just go over to the PMWC event in-game, okay? Now, redeem with perk vouchers, and once you've done that, you'll be able to get your hands on the Yangon Galacticos Champion Outfit Ancient Charm Set. Yangon Galacticos, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I'm going to shake all your hands, boys. Thank you so much. The gloves are really cool as well. And with that being said, let's head back over to the casters to continue day 2.
Last year ये लोग जीते थे भाई PMWC का.
I don't know about ancient charm. That guy's got new school charm.
Defending champion.
What a sweet guy. And what a fun team Yangon Galacticos has been. Last year in EWC 2025.
चलो start होने वाला है guys.
It's good to see them.
Let's go. Finger crossed. Finger crossed.
But we're heading in towards Erangel next. Map number 3.
Let's get it going here, man. Hey,
Honor का phone है guys. Honor का phone use कर रहे हैं.
Good old-fashioned esports jerseys. I want that though. I want one of those, man. So if you got that in a triple XL, bring it on down.
2 मैचेस में भाई क्या ही मतलब एक एनर्जी ला दिया भाई इन लोगों ने. 2 मैचेस में भाई क्या ही एनर्जी ला दिया इन लोगों ने.
Erangel of the day, only 3 more matches after this, but this is going to be a crucial one.
OG up to 80 points now, and it's going to be difficult to knock them out of that top 5 unless there's some incredible shifts up in the rankings as thing goes on. But honestly, I think OG they're riding high.
Bhai,
Right
OG
now.
ka
They're feeling good.
1 minute guys.
I don't think anyone's going to challenge them too much. They might drop out of first place.
Point tables check कर लो
guys.
guys. Point tables check कर लो.
Throughout the entirety of the survival stage. And I can see Hoxie currently
top
has
में
taken
fraggers
our
में अभी top आ गया है.
Number 1 was 17. Actually, Aurora top is doing a huge amount of work for them with 16.
Let's get it going here. We can take a look at the top players. Yeah, top with the most damage.
Wow.
4,357.
most damage भाई सबसे ज़्यादा damage दिया.
Unbelievable performance right here from him. Fortunately, we don't see Aurora on top of the
आरू पता है आरू लास्ट मैच अगर खत्म नहीं होता ना तो टॉप 3 में जरूर होता.
Now have a nice point sponge like you mentioned. The Goat 14, nice amount of points as well. Completely tied
भाई
up.
जो पॉइंट का मेरे को डिफरेंस दिख रहा है मेरे को तो लग रहा है भाई.
It's really going to come down to the last match to see who's going to be in our top 5.
Absolutely. Now I'm looking down towards the bottom of the leaderboards. RRQ in
4 मैचेस में भाई आराम से
RRQ
20 पॉइंट्स भाई निकल जाएगा यार.
They've been working hard.
5 पॉइंट करके निकालना है भाई 15 भी निकाल लेगा ना तो भी भाई टॉप 5 तो कंफर्म है भाई लीड कर रहा है भाई अपना इंडिया लीड कर रहा है देख रहे हो मजा आ गया भाई
28 points of the 32 the X-Force rejects have been able to grab the back of that last game. But we do have Naruto skins in game at the moment. We've got the Ninetales Fury Org there as well, so you can draw for the Naruto character set 2 and become a sage yourself in game. As we all know, all of the viewers of PUBG Mobile are filled with wisdom.
Really excited यार ये मैच कैसा खेलता है OG OG को देखने के लिए really excited.
Any Naruto jutsu, what would it be?
I told you. Wait, John asked me this question yesterday.
Did
he? Yeah.
I'm asking the same one.
You asked that. I have the same answer.
What is it?
Rasen Shuriken every time.
Ah, very nice.
I had like such weird deja vu for a second there.
There you go.
Damn, let me...
I'll tell you what, I'm going...
Give me a second.
Okay, now you know what?
Give me 2 seconds.
You know what? I'll tell you, it doesn't have a couple secs, and that is going to be Thunder Talk Gaming once again. Losing players super early on. Sitting is knocked.
भाई DTG फिर से अपना
play lose कर दिया. Going to go ahead and get that confirmation. But he's actually going to have to watch out because Seeing is already there.
क्या बैकअप दिया भाई?
Down. So Thunder Talk, X-Force rejects, battling it out, back and forth. Reverb is going to get thirsted. Sitting did survive. And he looks like he is going to crawl to safety. Are you kidding me? So Thunder Talk shutting down that push from X-Force rejects. One little mistake. That's all it takes.
Absolutely. X-Force rejects leading 1 there. I was looking up jutsus in the meantime.
All right. Change your decision?
No, but hey, I actually have this tattooed on my back, but it's the dead demon consuming seal. That one's cool. That one is cool. Unfortunately, I wouldn't use it because I would knock myself in game using that.
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know. I have to.
That's right. You know what? I
need a res, bro. I need a res.
I need a res.
I need a reanimation jutsu right now. Come on, bro.
I'll go with the flying Raijin, dude.
Yeah, that is cool. That is big.
You can't. I think it's just too dang good. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you need me, I can have you mark. Pow! And I'm right there. But what can I say?
I mean, Minato is the GOAT. So,
yes.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. But we are jumping down towards Sosnovka. And we do have to talk about this.
Yes.
We do got to talk about this because this is fun to watch. But it is also the first time we've actually seen it down towards Sosnovka. We get to watch these players duke it out on day 2. Down towards the south side of the map. Thunder Talk already making their cross right now. Enigma Galaxy are also looking
to make a भाई पूरा एकदम अभी ब्रिज का पड़ा क्या?
I think they were much more concerned with having a spot right now.
नहीं हट गया
69 points, which is great. It is good. But we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 is definitely the goal. More placements, the better for sure. And with 69, they do have a little bit of a gap from 6th place. But with how these teams are playing, I mean, that we've seen gaps like that get shut down in just a game alone. Especially when you got Furia climbing up the leaderboards. They have 54. They're within easy range of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, as a matter of fact, they're one of these teams that really need this game right here because things are getting spicy for sure. Looking on over here, especially, this is a very difficult zone. We have a nice hard shift down the military.
Yo, my boys have got the double hovercraft.
Double hovercraft.
That is actually a massive
भाई hovercraft एक तरीके से मतलब एक तरीके से ठीक है.
Yeah, especially if you can go hunt down one of those welding guns, man, that's going to be so good for them here towards the end. And it looks like two teams that are already in
सुडुमुड़ी भाई सही काम करता है भाई ऐसे सिचुएशंस में सुडुमुड़ी काम करता है ना मैं खुद यूज करके देखा हूं लाइक तुम ऐसा टाइम पे वो ये होगा ना तुमको देगा सपोर्ट देगा जो टाइम पे तुमको नीड होगा हाँ उसमें एक चीज है तुम फायर नहीं कर सकते बट
moving upwards towards
worth it है.
Fourth Thrives' position. Ulf is yet to cross yet, just worried at the moment. There is a jump to be made for Ulf here into top 5. They want it on this game. Similarly for KRX, Furia, The Flash. You're right, Enigma Galaxy is right on that cusp at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep a white-knuckled grip to keep this one going.
Dude, these last 3 matches coming up are going to be so insane. You know what?
I'm excited.
Me too, and I am just so happy that...
Oh,
look at this. GOAT going down. Killer Joe is out. Moxie is hurt. So X-Force Rejects do cross the bridge. They head to Novo, and they end up getting the better of GOAT. Meanwhile, look at this. They're on a glider, getting themselves a position in this next circle.
Yeah, it's sad to see as well because it's going to be Fuchsman as well as Force going forward. Kind of players you want. There's also a Crash Glider here too, so it looks like GOAT was double gliding, KRX is double hovering. Trend around the map.
बहुत heavy rotation है भाई.
Yeah,
Glider लेके.
I think for X-Force Rejects, this was cool. I like this from them. I gotta disagree with 7 though.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that last match, it did feel a little bit lucky, honestly. You play Heaven, and they sort of immediately lost as soon as they moved away from Heaven.
Yeah.
Okay? There is... And that's okay. It's okay to get lucky sometimes. It really is. But it also feels bad when you instantly lose players running out into a singular sightline.
लगता है ओजी का भी ना आरू का शायद ऐसा रहेगा कि लेट रोटेशन करने का थोड़ा उधर का खाली होगा ना तो उसके बाद फाइट होगा तो जाके वो रोटेशन करेंगे ना तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा किल निकाल पाएंगे.
Have the wherewithal to set up in Novo.
And actually get some eliminations too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that if I get zone locked towards the end, I'm feeling lucky. That's for sure, right? But you got to still put in the work, even if that happens. This next circle does pop
military
all
zone,
the
yeah,
way
military.
down to military. So yeah, now there's no question of where this zone is headed. And
thank God.
Yeah, thank goodness. So I think we're tired of these like crazy water in the middle of the island circle.
Military zone दिया
So
भाई.
no splits here. It's just going to
दोनों
be
bridge
who
पूरे
is
एकदम
the best
दबा के
in order
block
to
होंगे
get
दोनों
this
bridge.
win.
Right now, obviously the center of airstrip is pretty strong. Good place to play. You could even head over towards.
दोनों bridge दबा के block होंगे.
C block too, not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward. KRX with the double hovercraft have a ton of capability to move in, but it seems like they may have ditched them somewhere.
Oh boy. Look to see the action is starting to ring off those. Furious getting mighty close here. Geek gonna go ahead and find
अभी दोनों options है या तो देखो नोवो ब्रिज से एंट्री लेना पड़ेगा मिलिट्री ब्रिज साइड से तो एंट्री लेना मुश्किल है नोवो ब्रिज से एंट्री मिल जाएगा आई गेस अगर एफएल क्रॉस कर जाता ना तो नोवो ब्रिज से एंट्री मिल जाएगा.
Aurora trying to make the cross here versus Ulf. Ulf got across a little bit earlier. They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora starts to move up. Reaper's already down. Joel trying to hit some mad shotgun shots.
Aurora का down किया भाई.
I don't know what he was thinking. And out top with his signature Mini 14, it's not enough as Kelsey from behind will find the shots towards him, leaving just Doc, the last player alive here for Aurora.
Man, tough cross and a bad time too. Match number 3 here for the second
Aurora का पूरा BT होगा भाई. Aurora का दोनों साइड से
खाएगा. Like this is gonna be tough. It's
Doc अकेला बचा हुआ है.
Last 3 matches for Aurora if they're gonna make it into the top 5. So worst case scenario for Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, Flash, Yudia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles, and look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on top. And Ulf is going to have to be mighty careful. His footsteps are pretty loud, though. Let's see if they can hear him up there.
Doc's like, what the hell, man? You're making a lot of noise.
Oh, man, the coach didn't look too happy. We saw that little coach's corner.
इसको डालेगा लग रहा
है. As Rolex is like, hey, nobody's here, right?
There's no way.
Nobody's here, right?
Are we trigger discipline on this one? That's crazy.
Oh, gets the thirst, though. And he did get shot in the back, right? Am I tripping?
No, you're not.
Doc ने क्या ये किया है?
To stay that. They just fully low.
And the coach corner, no reaction.
No reaction.
No reaction.
Nil point.
बढ़िया.
That is correct.
Yeah. Oh. He did get shot in the back.
He did, right? Yeah, I was like.
And my boy just stood on the stairs.
भाई रोलेक्स भाई को क्या दिया है यार टॉप पीछे से.
I'm convinced I'm part of gaming stuff.
I'm safe.
पूरा सरप्राइज दे दिया एकदम सरप्राइज
Getting caught out. Maniac jumped down. I thought he was on top of the hole. If he was on top of here, interesting. Scarface though, yeah, I thought he was on top of the little tippy top of the bridge, but now it looks like we're gonna see Ulf just hard.
एक बार मैप देखते हैं.
Here as well.
So Ulf got a lot of points to grab. I think they're gonna hold on to the spot for a lot longer.
No, AGL से fight हो सकता है guys.
Feeding them points. Also, like they're not even trying to make
zone damage by भयंकर पड़ रहा है.
We'll take it.
It's just meals, free meal tickets arriving on the bridge. Yeah, I'll eat that up every time. Circle does move far down towards the southeast though. X-Force Rejects did try and pick up the buildings down towards the southwest side of C block. But KRX is nice and set up. However, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way out of airstrip, and quite a few times that can be a difficult task. Getting out across that road, you're massively silhouetted in that situation. It's a question of if anyone else has those sight lines. Now, this is a big move from RRQ. They are flying through teams on the southern edge.
I like this play, actually. I think if you're RRQ, you're right now at 28 points. Top 5 is going to be really tough. Like, you need to pop.
Play.
Yeah. You got to make a crazy play. And in order to make at least in the survival stage, this could be it, right? Like,
ये क्या भाई? Live चल रहा है इसमें 2x कैसे हो सकता है?
Especially with Miramar coming up,
मेरा पीछे था delay हो गया
and they do make it there
थोड़ा सा बीच में loading लिया ना delay हो गया
did end up paying. Oh, as soon as I say that, AJ gets a knock and thirst onto one of the players from RRQ. So, maybe a little bit too greedy on that.
भाई मेरा थोड़ा डिले कर रहा है. पता नहीं ये लोडिंग लेके ना सही चल रहा है, उसके बाद सही चल रहा है, बट थोड़ा डिले हो रहा है. चलो कोई नहीं, इस बार ये नहीं करता है, ज़्यादा आगे नहीं चलता.
Players are going to be playing down towards these very much coastal edges. I think it's a very typical area to work with as well.
For sure.
And
they had so much space here, you know, I just think
yeah, there wasn't a reason for it, right? That's crazy thing.
Yeah.
So Fire Talk will get themselves at least one off the back of that. A lot of teams are unwilling to move now they're inside the circle. And it also seems that there's a lot of teams unwilling to move on the outer edges too.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those mistakes you point out, right? Because it's just a pure mistake. Like, there's certain ones that you could be like, all right, it was a coin toss. They could have gone left, they could have gone right, and they just made a bad bet. But that was one where you just kind of lost a player pretty unnecessarily on the side of RRQ. And it's those little tiny ones that they just like are a domino effect to your demise. So it could have been like, oh, we could have won the game with 15 points. But now
ये मैच में ओजी का जोन सपोर्ट नहीं है भाई. मैच पूरा लक खराब है.
So as we look at this, nice shot of that map. Let's see where the circle goes though.
ओजी को जाने के लिए AGL से क्रॉस करके जाना पड़ेगा.
That's gonna make things interesting. Oh,
man, that's sad for RQ though.
That is tough.
You make a big play for the south side and assuming it's going to move out away from airstrip, it runs it straight back. And KRX, honestly, for them,
अगर यहाँ पे AGL निकल के जोन चला जाता है तो अपन के लिए चांस है.
Hovercraft, they will be very well set up going to this late game. Not that they need to move much, but they can create some really good impromptu cover. All gamers will fly straight across this bridge. Gaming Stars realizing now they need to move into.
अब मिलेगा ये बड़े लोग निकल गए भाई. ये अगर यहाँ पे रुक जाता है ना भाई तो अपन को थोड़ा चाप थोड़ा सा मुश्किल था निकलना यहाँ पे.
Bunker each.
चलो भाई अपन लगता है ओजी का पूरा साथ में है भाई आज लग.
Take those bunkers, secure those spots. KRX, I believe they were holding those satellite
W हो गया भाई, W हो गया.
with those
मस्त मजा आ
hovercrafts.
गया.
So that's a really good position, especially if the zone decides to go ahead and hard shift down south. So teams now taking some of their final spots. A lot of teams, though, still need to get into this zone. Our top of the leaderboard squad, OG, they are still way over there in blue, just barely crossing the bridge, super late. Ula is in the same position on the other side as well.
It's a hard, I mean, we kind of
AGL के साथ fight हो गया
भाई. You were really unwilling to move. So was all gamers, a little bit scared of it. And I know that OG likes to really analyze how they want to go forward. So if they still think a team's there, like they did yesterday on Miramar Gaming Stars, they'll try and figure out a different situation. Now they're trying to wrap on the northern edge, which I do think this is kind of interesting. They could
इधर से तो
come down
इधर से आरू
and sling
जो है
into the
रोटेशन
south
नहीं
side
दे
of C
सकते.
block if they
इधर से
wanted
रोटेशन
to.
देना भाई बहुत मुश्किल है.
But
पॉसिबल ही
it's
नहीं है. इधर पूरा एकदम अपने पे दबा के आएंगे भाई.
Interesting one, and I think when if you can see all gamers flying in towards that eastern side, maybe
इधर अगर आरू आया ना, इधर पूरे ओजी अगर आया तो AGL जैसा हालत होगा. AGL तो मतलब जैसा हालत किया ना अपना वैसा ही होगा. दो बंदे अपने देखो इधर दो बंदे AGL के वैसे अपन के भी पूरा नोवो के उस साइड से पूरा एकदम घूम के एकदम जाना पड़ेगा.
This northeast road for a long time. Pulling out the badge.
Oh, pulling out the
Furia को गिराया भाई.
Real quick.
Badge has been put away apparently.
Yes, it has.
By the Flash.
अब बग्गी में वैसे भी भाई
double back.
बंदा लेके ट्रैवल करना बहुत मुश्किल है यार.
Again, I kind of like what OG went for. You know, just barrel down that hilltop. You out of the sightlines for quite a while until you in front of C block. It's not the craziest position, but you get a position at this stage.
Yeah.
It is kind of lit.
Yeah, dude. The fact that you even here with all 4 players up, it definitely is going to work out. Their med situation has to be super low.
Yes.
They blew.
Good point.
They blew through them just getting into here. But you know what? The fact that they are here and have such a point sponge on top is a good thing going for them for sure. You know what? I want to say one thing.
Go on.
These next 3 matches, I was talking about it, they're going to be so wild, right? And I'm just very, very happy that John got his rest before them.
Oh, he needs that nap, dude. You'll need that nap because you better be bringing the thunder going into those next few games. And the talk.
Dude. I just keep seeing these coach cameras.
Yeah, the problem is the coach corner cameras is that they're shown for about 2 seconds. We realize they're very sad, and then we take them away.
Dude, they're just sad or serious, dude. They're just like...
I think the production should keep the coach corner cameras up for a good 15.
Yeah.
We got to lock in with them. Okay.
Good 15 seconds. Oh, I would love to see the coach's POV too, like in the middle of a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. As Silence putting some shots downrange, holding this position. This is a tough circle here, especially if it does go down south. That airfield is, there's not a lot of coverage in that area.
No, you're pretty much playing against the fence right now. Playing off the back of vehicles you still have that aren't completely wrecked. Dragging the bumper down the side of the road with them. Enigma Galaxy, this is not a horrible spot to play in. They just have to be absolutely proactive. They're down towards the south side of the fence. But we're here with Furia looking to crest into the building alongside with KRX. Can QXZ hit a nutty grenade? Pops it back in the pocket though. And it makes sense. Oh my goodness me. They were fast to this location. But wow, the utility, the vests, the ammo, that don't look great. We got micro Uzis on board as well.
Yeah, and the good thing about where Furia is like it's pretty much almost impossible to hit a nade on them, right? That chain link fence makes it so difficult, and you can just see them just holding those utils, throwing it out, going.
Sorry guys, sorry.
But Team Flash full sending it here onto Geekay, a hard commit. And it's up to them to win this fight. Oh, great teamwork there with a 2v1. They are fully taking advantage of Geekay, catching them off guard.
OG का भाई अपना एक knock हो गया भाई अपना.
Push. And if you're Geekay, it's kind of your fault there. You had to make sure that you got at least some shots onto them coming on in.
Oh, हो
They
गया
were able to fully push
बस Furia से बच कर रहना भाई.
And now with that bounce nade, Team Flash is pushing up little by little.
It's a naughty pincer that came in with. Zeus around the corner, still on fire. Oh my goodness me. They toast him up a little bit. But he crunches back down on them with a couple of shots through from the DBS. Lovely to see here from the Flash, but yet there's only one stairway to get up on that building. You pincer on both sides. It's hard to deal with if you don't have a player on the bottom floor, and that team was already hurting. So it's a good identification from Flash, a good identification of how that building is best aggressed upon. So yeah, well done. Very, very well done. And now they have the ability to hold up both KRX and Fury in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, we had to see Geekay up on that top floor. And you could see exactly that's what Flash is doing. They have 2 up on top.
भाई देखो कहाँ से कहाँ है भाई. कहाँ था?
And that little mistake allowed Team Flash to just push up and get it done. Silence throwing a smoke right onto himself here. We know that was on purpose.
Damn, that is a nice nade. I think he's trying to get the M79 over towards the player was knocked, but it's kind of just given away where he's playing. Got the pumpy. And a nade. This has to be a special one. But the door's closed on him. Oh, dear.
Oh, and that nade's gonna knock him out. It's just up to Chief. Next zone just go on over to the wide open field. Chief barely getting outside of that Molotov range. KRX, they want this elimination.
बंदा एकदम barely survive किया भाई.
Goodbye, Chief.
खत्म भाई.
Dinner has been served, and that is Furia out of there, roasted to a crisp.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Chief. Was not the chef in that scenario, that's for sure. But now we have Enigma Galaxy down towards that southwest side. Their basic big task here is pretty much to hold everyone out coming through airstrip. There's a lot of little bits of interesting terrain. The airplanes themselves as well in the way. But this open area,
Squad को अकेले
scout
करने भेजा वो
Squad. A lot of the nades. See how Ulf is able to play this one out. Get a quick replay on this one.
Oh!
Nice nade from XZ over towards Sitting and Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk just can't catch a break here, man. Oh, they need to do something crazy if they want to just even get to the survival stage at this point. Top 5 is just way too far away with only 3 matches left. They have to literally win all 3. But let's get into this game here. This one's important. RQ shutting down.
भाई कसम से चिकन वाली फीलिंग आ रही है भाई. Please chicken की फीलिंग सच कर दो भाई तुम. Please chicken की फीलिंग सच कर दो.
Top 9 still alive. These leaderboards are going to get crazy. Ooh, up on top. Scarface with so much lay of the land here. Throwing the nades. Not trying to give away his position. And gets the lock onto Lord. He's got another though.
I mean, they must have passed all the nades across to Scarface. He's up on high, he's dropping bombs. At the moment, Enigma Galaxy struggling to hold up. Fourth Rives decide they'd move over in the midst of all the chaos. Satan very low. But my goodness me, 40 bullets left basically. Eren will finish off Satan. Kelsey takes a big hit here. But for Ulf, this is a large game. 8 eliminations coming through. An almost impossible push for them that they're making happen here.
Oh, they needed this one. They needed this one so bad. 24 gets the knock on a Scarface, and that is that critical angle taken away. So now they no longer have the high ground. T24 is starting to push those nades through and gets the lock. He's down to half an HP, though. Gets knocked in return. Balak, though, is here, and he came to play. 1v1 situation.
भाई हर जगह से नॉक गया यार ओजी. ओजी का आखिरी अभी है. One standing है भाई.
Making it happen for his team.
3 legendary players on the same location. It's Balak, Eren, and Coops. And Coops comes out on top. Goodness me. They needed him to dunk it into the hoop here, and he's certainly done that. Looking to move away, but now has to deal with RQ, who rocks up to the location.
फलक ने अपना किल दूसरा किसी को दे दिया.
Deck, and they're looking to get themselves out of the danger zone.
Ooh, RQ just sweeping up the dust
Who's
after
got
that
survival
one.
point
That was wild. So many superstars just going at it. And look at our top 3. Still in the game, but only single players alive. Next zone goes on over to the left. This thing is ping-ponging all over the place.
The Flash, though, they've got an unreal spot on this one. They just have to deal with KRX in the near future, and KRX, they are low on supplies. Team Flash has got a lovely little watchtower to make sure they aren't rocking up to them too quickly, and then you're right, it is very much open space after then. Likely the circle pulls away from both WizGod and the Flash. No one wants to move out to this open zone. This is a very difficult circle for everyone. I am more surprised that Foopsman has been left unimpeded inside the bunker over towards the eastern side for so long. And it certainly kept him safe. All right.
Dude, he be fooping right there. Foopsman just holding it down. He ain't moving at all, I'll tell you that. The second he walks out, he's done. Honestly, just go out to blue zone. He's got a smoke in his hand. He may try, but...
I mean, deny the point. I mean, that run
just
out.
Don't try, honestly.
That run out
like,
is hellish. I mean,
it's over. If he makes it even into that white line of this circle, then I'm talking about GOAT are going to win this whole tournament.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
It's a hard push. I mean, there is this tiny ridge line you can play, but by the time you show your face, that happens.
भाई he's got जो जगह ये किया बहुत मस्त जगह ये किया भाई. क्या trap बिछाया भाई.
This setup out. Oh, KRX. I wish you come to the door right now. Nade goes through, looks to be fairly decent, but Hoxie doesn't jump out the window
बाप
with
रे
a
बाप,
flash.
क्या trap
They've got
बिछाए
a
लोग।
nasty surprise waiting for them at the door.
Look at that. Oh, and then the nade busts all those gas cans. They wanted to make sure they had the perfect setup if they did push in. But now we're going to see KRX get beat up by 4Thrives. Trying to make something happen. Team Flash, though, punishing up. And
ओ दे दिया भाई, दे दिया इन लोगों को।
KRX not able to make the push.
I think Hazaifa stole a lot of those heliums though, unfortunately.
भाई,
RQ still
उसको
going.
top 4 ला दिया।
Hazaifa gets himself up in towards strong position in the game here. RQ, Gemfrost will find Wizgod, Hazaifa at least secures himself a third place here.
NTR, NT Wizgod, NTR
will pull themselves out of the bottom spots this game.
जहाँ पे मतलब खराब गेम जाना था वहाँ पे टॉप 4 ला दिया भाई।
Centering up over towards horrendously open ground.
चार बंदे रहते तो भाई चिकन वाली फीलिंग थी भाई।
Does get this just one piece of coverage in this circle. What can he do with it? Especially if he's very fortunate to catch RRQ and Flash fight each other. Who knows what could happen?
5 पॉइंट इसमें लेके आया भाई ओजी। भाई 0 पॉइंट आने वाला था, पहली फिनिश हो जाते ये लोग, लेकिन उसमें से 5 पॉइंट ये लोग निकाल दिए भाई।
It is all wide open field. Everybody just hugging the edge for the little bit of coverage they have.
You can see this is one of the most disgusting areas of the map.
Gross, dude. This is straight gross. There's nothing.
भाई क्या निकाला यार।
Gross is a good way.
इनको लाइक 4 मैचेस में 20 पॉइंट निकाल लेते भाई, 5 इसमें निकाल दिए। मतलब 3 मैचेस में बस 15 पॉइंट। वो इनफ होगा भाई टॉप 5 के लिए। अगर एक और चिकन निकाल दिया भाई तो फिर इंडिया टॉप करके जाएगा भाई। इंडिया टॉप में जाएगा भाई फाइनल्स में।
Quick tap fire.
He's going to have to tap fire. He's only got like 70 rounds left, and to make it even less, trying to get another elimination, though Genfoss actually gets that knock on the bows. He's going for the thirst. He wants all the points here, but it's not going to be enough. That's 4Thrives out of there. Here we go. It's Team Flash versus RRQ.
A nice interview with Flash earlier on. They were looking to find some more success today. There were some decent games yesterday. But can they secure the chicken dinner here at our halfway mark of day 2?
V3 का situation है भाई।
And get themselves towards a position to get a direct qualification through to the finals in the top 5. Zeus playing off the back of the loot crate. Has the ghillie suit. Might actually be insanely important here. But they know, they've spotted him. RRQ, a lot on the line for them right now. Win the final player left alive.
It's all up to RRQ here. They needed this win so desperately, especially with only 3 matches after this. They're trying to make that last second run into the top 5. And a chicken dinner here could be the beginning of that. But well, Team Flash, they're pushing themselves big up the leaderboards. Here we go, it's just win. He's got the last rock, but it ain't gonna be big enough. It's RRQ getting the chicken dinner right when they needed it.
Playing off the missile, they certainly will rocket up the leaderboard with that one. It's an important moment for this team.
भाई विजॉर्ड के जगह पे विजॉर्ड के जगह पे अगर चारों बंदे पहुंच जाते ना अपने भाई, बहुत किल निकलते भाई, बहुत कसम से बहुत किल निकलते यार भाई। क्या ही पोजीशन निकाला था विजॉर्ड ने, लेकिन वहां पे यार सिंगल बंदा क्या ही कर सकता है भाई। सिंगल बंदा वहां पे कर नहीं सकता है। लॉबी बहुत टफ है यार, लॉबी बहुत टफ है।
Let's see what we can do though before we really get happy.
But Flash, honestly, they played well. I think the aggression onto that compound versus GK
भाई चांद वहाँ पे भाई पहुँच जाता ना भाई, 4 बंदे अपने भाई कसम से बता रहा हूँ वहाँ पे आराम से 10 से ऊपर पॉइंट निकाल लेता, आराम से भाई, आराम से निकाल लेता। चिकन भी निकाल सकता था, बहुत ये था। लेकिन यार फिर भी यार हेड्स ऑफ यू यार ओजी, मतलब 0 पॉइंट का गेम था वो, 0 पॉइंट आने का था। वहाँ पे तुम लोग 5 पॉइंट निकाले हो भाई, क्या ही निकाले भाई। भाई स्कोर क्या चल रहा है? स्कोर 85 होगा, 85। ओजी टॉप में लीड कर रहा है भाई, टॉप में लीड कर रहा है। इसमें पता नहीं इसमें क्या हुआ, अभी टॉप में है कि टॉप में नहीं है वो पता नहीं, बट ओजी टॉप में लीड कर रहा था भाई। ओजी टॉप में लीड कर रहा था अभी तक। तो इस मैच के बाद देखते हैं क्या है, अभी तक तो पता नहीं चला, देखते हैं। यस, आज पहला मैच ही चिकन डिनर लिया है ओजी ने। पहला मैच चिकन डिनर, सेकंड मैच सेकंड पोजीशन आई गेस, सेकंड या थर्ड पोजीशन, सेकंड पोजीशन, हाँ सेकंड पोजीशन। एंड ये वाला मैच में भी टॉप 4 ला दिया, ये वाला मैच में भी टॉप 4 ला दिया। मतलब तीनों मैच में भाई टॉप 3 तो लाइक टॉप 5 तो ला रहा है। भाई ओजी का ग्राइंड दिख रहा है यार, क्रेजी यार, क्रेजी सही में ओजी का ग्राइंड दिख रहा है। ये नेपाल में जाके जो ग्राइंड किया ना, पूरा ग्राइंड दिख रहा है। यस भाई, क्रेजी यार, क्रेजी। बस मैदान में टिके रहे। भाई मैदान में टिके रहने की बात नहीं, आराम से अगर ओजी देखो, ओजी का 5 पॉइंट निकाल लिया और आई गेस अराउंड 15 पॉइंट्स निकालेंगे तो हो जाएगा। 15 पॉइंट्स निकालेंगे ना तो इजीली वो लोग इजीली भाई टॉप 5 में रह सकते हैं। भाई चांस नहीं है अभी, अभी देखो वो लोग जिस हिसाब से मोमेंटम दिया है ना, चांस नहीं है कि टॉप 5 के नीचे जाएगा करके। अभी देखो 5 मैच लाइक 4 मैचेस बाकी है, 4 के 3 मैचेस बाकी है, 3 मैचेस बाकी है। अभी भी देखते हैं क्या होता है नहीं होता है। एलिमिनेट तो नहीं होगा, एलिमिनेट नहीं होगा। आज लास्ट मैच है क्या ओजी का? हाँ आज ओजी का लास्ट मैच है, कल गॉडलाइक का है। कल मैं तो वॉच पार्टी में रहूंगा, आई गेस मैं लेट करूंगा स्ट्रीम, आई गेस लेट स्टार्ट करूंगा। कल कल आई गेस मैं लेट करूंगा, कल तो जा रहा हूँ ना वॉच पार्टी में। हाँ कल मैं वॉच पार्टी में जा रहा हूँ ना। भाई वॉच पार्टी में कौन कौन आ रहा है वहाँ? क्रिएटर, क्रिएटर्स में मैं क्रिएटर्स में मैं जा रहा हूँ, क्रिएटर्स में मैं जा रहा हूँ वहां पे एज अ क्रिएटर। कोई नहीं भाई, कोई नहीं। कोलकाता में कर सकते थे ना, कोलकाता में एक्चुअली थोड़ा सा इशू हो गया भाई, कोलकाता में लाइक वेन्यू को लेके थोड़ा इशू हो गया, वेन्यू का बात किए थे बट कोलकाता में थोड़ा सा इशू हो गया वेन्यू को लेके, उन लोगों के एंड से ना थोड़ा सा इशू हो गया। इफ कोलकाता में लाइक इशू नहीं होता ना लाइक अपन को, तो ये नहीं होता। कोलकाता में वेन्यू का लेके, वेन्यू में बात हो गया था, वो लोग एग्री भी कर देते, फिर जाके भाई क्या माइंड चेंज होता है, क्या भाई होता है सडनली उनका क्या हुआ भाई, थोड़ा सा ये हुआ बीच में बातचीत में मैनेजमेंट से, तो थोड़ा इसीलिए भाई अभी वेन्यू का इशू हो गया, तो इसलिए कोई क्रिएटर्स नहीं है। और ऊपर से क्या है ना, सारे गॉडलाइक के क्रिएटर्स ना सब अभी है लाइक ईडब्ल्यूसी में गया है, तो मैं कोई अटेंड करने का है नहीं कोलकाता। कोई गॉडल का मेन नहीं है। हाँ है ना भाई, गॉडल का मैनेज वॉरियर्स का मैनेजमेंट से है ना, वॉरियर्स का मैनेजमेंट से है, फिर मैं हूँ और एक सिटी लीड है वहाँ का, लाइक कैंपस लीड है, तो कैंपस लीड को पकड़े हैं, वो कैंपस लीडर रहेगा, मैं रहूंगा और अपना संजय भाई रहेगा वो मैनेजमेंट का। वॉरियर्स का मैनेजमेंट लीड का रहेगा। वो तो मैं भी गया था अपनी सिटी का सीसी बनकर। हाँ भाई वही भाई, अब वहां पे ऑलरेडी मैनेजमेंट का था भाई, सब मैनेज था, सब कुछ था। यहाँ अलग सीन है, यहाँ थोड़ा अलग सीन है, समझ रहे हो। अभी ये क्या है ना, ये थोड़ा सा तुम पकड़ के चलो, छोटा सिटी है, ठीक है। कोलकाता रहता तो वो बड़ा सिटी रहता तो उसमें क्रिएटर्स जा सकते थे, बट अभी छोटा सिटी है तो इसीलिए थोड़ा ये है। ओके समझ गया। वेन्यू ओनर का एटीट्यूड आया होगा। आप भाई वही यार अरे वहां पे क्या है ना, टोटल अपन, मैं वहां पे कितने वेन्यू से बात किया, मैं वहां पे टोटल आई गेस 8 या 10 वेन्यू पे बात किया। संजय भाई ने टोटल कॉलेजेस में वगैरह में सब में बात कर लिया भाई। कॉलेजेस में तो भाई पॉलिटिक्स चल रहा है, ठीक है, वो अलग ही सीन है कॉलेजेस में। अभी भी कॉलेज में ही हो रहा है, वेन्यू कॉलेज ही है, बट ये यहाँ का है तो इधर का हो गया, ठीक है। ये तो भाई अपना कॉलेज है, ठीक है, संजय भाई का तो हो गया, उधर का कॉलेज है तो अपना इधर का मतलब जान पहचान का है भाई, तो हो गया। लेकिन वहां पे वेन्यू पे एक अच्छा वेन्यू मिला था, बाकी सारे जितने भी वेन्यूज मिले थे ना, मैक्सिमम कैपेसिटी थी 50 की, तो अपन को नीड था लाइक अराउंड 100 to 200 का नीड था, तो उसके लिए एक मिला था अपन को, द नॉकआउट्स बोल के बोलूंगा भाई। वो जो भाई एटीट्यूड दिखाया भाई, क्या ही एटीट्यूड दिखाया यार। बोला मेरे मार्केटिंग टीम से बात कर लेना वगैरह वगैरह एंड ऑल, क्या ही बोल। बातचीत करने के बाद भी कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता है तो क्या ही कर सकते हैं भाई। मतलब सामने से जब फेस टू फेस गए, फेस टू फेस लाइक मीटिंग में बात किया, फेस टू फेस सब कुछ किया, तो बोला कि हाँ हम लोग रेडी हैं, सब कुछ है, तैयार है, सब ओके ओके ऑल डन भाई, जैसे पूरे एकदम सेट, ऑल सेट है। लेकिन भाई फिर मतलब तुमको बाद में जाके वो लोग टांग देते हैं ना, तो वो एक अलग चीज होता है भाई, वो एकदम फालतू लगता है यार। बीच में तुमको ऐसा झुला के रख देंगे ना, बीच में तुमको ऐसा ये करके रख दिया ना भाई, क्या ही बोले। एक मिनट गाइस, थोड़ा सा इस मैच में ओजी ने निकाला 5 पॉइंट, नाइस नाइस नाइस। एनटीआर एनटीआर ओजी एनटी। इनको पैसा चाहिए होगा भारी। देखो उनका हमने बात की थी, सब कुछ बात किया था पैसे का, हमने सब कुछ पहले ही क्लैरिफाई कर दिया था कि हमारा ऐसा सीन है। तो उनको क्या है, उनको भाई फिर भी यार मतलब नहीं ये होगा, जमा नहीं होगा, ठीक है। हमने सब कुछ क्लैरिफाई करके ही किया था, ऐसा नहीं कि क्लैरिफाई नहीं किया कुछ। पोस्टपोन करने वालों से तो नफरत है, वही भाई पोस्टपोन कर देता, झुला कर रख देता ना, ना तुमको कुछ रिप्लाई करेंगे, हाँ हाँ बोलेंगे, बट पीठ पीछे कुछ करे, मतलब पीठ पीछे ना ही करेंगे, मतलब ऐसा सीन है। मतलब तुमको मुंह में बोलेंगे हाँ हम तो रेडी हैं, हम तो रेडी हैं, बट कुछ मतलब वो कुछ एक्शन ही नहीं लेंगे ना। तुम क्या ही समझोगे वहां पे, वो कुछ एक्शन ही नहीं लेंगे तुमको करने का।
Now it's been a bit silent, but day 1-7 was just so good for them. It should still be enough for them to remain in that top 5.
One team that we haven't seen being able to be dominant or even currently in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, when we get a chance to end up looking at the overall, is Ulf. Ulf is a team that a lot of us were expecting to go straight from groups to finals because of the performance that they have had this year.
ओजी अभी भी टॉप कर रहा भाई, क्या ही है, लेकिन 40 कंपटीटर हो गया, 40 83 आ चुका है, 2 पॉइंट का ये है। नेक्स्ट 3 मैचेस में आराम से अगर 15 पॉइंट्स निकालेगा ना तो आराम से ले लेगा, टॉप 5 तो है।
regrouped and
क्या
that
ही करना, अब तो
contention and
वेन्यू मिल
just
गया.
took
अरे
what it
एक्चुअली
is
क्या है ना,
opening
गॉडलाइक
lanes
का
from
मेन ये था कि
Forthright to
वो
be able to
चाहिए था
eliminate that,
वेन्यू,
and then they just
वेन्यू
didn't
उनको चाहिए था
have the ability to
कोलकाता में.
maintain that spot.
ठीक है,
And this squad
तो
should be able to do
अपन
that. I mean, at the
जिसमें
end of
कर
the
रहे
day,
हैं
it's about
वहाँ
8
पे
eliminations coming out
गॉडलाइक
of
का
that match,
सपोर्ट है,
something that they
बट फुल्ली
needed,
सपोर्ट
but this
नहीं,
is something
समझ
that they should be doing
क्योंकि
every
उनको
match.
चाहिए था
They
कोलकाता
definitely should be
में.
doing that every match. Now we're looking at the bottom
इधर
three
का
match.
मैं
We got Alula,
सच बताऊं तो
Gaming
मतलब
Stars,
संजय भाई ने बोला कि
Thundertalk Gaming.
अपन मेरे को इधर ही
Thundertalk has been
करवाना,
pretty much non-existent,
ठीक है,
so I'm
उधर
sorry,
हो नहीं रहा था,
Thundertalk fans,
उधर
I'm
ट्राई
just
किया,
gonna
हो
skip
नहीं
it.
रहा था, तो उधर ही
Gaming Stars
कराना
as well.
है, तो
Alula
हो
at
रहा है,
one
नहीं
point
तो नहीं
showed
होता
us
इधर.
that they could maybe even try to push for the top 5. That's not the case right now as they're currently
OG
sitting at the bottom
top.
3.
I gotta say, unfortunately for the side of Alula Club, it's just two
Why,
players
why?
doing
OG
most
top.
of the work for their side. So I need to see presence from the other two players. Hopefully it'll be enough, because right now, 7, it's a 2-point difference between those teams in the bottom 3 and the teams just above them. So Alula, it's not game over, but they need to get these points on board right now. Their non-games literally are 0-pointers. You can't afford to do that at PMWC.
Yeah, you cannot afford to do that kind of stuff at PMWC, especially with 3 matches left. You can either make it to the grand finals, you can make it to survival, or you can end up going home, going into this final 3 match. Oh, what is this?
Oh, well, thank you. What's this?
What's this?
What is? Thank you, James.
I will not throw
Hey,
my
even
card
give us
at
a
you this
thumbs
time.
up. I threw my card.
I've learned my lesson.
Oh,
sir.
wait. This is a PUBG Mobile blind box. There's something inside. Let's open it.
There's a Giga Rare one.
Oh my gosh.
The mysterious, the joyful.
Wait, y'all ready for this?
Is that the clan or can't?
Lace, wait, you ready for this?
I want the pink one.
Max is already going.
Oh my God,
क्या
yeah,
भाई,
I'm
अपन
already
को भी
ripping it.
चाहिए.
Sorry, we're littering right now. Don't worry, we'll pick it up after this.
Oh, there's more packaging.
Oh, I thought I got the special one.
Oh, there's a card in there
There's
too.
Oh, did I just get the one I wanted? Oh, no.
Hey, I got
Wait,
the pink
that's the one.
one.
Is that what we get? Let's open it. I'm
got
just gonna have to put
I think
this down
I
here.
got the pink one. Sorry, spoiler alert.
क्या ही तेरा भाई, अपन को भी चाहिए.
We're clearly not good at opening blind boxes.
If you like ASMR, if you
Clasico
like
right now.
ASMR, here you go.
El Clasico.
Yeah. Boy. Wait, did we get twinsies? Wedding.
Please let me open this. Yes.
क्या मस्त है भाई, क्या
Yes.
मस्त है.
I like this. You know what?
अपन के पास भी एक चीज है भाई, अपन के पास भी
The rest
ऑफिशियल BGMI का
of the
चीज है.
thing, because we're now heading to the final 3 matches of PMWC at EWC 26 Group A. Who's going to be making it? This is awesome.
I'm loving it. Some excellent blind box openings coming there through.
धूल खा लिया भाई,
desk.
धूल जमा था इसके
Having a
ऊपर.
good time. Our teams probably less so because it is
Keep it.
getting sweaty.
Yeah, that's the thing about blind boxes, John. You never really
Chalo,
know
bhai, look,
what
chalo.
you're going to get outside of the predefined list of items. But obviously in PUBG Mobile, kind of similar. You always know what you're aiming for, but you never know if you'll get it. Some teams definitely getting more than others.
Yeah, right now, hot contest on the bottom bubble, and it's going to be a real fight for them to try and join some of the teams maybe in the survival stage, not to mention the top 5 going straight to those grand finals. We're going to be heading over into Erangel for the last time of Group A. As the plane path sends on over, looks like we're coming from North George, cutting down towards
Let's go,
Nova
boys,
way.
let's go.
Towards that military base. We saw that military circle finish in the last match. It did get a little bit messy around the runway. Let's see if we can tidy things up here.
Yeah, see how we're looking and what sort of sauce we're going to be cooking with into our last 3 games of today. And obviously for some teams, John, that's the brutal reality of the situation. It's not just
Point
the
table
last few
dekh lo,
games
guys.
they're playing today. It could be the last few games they played this entire tournament. And obviously for what we've been building up for throughout the season, throughout this year, back-to-back grinding for some opportunities to really arrive in Paris, France here at EWC 26, John. If it's taken away from you in the space of 12 games, it's going to be such a gut-wrenching feeling.
Well, that's going to happen. It is going to happen necessarily to at least 12 players.
Yeah.
वो वैसे एक like shocking ये है, पता है? एक crazy news पता चला.
It's, you know,
इसमें
bubble right now, 33 points
Streamer
to
of the year
35.
eSports
They
world
need to jump up a little bit
ये जो
further.
eSports world
It's
का
a little
बोल
bit
रहा हूँ.
further
अरे
to go for the teams beneath
Streamer
as
of the
well,
year जो होता है ना
but it is
eSports
still
awards का,
all to play for as
जो
we enter
जहाँ
the
पे
back half of
like
the day.
ISO speed जीतता है, mostly ISO speed ही
Military
जीतता है.
base looks like we've got 3 teams dropping out. Goats
तो उसमें
will be
Indian
heading on through.
ओनली इंडियन सिलेक्ट हुआ है अपना स्नैक्स भाव. अपना स्नैक्स भाव ओनली इंडियन सिलेक्ट हुआ है.
Shift on that as well. God, we've had some kind of rough circles so far. John, I don't know if you
ये
agree,
40
mate.
तो
पाकिस्तान
की
की
टीम है ना. हाँ,
this is one that I imagine for GOAT team you're probably going to look up and go.
स्नैक्स है उसमें. हाँ. उसमें सिलेक्ट हुआ है, स्नैक्स हुआ है. ओनली इंडियन. उसमें आइसो स्पीड एंड काय वगैरह सब ये सब है. उसमें सिलेक्ट हुआ है ओनली इंडियन. भाई क्रेजी यार, क्रेजी न्यूज़ पता चला है. इंडिया फाड़ रहा है यार.
Doesn't quite connect on the first one. Reload, leaning out the window, 3 players in the car, trying to chase them.
मैं ऑलरेडी वोट कर दिया स्नैक्स को. लेट्स गो.
Wiley to it.
यस यार, टीम इंडिया के लिए कुछ
looking
भी
for the
है.
lineup. Full gangster level plays as he leans at the back seat with the boys tracking nicely. That's going to be the bonnet over the top of Reverb to get their first elim hard hammered in. So not ideal for Reject, John. You've dropped into a field and you've been mowed over by a vehicle.
Far from it. Yeah, absolutely. Do want to be keeping all your players alive right until the very end, Jackie. That is a top tip for PUBG Mobile. But they are going to be playing.
देखो मैं रियलिटी बताऊंगा. मेरे ओपिनियन से स्पीड जीतेगा.
Especially given
स्पीड जीत जाएगा.
Who's already dropped up towards this north side, right? With 4 players, they have such a
स्नैक्स का वॉच पार्टी के टाइम पे 200k 100k व्यूज चलता है. स्पीड नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम पे 100k व्यूज लाता है. लाइक जॉनी जब नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम करता है ना तो उसके 100k व्यूज आते हैं, टॉप आते हैं, फिर कम हो जाते हैं. 100 के व्यूज मतलब पीक 100 के जाता है.
Yeah, maybe another year.
ISO speed का average 80 के 90 के जाता है.
Right now, I do like the point that you
ये
established
difference
the
है.
idea that for a
तो
team
ISO
that was
speed
thankfully gifted
वो
a
अलग
position
लेवल
that
पे
was far
बनता है.
closer towards
उस
zone,
पे
you
बात
could
नहीं
quicker
करते.
rotate to actually get
But
yourself set up.
स्नैक्स के लिए तो
Safe
प्राउड
ground,
हूँ.
get yourself truly looted rather than just with scraps
स्नैक्स
when
पाव के लिए
things kick off and you're forced to run into a team on rotate. Well, that would be a lot easier if you had all 4 players. Even
वो
one
है,
at a
वो है.
pivotal point like this makes it far harder to actively fight. And Reject, I mean, not, you know, being rude, John, they need the extra level right now. You need the full squad. 3 players,
लास्ट ईयर
this
एंगल.
is going to be a bumpy
इसके बाद
ride.
मिरामार होगा. आई गेस ब्रेक होगा. एक छोटा लाइक 15 या 20 minutes का break होगा.
Team Flash very happy to be able to add another point to their tally, try and solidify themselves in towards the top 5. Because of how the playing path was sat, it did exacerbate those vehicle drops, which is why you see that sort of conflict. And then trying to break out to the east, you kind of are going to expect it on a situation like that where you start all the way out on that northwest side. So, yeah, brilliant stuff for Team Flash to be able to hunt that one down. I just hope they didn't waste too much time. It was pretty.
भाई लोग फटाफट जाके लाइक करो यार, लाइक करो सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट लाइक करो. जो चैनल पे नए हो एक बार भाई लोग जाके सब्सक्राइब करो यार, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट लाइक करो गाइस.
Send 2 out. And see how far you can
Only
go.
2 दिन हुआ है. कल ट्राई करूंगा. कल ट्राई करूंगा
This has
जरूर.
been, well, you know, you're relatively working for them. It's been something they've adopted far more with a 2-2 split, being a bit more proactive. We've seen that over the course of the flow of games today as well. Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with this setup. It's TTG just nearby, Ulf and then Flash in the middle as well. And of a squad that's there though, John, OG. Been looking a lot more
KRX
exciting
Korean
as the
है
event's gone on. A lot of fanfare behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have really picked things up today.
Yeah, Japanese
taking
team, man.
that top spot right now.
Japanese team, I guess.
Just about pipping 4th Thrive to the post for the time being, but there is still time to change that. Of course, again, very closely for position. But for both of these 2 teams, it's about that top 5. It's brilliant that you have that sort of step up for Orangutan, for 4th Thrives. They have really been putting that pressure on towards the top of the
अभी
tables, and it's been
10
great
पॉइंट
to
ऑल
see.
आएगा ना तो कंफर्म क्वालीफाई करेगा ही करेगा. ठीक है, 10 पॉइंट ऑल आएगा तो कंफर्म है क्वालीफाई करना.
They're looking like they really have it figured out. In
Same,
a lot
same,
of
same, buddy,
situations, I think it's safe to say. Quick refuel there for 4th Rise as I forget some target practice in. Getting ready for it. And I'm assuming, yeah, I'm just going to top that
आज
one
तो
up
भाई
right
दिल
to
लप
the
लप
tip
लप
top,
कर दिया
and off
भाई.
he goes.
दिल
Falak
खुश
on
हो
the
गया यार.
road again. Falak was kind of crazy with it at the end of that last match.
OG का देख के भाई खुश
forwards, over towards, I think it was Nick McGalaxy to try sweep through.
मैं कभी PUBG के tournaments नहीं देखता इसी साल में BMPS and PMWC देख रहा हूँ
really quite nutty.
मजेदार लगता है भाई मजेदार लगता है
Unfortunate that Coops did
हर एक गेम का ही है
why people talk about Falak the way they do from the play in the end there. I would say
HOK का भी हो रहा था ना HOK तो हो रहा था
That's fair enough, man. I think
Scout शायद से था वहाँ पे
right? And if you can rep yourself in those moments, we've seen when he does need to sort of realistically understand it's time to play a bit slower, be a bit more defensive, he can hit that switch. But he's so damn slick with it in firefights that, honestly, I'm pretty excited seeing him giving it. He started off day one with an absolute fanfare of performance, and that's not gone anywhere. Chance they might run into some uncomfortable water, though. You got this ramp over the bridge from Aurora, KRX just up ahead.
India का मैंने देखा नहीं HOK का वैसे HOK का इंडिया का कैसी हाँ स्काउट पेरिस में है आ जाएगा वापस आ जाएगा रिसेंटली ये स्टार्ट हो रहा है ना
where they could go. Okay, no, they are on the road now, so they have finally looked to leave Pachinki. As we hop over on board with
BGMA start हो रहा है ना Battleground Master Series start हो रहा है
trying to find a way
वापस आ जाएगा
maybe have a chance to cross the river later on. It looks like Orangutan are further ahead in that pursuit though, and that's going to make things difficult. Will cause a bit of a roadblock there. And instead they post up
India में HOK MOBA culture को और grow करना पड़ेगा.
You're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right now because it's so much more mobile. Teams out there are going to have the opportunity to send all the way north nice and quickly or drop down south if it comes to it. But the teams around the river, they're going to be blocking each other. It's going to be a lot harder to move. It's very, very difficult to try and make that rotation. But sometimes that's just where you have to find yourself. That's just where you are going to end up going. But yeah, I'm looking at the teams on the east and thinking they're going to have a better time of it in towards stage 2.
भाई last year कहाँ यार मतलब PMWC में last year qualify नहीं कर पाया था यार.
We did see a little bit of a read there from Geek as well. It's Ragnarok
मतलब last year
kind of
final
steer
तक
this
मतलब
team
क्या
in
ही
situations where
मतलब
they want
एकदम
to
bottom था भाई
He's always keen for a
bottom में
fight.
खेल रहे थे.
Took some warning shots over towards OG.
इस बार तो भाई अलग ही है.
Invest much into it, but info goes both
बहुत
ways.
पीछे है MOBA culture इंडिया में हाँ वही यार बहुत
They'll
पीछे है.
avoid that encounter. This is going to get spicy soon, though, John. A lot of space that's going to be taken away. Tons of squads getting neck and neck towards each other, and that's the crunch that comes in.
Yeah, keeps Yasnaya on the north side of this circle.
लेकिन कुछ भी बोलो यार, अरोरा लेकिन top 5 maintain किया है देखो. अरोरा top 5 पे बैठा हुआ है भाई.
Do they try and force their way across the bridge? There's potential for them
Indian
to get a
eSports
good start,
धीरे-धीरे.
but
Yes, rise तो हो रहा है,
it's going to get less and less likely that they can make it unscathed. However, they have managed to send forward.
इस मैच के बाद शायद से ब्रेक होगा. If break होता है अपन थोड़ा break
They might
लेंगे.
just saddle themselves with a really quite brilliant compound on the west side of those Yas
अरे भाई ये लिया क्या?
Very, very central.
तुमने device लिया क्या? तुम्हारा शायद
backswing
मैंने
if they
reel
do
देखा
need to
था.
end up going to the north side in
Reel
a
नहीं story
crazy
देखा था.
circle shift.
तो अच्छा था.
10 points for that one as
device
well.
लिया क्या? नया.
Lovely work there, John. He's probably damaged the vehicle a little bit in terms of resale value, but hey ho, for what it was a nice rotate right up the ramp.
वैसे कल का vlog आएगा वैसे.
Any resale value drop, so we'll see if they can leverage that position over on the east side.
कोई भी game हो और अपनी position maintain
Yeah, style points definitely super important here.
It's pretty
Aurora अपनी
brand for
position
full
maintain कर
frames
लेती
as well,
है.
isn't
हाँ
it?
भाई
Style
अरोरा तो
from
यार
what we've
crazy ये कर
seen.
रहा है.
And I wouldn't
अभी
be
नहीं लिया
surprised to get a
device.
bit more of that. Right now they're looking over just towards the ridgeline. Got a bit of a read on TTG, but once
मम्मी
again,
का
you don't want to throw the
phone
first domino and have
event
it blow
में.
up in your
Okay,
face. But Flash,
Don't know what sort of dominoes you're playing.
they're really big ones, but they're full of those. You know the things you used to buy from the penny shop. You throw them down, they blow up. It's like that.
Yeah.
एक second, boys.
Bangers, John. Bangers.
Absolute bangers. Let's see if we've got a banger of fight on our hands here between Team Flash and Gaming Stars. Win pulling the pin. It looks like the opener has gone well, but Bozy has already fallen as well. So it is not looking super healthy. You've got KRX also poking their noses in from the south side of this fight, Jackie, which is going to potentially force it into an uncomfortable scenario. Well, more uncomfortable than it already is, to try and find themselves locked horns now. Gaming Stars trying to rebuff Team Flash. Yeah, KRX is going to continue to just slyly creep around the wing to this.
Now on the periphery, keeping their eyes open. Swash going in. Ooh, trying to swing the broadsword.
मेरी pick front post में है.
One quick flash back. Rolex with a heavy artillery doing damage as well. So trading blows right now, but this is looking like a pretty good recovery for Flash, John.
Yeah, it looks that way indeed as Gaming Stars go down and Flash hold their nerve in the fight. Some really cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building, not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting when you see a little bush Wookiee coming around the corner, taking those shots at you. In the meantime, we saw a player earlier drop from X-Force Rejects. It looks like they may not find too much more luck out in the open as they rotate towards the Wizard Tower here. This is very, very central in those Yaz fields. It is completely isolated, and Saf G has nades for days. He's got one more, and he puts them to bed.
Man, that's clean. Straight on target, lines it up, knocks them down. 10 points for that one. As he'll be walking away with his head held high if this was basketball. Right now it's PUBG Mobile though, and they're living their movie. Two elims chimed in. They did lose easy for Bad Boy, so it's a 3-man squad from this point forward.
See what they can get done with that. I was keeping track of the Enigma Galaxy rotate that we saw, the wide split. The forward duo actually rotated back around the side and re-injected from that south edge. And now Enigma Galaxy sit on the south side of this one. Should potentially have a pretty good position into the circle, but Four Thrives moving in from the east side could make that difficult. This is an interesting rotate coming through from AGAL, right? They are actually going over the north side of the Yaz Lake, followed by Alula. It looks like that Roshok Bridge is going to be available for them. But are they going even further west? Okay, fair enough. If they don't have the scouting information, you might expect that Roshok Bridge could be sat underneath.
Yeah, I suppose the paralysis by analysis on that one, overthinking it just in case. We'll see if they take a bit of time for a slightly longer rotate on it. Right now, more of a scouting party mission to read things. Alula going to double back.
Guys, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जाके लाइक कर दो यार. सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट लाइक करो guys. जो भी चैनल पे ना एक बार जाके सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार.
Very slow rotate we've had from GOAT as well. This is more classic GOAT, John. They love just
कल का ब्लॉग जो बनाऊंगा डालूंगा मैं 2 दिन में डालूंगा 2 दिन के अंदर डालूंगा.
Is something where Killer Joe loves to stick his face into
EWC
the
का जो
mix.
ब्लॉग होगा क्योंकि भाई मेरे पास बहुत सारे कंटेंट रहेंगे एडिट करने
के.
And the flash as well comes on through. On the broadside.
ये लीडर बोर्ड में टॉप 5 के नीचे लाइन क्यों है?
Will go down, not quite getting the flush, but he's very, very low. Immediately IQ swings on wide. The spray down needs to come through, but the rest of Flash not quite in position. It was a cheeky pick, but I think they're going to be able to get Falak back to his feet. Zeus moves into an off angle though, and that could be the high ground they're looking for with Goat in the wings. 2. There is danger on every front. Falak will be back though, and he will look to get some healing done. Four Thrives look to maintain position on the east side.
Yeah, I want to see if they can really dig their heels in and hold on to this. Top's attempted to get a large dash on the nade, but not enough distance to hit that one. And on the double back, he's spotted out. Easy connections from Hooksy and Tree. That's going to be him left. Banged out in the field, John, as KRX clean up on that free elim.
No possibility of recovery there. Playing a player down now as well.
अरे ये टॉप ऊपर 5 के नीचे जो लीडर बोर्ड में लाइन है मतलब वो लोग ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं फाइनल्स के लिए. और देखो यहाँ पे 14 के ऊपर लाइन है, मतलब 13 के नीचे लाइन है. ये जो 13 के नीचे लाइन है ये लोग एलिमिनेट होंगे डायरेक्टली. बॉटम 3 एलिमिनेट, टॉप 5 क्वालिफाई. ये सीन है.
With this next circle shift coming on
ठीक है, क्वालिफाई करेंगे टॉप 5 डायरेक्टली. और ग्रुप बी से भी हो रहा है. कोई भाई मेरे को बोल रहा था यार भाई दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन होगा फिर जाके होगा भाई.
As have Four Thrives, Geekay as well, holding down that area, could potentially be on to a winner. But Thundertalk, slap bang in the middle, might just have what they needed because X-Force Rejects, they're down and out already. We'll see if
black color की लाइन दिखेगा.
Pot shots being taken towards RRQ as well, with Alula finally making their push down. We had that split from either side of the squads of AGAL. And Alula being thrown into the blender. RRQ attempting to get the shots on target. Fury, a third party, as Chief starts to strike. And they might be able to clean up onto this as well. Force the issue back onto Alula, following the damage they've taken from that investment, John.
Trying to recoup some losses. See if they can consolidate, re-engage a little bit stronger. That north side does need to conclude fast though, because the circle has just started closing. AGAL on the west edge, that slow west side swipe is going to work out well for them in terms of staying alive, but the west insert may be a little bit more tricky. Ooh. On board with Furia as they take a tumble, but it's 1-for-1.
R3B, what can he do here? Closing the gap with the shotty quick switch to the primary as well.
पता है ओजी का भी बहुत मस्त पोजीशन है. अभी ये जो टीम्स है ना यहाँ पे तुम पकड़ के ये फ्यूरिया पकड़ के चलो, जो भी टीम से है, ये पेट्रोल पंप के पास, ये लोग अभी आएगा जोन में और अपने को जाने का वहां पे मौका मिल गया अच्छा खासा.
And they say hello to the top 13 with that as well. The 7 eliminations.
यहाँ लीडर बोर्ड पर भी इंडिया एंड पाकिस्तान चल रहा है टॉप 2 में. वो तो है यार.
Takes until double digits apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to qualification. And that's what they're looking for. As far as they can go in this match, they will start to put a buffer between them and the 2 teams beneath them who have already been eliminated from this match, which is brilliant news for them. And they might be chasing down Geeky and
is a very tough competition
off this match.
Exactly, see how far you can force this one. Do not leave fate in the hands of the other squads that are nearby you, vying for survival within today's games here at PMWC. Give it your absolute all. And write history for yourself. We've got the POV of Force right now. There was that 2 split players at the further backside from Foops and Moxie that were watching the rear. They're going to move up onto him safely in the compound. AGAL not too far out either. But all look quieter from 4-5, sitting pretty for some time. Alula, meanwhile, has been forced to fight. And it seems like, again, they are willing to do so. Brief opportunity to loot. Yasser further back, vehicle taking some shots.
Do need to get a healing done nice and quickly. It's just not going to be quite enough. The play zone takes him down. Some tags coming on through. And he will fall. Unfortunate there to lose one. But yeah, for Alula, this may be as far as they can go. I was hopeful that they could find something maybe against Ulf pushing in nice and quickly from that north side. But yeah, the doors are starting to close. The windows too, locked and bolted. They're going to have to smash something if they want to break their way through. Falak now in contest again, peeking over the ridgeline as KRX may have their attention diverted down to the south side.
Oh, they're so low, though, from the sustained damage they're taking from outside of the blue and the pot shots, even with R3B getting that tag into the back of KRX. They don't have the gap closed to get in their face and convert from it. It's just one man left, effectively. R3B tries to get anything more here. At least make it a dire game for KRX. That was the closing play.
He does manage to get the knock onto Hoxie and Binny. Hang on a minute. Is he just... He's taken quite a chunk out of the team there. KRX going to have to try and recoup something out of it because they do only have 3 players now playing into the match. The circle's going to push them away from their position. Ulf on the north side is a major roadblock for them as well. This 2-1-1 split that Ulf are holding right now, it feels a little bit greedy, but with Eren on the oversight, they know those knocks have come out to the east side. With Kalsi on that west side, they're trying to guard out Orangutan. I think the Kalsi will be the first to move if it comes to it, but Eren also needs to jet on in. Once they consolidate in their position, they're going to have a pretty good time on the north edge.
GK getting backstabbed as well from Aurora. Good shots there to be able to split the squad into only 2 effective players remaining alive. AGAL hunkered themselves down towards the ditch after taking a few shots on target from Nigma. Ooh, backstab though as Joel gets eyes on Ralph. This could be interesting, John.
You've also got Goat Team out in the southwest of this to potentially play spoilers in Nigma Galaxy if they get too embroiled to the north side. Ralph also does need someone to move out and pick him up. The rest of the team are further out to the northwest, and it might just be too far for them to go. Giving up on their compound, that's a really tricky decision to make, and Aurora and Goat are going to fight for the opportunity to take down the rest of Nigma Galaxy.
Hope for the best.
The nade protocols have been good so
आरू
far.
का जजमेंट सही है. बहुत अच्छा आरू का जजमेंट है.
Good splash damage into the back. Force fighting from a distance. Moxie so low as Foops gets knocked. Force living on a prayer there, but the double nade is enough to stop it. Only really Moxie that remains alive, but the nades don't stop, John.
Oh dear, that old Goat does need to try and stay alive as long as possible, but the bombardment continues, and Aurora stay alive with all 4 of their players. They're going to swing up towards the north side because Reefus is engaged now with GK over the top of the ridge. Doc wants to get stuck in too. Maybe a little bit more reticent now, though, as Reefus does have the challenge. Steps forward, Safji wins it.
FL तो उड़ गया already.
The rest of Aurora, they weren't there either, and Reefus will be the price that they pay. But is there an answer? Is there retribution? Joel looks to try and find one. But Geek managed to get back behind the headland. An aid on in. Let's see if it's good. It splits the difference. Takes down one more. And Safji now fighting for his life.
Anything but safe in the position he's left in. Trying to clamber over the top of the bonnet. Low on health, about a quarter of his HP remaining. Shots on target as well to keep things uncomfortable. No moment of respite. No opportunity to catch your breath. GK gone. Silenced on this one from Aurora. But other sharks are in the water, John, and they smell that blood.
Airing out in the open, not gonna matter though, because they've got backup. Doc takes a tumble.
वाले ना
The knock
आने नहीं
sent
दिया
over
रे
their way. KRX are trying to scout out. Could
आने नहीं
maybe
दिया
be
guys
dangerous
वाले
for Ulf as they don't have their wits about them, but I'm hoping that they do right now. They will try and maintain that control over the northern side. Thunder Talk Gaming have just been so quiet
क्या करे
over
भाई
the course of this whole match, Jackie. They've been in this position for a long, long time. They
But
can
ठीक
stay
है
there
यार
for a little bit
अभी भी मेरा मार
but
के
I
2 मैचेस है
imagine you're going to have Aurora
अपने पे
and
10
Ulf
पॉइंट
on your
निकाल सकते हो
doorstep
मेरा
pretty
मार से
soon.
And that's not a collective that you want at your front door.
हाँ
It's gonna
40
get
एंड
messy
और
pretty
को
quickly. Top
चांस
with the
मिला
eyes locked
कमबैक
on
का
as well for the exit side towards off. TTG just trying to keep their tails tucked between their legs, sitting pretty.
ठीक है भाई ठीक है हर मैच में
an
थोड़ी ना अच्छा हो
opportunity that's
सकता है
given
ठीक
to
है
them.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं
KRX that suffered heavy damage from that backstab. Halula making it uncomfortable did result in the downfall of Binny. So only a triple threat left. Vehicles for the rotate, but smoke coming out the bonnet.
उनके पास कोई चांस नहीं था दूसरा वो उनको वहां पे फाइट लेना ही था उल्फ से भिड़ना ही था लेकिन उल्फ वाले क्या किया ना वो लोग वहां पे सेटल हो गए ना और आने ही नहीं दिया
timing though, because Fourth Drives and Ulf are both going to have to move. The question is, where do they target? And if you can find a cheeky little insert into the back of a third-party fight, something like that, KRX might have a better time of it. But
iPhone मिलेगा 20K में क्या लगता है
with clearing out that backstop because they haven't taken that move just yet. KRX might just be walking straight into the fight. They want to try and take it down, Jackie.
iPhone 13
They want to get stuck into this one, battling down the ditch, but let's see if they can withstand the
20K में
blows from Ulf. Scarface lines up one, Cows buckles to Oxy. There's a reply from Falak as well from range onto QXX, so he's able to
second hand
some points amongst the interaction between these two squads. Panic stations now for Ulf. They've got to play medic, John.
Second hand मिल सकता है
their eyes are lighting up.
Fourth Drives are already setting out. They are on the hunt. Hazaifa and IQ following this one down to the bitter end. There's only remnants of these two teams on the north side.
मैं recommend नहीं करूँगा भाई second hand लो करके second hand भाई
all too happy to take those
टिकेगा नहीं भाई
push OG off
कैशी
the
भाई
top
से ले
spot as
सकते हो
well,
वैसे
and they are back in first place.
कैशी भाई से ले
They
सकते
got 4 players alive, playing from outside the circle. They'll need to find a route in.
Living the dream right now. Further damage done. Meanwhile, we switch over to the POV
of
Aurora. Nice nades on target. Satan takes the brunt of the damage.
कैमरा बोलो गेमिंग बोलो भाई
Ulf still attempting to fight versus 4 Thrives, but they're silenced as they cut their way through them. Lord battles back on the top, up close. Ralph can't withstand the fight from Joel. Good play. And he's got space to be able to calm this one down, John. Tuck into the limited cover. AGAL from the sideline, though.
Oh, getting stuck in. Sure, why not?
Yol निकलेगा शायद
Just Yol remains. Doc is a goner. There is no way that he's going to get that player back up. Surely not. Has to try and play on this high ground. The zone will keep him in if he moves forwards to some of these trees, but going to stim up first, allow the blue zone to creep in. Doc, yeah, he's not coming back. That's going to be confirmed now. As AGAL will take that point. Coops, the solo for Enigma Galaxy, who ruined the day for Fourth Drives last time around. Let's see if he's going to do the same thing here, but they are on opposite sides of the circle. Might be a little bit harder. Hazaifa, though, wants to try and get all over this circle. It's not going to go well, though, as they do take a tumble. Falak's down too.
Camera bolo, gaming bolo, सही है भाई.
Now 2 players removed. It's all on IQ. Brains of the operation as he sprints through the smokes, looking to get a lineup onto them. Shotgun special, but not enough to deliver the payload, John. AGAL withstand the fight, shut down 4 Thrives, and can they reset from this? No one in immediate vicinity to attack onto them. They might be able to reset cleanly. TTG advancing up onto Joel as well.
Aurora top 4
They finally found a second elimination. They can leave here. They are the only team with 4 players alive. The pickups coming through on the east side is going to potentially give them a threat here, but this flex out needs to go well. It's only against 1 player, but that 1 player is Joel. So we'll see if he's got anything left to attack. They disengaged from it. Interesting. Prioritizing staying in the zone, I guess.
Yeah, for TTG as well, right? It feels like you're in such a risky position in terms of the overall standings. You've got to get out there and give us a little bit more of that confidence, but still trying to grind this one out all the way to the bitter end. Keep themselves in the contest of a fair 4-on-4 firefight, I suppose. Thinking about AGAL as more their big competition than risking it versus Joel.
I mean, that high ground would have been great to try and suppress the rotation from AGAL for them. I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. you're right, it could have been dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger. And that's just not what's happening. AGAL making the cross against the duo from NigmaGalaxy, and that's how you want to hold. A nice little opening spray down, but two players unload right next to the compound. A third on the flip side as well. Maple looking to burn Lord out of position. Coops is half HP as well. Immediately catches him on the egress, and now Coops is looking for more, but what has he got left? Lord is down, and now Coops is the next to follow.
Really cleanly played there from Maple. Nice setup.
Ziol अभी तक होल्ड कर रहा है, Ziol होल्ड कर रहा है वैसे, top 3 पहुंच गया। क्या और जाएगा वो तो कंफर्म था भाई, ओपन में वो कितना देर तक ही होल्ड कर सकता है, लेकिन भाई फिर भी यार उसने टॉप 3 तक लाया अपना टीम। अच्छा यार, अच्छा खेला।
Already got a bit of his power rising off the back of the knock on the Joel. What more can he do here? Nades chucked out for defensive maneuvers. They're committing to get this res off, and there's no aggression to punish with the advantage.
The nades not quite connecting for Thunder Talk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy, but look at this flex out on the east side. Sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of this circle. Not as much pressure as they might need. They do know the full lay of this fight, though. They know where all of these players are for AGAL, so the full information is there.
क्या लग रहा है guys? कौन लेगा?
Coming through with Jimmy's angle there on the high ground. They might just be able to do something here. But 5 eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these two potential winning candidates.
Scary as well, man, looking at the setup on the angle. It felt like that was your one opportunity, at least, where you had an advantage in the engagement. Now, as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEZ on the top side, just scanning over the periphery of the building. They've got nades to play with as well, so if you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bumpy ride through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. A few Molotovs into the field.
AGL.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more for later on when you get closer, when you get forced into known nade range. Much more tricky to hit it around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL.
अब zone को भी depend करता है भाई, zone जिधर shift करेगा उधर होगा.
They're going to look to try and levy that later on. Liu getting rezzed up there was a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost
25 seconds में पता चल जाएगा.
It's covering off so much ground and limits Thunder Talk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thunder Talk.
On the other side of the coin, it's a play that could pay dividends for AGAL. This is the worrying duo setup as well. Zone crunching in. We'll see if Maple's forced to advance over the hard cover towards the fence just as it stops on the mark. XEZ still looking on the top side for the peek up. Sitting on the door. That's the nades in as well, and you're starting to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. It looks very uncomfortable from TTG. And the double nade on target. Flower and Maple blowing away too. Suddenly you were at panic stations.
Down they go.
क्या बदुआ दिया भाई?
What more have they got? It's all up to Sing for Thunder Talk, but he does find an answer for one. Let's see if he's got any more. 1 versus 4 would be necessary. He's going to start out well, but it's not going to go his way. Thunder Talk cower on the northwest
TTG को
side.
क्या
They
बदुआ
just
दिया?
are too timorous to take that one down, and instead AGAL take the top spot. 19 points, 9 eliminations. A nice close down for them.
A big result in the final fight, and it felt problematic. TTG paying for placements for so long, hoping that it would pay off, but that one moment, John, where it felt like you had a chance to commit to it. It was the biggest opener they found in the space of that 5-minute final game sequence. Didn't commit to it, comes back to haunt them.
Absolutely. I mean, not committing to trying taking down Zhol's position out on that west side.
भाई TT के पास था यार.
I think that they could have done a lot more there to use that high ground. They would have been able to spot the AGL run up towards the NigmaGalaxy duo.
AGL के पास था नहीं भाई.
Maybe even flush
इनके पास पूरा ये था कि जीतेगा करके.
Towards the east side, they had such a massive opportunity to do that with Sighting moving into that area earlier on. it felt
क्या
like they kind of
decision
threw that
making
one
में
all the way,
confuse हो
to
गया
be
भाई.
honest, Jackie. And when you're at the bottom of the tables, you need to be throwing caution to the
उनके पास
winds,
इतना
not
space था,
throwing it
इतना
into
area
the
था
bin.
ना, वो लोग
Yeah,
आराम से ले
it's
सकता
brutal,
था.
man, because obviously that's the thing, you know, it's
सब
everything
कुछ
to
का
gain,
support
nothing to
था.
lose in those kind of moments with how close we are towards the end of the day too, being down towards the bottom side of the
ये लोगों ने
standings.
miscommunication किया बहुत.
An
ये एक
opportunity
बोल रहा है कि
presented
जाना है,
itself,
एक बोल रहा है नहीं
but
जाना है,
paralysis
मतलब गाड़ी में
of
बैठ
just
रहा है, बैठ
overthinking the
उतर रहा है, क्या ही
situation
भाई.
twice towards the mid game, and then like you say with the late game as well. Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the difference maker, man. You know, hindsight's 2020.
भाई कितना टाइम वेस्ट किया गाड़ी में उठना बैठना करके, कितना टाइम वेस्ट किया.
Absolutely, or at least contact at the very least. Because they need to be seeing clearly. Some shifts coming through towards the bottom of the tables as well. Some players, some teams rather, jumping up
PTG का
to
शायद
try and get into the survival
king lineup
stages.
छोड़ दिया ना,
Couple
इसका
of our
effect
teams
है, I
towards the
guess.
top as well, making
उसका
a
ही
bid
effect है.
to confirm themselves, to lock down one of those 5 direct grand finals qualification spots. So really
कार पर
interesting.
दो
Moving
names
out of
आए
Arendelle now, we're going to be
and
moving
car
over
blast
to
हुई.
Miramar.
Nates आए ना.
I'm very excited to see what our teams are going to bring to the table on this one. The desert is going to be more rotation.
भाई पहले ही सिचुएशन हैंडल करना था ना, पहले ही गाड़ी में उठना बैठना करना ही नहीं था. उनके पास अच्छा ये था, वो लोग लेफ्ट साइड को जाके ना मार सकते थे उनको इजीली. ये देखो गाड़ी में बैठ रहे उठ रहे करके.
Replays from the final moments on that one as well. Of course, Thunder Talks, like we said, he had one opportunity on the engagement, though. It was a nice knock from AGAL, and then they just ran through with it, John. The nade opener absolutely crippled them.
我头顶一个和右手一个，可以控，我能过来，不要扫倒，最后一个，我也扫倒了，重新追一个，不用急，他没去，他是去，过掉了，
चांस थी टीटीजी पर. हाँ वही यार, चांस थी. इन्होंने मैच थ्रो किया यार, इन्होंने मैच थ्रो कर दिया.
Yeah. Seemed happy, seemed confident with how they played it overall. Good shutdown towards the end. I like the position as well, where we had that 2-2 setup. XEZ basically just on the top side, looking over the ledge of the hut. The way you had Liu as well further out, like you mentioned, just giving them so much more map control that really did give them that extra edge.
Yeah, well, that is what you need to try and find. I mean, how many nades were in the pockets, do you reckon? For TT, right, when they went down? It felt like they could have used that utility a little bit earlier on. Sure, it's not like the perfect place, but I don't think such a thing really exists.
यहाँ पे ये लोग बोल रहे हैं ओलाला भाई चाइनीज में बोल रहा है, मतलब पुश करो भाई, पुश करो. ओजी ओलाला बद्दुआ लगती है तो ऐसा. भाई क्या लगा है यार, टीटीजी क्या ही थ्रो किया भाई. क्या थ्रो किया भाई. ओलाला कसम से भाई, कसम से क्या ही थ्रो किया भाई. ब्रेक नहीं है क्या? भाई उनका थोड़ा पैनिक सिचुएशन हो गया. थोड़ा सा सिचुएशन सही रखना था, उनको हो जाता. सिचुएशन सही रखना था उनको, पैनिक वगैरह नहीं होना था उतना. एजेल के 2 प्लेयर्स जोन के कॉर्नर में फंसे हुए थे, फिर भी वो निकल गए आए वहां से। हाँ, इन लोगों ने थोड़ा सा ये किया है, चोक किया है। थोड़ा सा चोक किया गाइस, थोड़ा सा चोक किया। बट एटीजे के पास जोन था, वो भी वही बैठे रहे। वो तो है। चलो गाइज आता हूं मैं। हाँ 5 to 10 मिनट्स में आता हूँ गाइज। एक बार एक छोटा सा वॉशरूम ब्रेक लेके आता हूँ, थोड़ा सा रुकता हूँ। अभी टाइम है आई गेस टाइम है। मैं देखता रहूंगा, इफ होता है कुछ अपडेट आता है मैं तुरंत आ जाऊंगा। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा फ्रेश होके आता हूँ, फ्रेशन अप होके, क्योंकि बहुत देर से बैठा हूँ भाई, काफी टाइम से बैठा हूँ लिटरली। तो थोड़ा सा फ्रेशन अप होके आता हूँ, मिलता हूँ, आता हूँ गाइस। ऑन रहेगा, देखते रहो, एंजॉय करते रहो। आता हूँ, एंजॉय करते रहो, ओपन है सब कुछ, देखते रहो। अबे ये क्यों अब किया? चलो मिलता हूँ, आता हूँ।
المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية، قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا، كانت سرعتكم كويسة، لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم اقصائكم بالزون. فايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم اقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل ار كيو، بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم، بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع انفو ندخل على الزون. رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضغط علينا، رحنا بوجهنا لقينا تيم، رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا، ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا بالسيارات.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was always another squad waiting for us. So yeah, the fighting did benefit us, but it was a little bit late towards the end. So yeah, it became just too difficult for us to actually find a place that was open and wasn't occupied.
Yeah, I mean, going into these final 2 games now, it's kind of crunch time, isn't it? You're in that bubble of potentially going into the bottom 3. You're currently out of it. Are you going to be able to stay out of that bottom 3 spot? And how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling positive for these next 2 games?
هلا بقى عندكم اخر مباراتين، اخر فرصتين عشان تقدروا تتاهلوا وتكونوا موجودين ضمن حاجز التاهل للسرفايفل ستيج. فاحكي لنا على كيف احساس الفريق، كيف شعورهم، وهل جاهزين وهل عندهم الامكانيه انهم يضلهم متواجدين ومتاهلين للمرحله الجايه من البطوله؟
شعورنا دائما انه نحو الافضل، انه ايجابيه وما عندنا اي سلبيه، انه احنا نقدر راح نتاهل، بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها، وها هي ما يعني متاهلين. الثقة موجودة، الحماس موجود، كل شيء موجود.
I want to say as long as we are in the right mentality and we have the right state, we're in the right state of mind, we can accomplish what we want to, and hopefully within these last 2 games, like I said before, we'll get into the flow of it, and we believe that we have the ability to qualify, and we'll prove it in the last 2 games.
I like that, a bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Gadia City Grid before we throw it over to the studio, so let's go over to that one.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney. I am with Aaron, one of the superstars, the young superstar from Ulf here, to talk about some of the games that have gone on so far here for them. And my question to you guys is, obviously, it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
Bugünkü maçlarda yine iyi performanslarınız da oldu, kötü performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp sonraki maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well, but we know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last 2 games.
So let's talk about that then a little bit. Obviously, a lot of top 4s from you guys so far, but no wins, no chicken dinners just yet. But we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for number 1 and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations in these next 2 games, or what are you expecting?
Henüz bir win almadınız ama Ulf'u biliyoruz, her zaman 1. sıraya zorlayan bir takım. Top 4'de de çok oynadınız ama hiçbir win gelmedi. Bu son oyunlarda stratejinizde herhangi bir değişiklik olacak mı?
Yani bir değişikliğimiz olmayacak. Aynı oyunumuza devam edeceğiz. Sadece hatalarımızı telafi etmeye çalışacağız.
we will only keep playing our own game, and we will try to learn our lessons from the mistakes that we made.
All right, fair. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us here. That is us done for here down on the stage. Time to head back into the games here for more PMWC.
Promise you all some more updates while we've got them, because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on, because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, the biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds.
Sure.
Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT, and that is just a crazy statement.
That's
for him.
huge.
But over, obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few stages this week. Zubair is one of the favorites to take this competition now.
Ooh.
He beat the favorite in his group. So he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
That could be massive.
Exactly. And like, obviously in the position they're in on the club championship leaderboard as well, a couple of big wins, they'll be leapfrogging above the rest. Vitality, however, haven't had the best couple of weeks, to be honest with you, and they've put all their faith in one player, Jean Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in the similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes to our club championship standings. Obviously, like you mentioned, we've got AGL in 3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PUBG Mobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard, because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage. But I'm joined by none other than Mr. Blank. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us, and none other than Neptune as well, the 7WG. We got to talk about that last game. AGAL putting themselves in contention for that top 5, Natura.
Isn't it nice? It's so nice. I mean, we've been wanting AGAL to do something for how many games has it been? 8 games so far? Something like that? Yeah, 10 games, even worse. No, they're doing a very, very good job. I am enjoying what they're doing. But to go in a little bit more in depth, right, I really liked how they did that South wraparound, and I think that's really going to be something that we're going to see, hopefully, from them a little bit more, as they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar, it will be happening. But 19 points, I think that is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGAL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to that top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in those upcoming final 2 matches. One team that we actually ended up seeing there that they ended up getting good placement points but not eliminations, Thunder Talk Gaming. Absolute bless, but honestly, does nothing with it.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to let the stronger Chinese team win? What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping insanely. They were there for the longest time.
Okay, I don't think you can call it that, though, because you came out, you said X-Force in heaven, we're not camping.
I didn't say they were not camping. I say it wasn't just lucky, though. They were holding off people. What do you mean? They were holding off Furia. They were holding a bunch of other people.
Yeah,
but for this one, Thunder Talk, they were legit just camping.
Okay. I agree with that. I mean, to be fair to Thunder Talk, though, they need some points. Okay, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
You gotta do.
Okay, you can't hate too much.
No.
I tell you what I do hate, though. I'll tell you what I do hate.
What do you hate?
I really do not like Enigma Galaxy's push onto Volcano versus Aurora. That was a throw. That was probably the biggest throw I've seen in quite some time, actually. There was no reason to leave where they left from. I mean, if we even just roll the tape back to what we were just watching just then, AGAL won from when Enigma Galaxy was playing.
That's true.
Like, we could just sit there all day. We could sit there all day, twiddle our thumbs, and we would have won the game. All right? Aurora has to come off the ridge side into plain view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits. I think sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
Yep. In that one, it didn't work whatsoever if you are Enigma Galaxy. One team that does need the points and was able to put up good points there in the last match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north. And right now, we're seeing an amazing performance out of this squad that's trying to make it to survival at least.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I was watching them versus RRQ, I think, over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves into, moving into the garage area over there, because it wasn't a direct push. There was a solo of RRQ in the garage, but it wasn't direct full-on push onto an opposite team. It was just such a strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something. It's intimidating for the other teams. That's what you want to see from teams more often. And yeah, Alula did a really great job of that.
Well, I think this lobby is quite well balanced so far. Seven.
Very.
It's
Yes.
very well balanced.
Very.
The thing is that there are some squads where the gameplay feels a little less intentional overall. That's what kind of worries me in a big way at the moment, is that for OG, I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. Like that's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. Yeah. I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future, because I think that could really help improve their score lines. But right now, they're absolutely fine. There's no reason to change. There are teams, on the other hand, like we're looking at RRQ, they feel like a team that's been forced to make plays. It doesn't feel intentional, and then they're winning off the back of some gun skill. And I think, honestly, Lepar is massively propping up that team at the moment, because he has some really good clutch moments. But it comes off the back of, ooh, did we really want to be here? Now Lepar's going to have to clutch up.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're right there. It's like, and I'm seeing it from a lot of teams. I'm just trying to think of like all the lobbies that we've seen, all the groups, all the teams rather. It's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today, but certainly yesterday it was a little bit of a, let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not, there's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random. And I think a few teams have been doing that. Like,
For OG, they're not going to be that upset, all right? They ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something that they're going to keep on improving. And going back to Alula, something that I actually really want, I was hoping you would end up pointing out, I really enjoy how long they took to rotate in, because they were making sure that there was going to be nobody behind them. I really enjoyed that out of them, which kind of allowed them to do that fight that you were talking about with RRQ. Another squad that we actually been seeing now step up, as we're seeing the battle there for first place, is 4Thrives. 4Thrives with those 2-2 splits.
it was very nice, and 2-2 splits are their big thing. The 1-3, the 2-2, they love doing it, and we saw it in some really good form there in that last game. I really enjoyed that. Very strong. Again, the same point I was making about Alula is the same for 4Thrives. Again, they're intimidating the rest of the teams. They've woken up in this game and gone, right, there's 2 games left. We would like to be in first place, so we're going to be more intimidating, playing those mind games, being very strong, not necessarily going full aggro, but being intimidating. Look at what intimidation gets you. 4Thrives, 92 points.
Not even just intimidation, just being proactive and making sure that they don't let anybody push up on them, as KRX was trying to. But 4Thrives right now overtakes that first place. Orangutan still in that second place. Congratulations, Orangutan. You're going to be going to the finals. Aurora Gaming there in that third. And now we're going to be looking at that 5th place and that 4th place, because I want you to see how close it is from 4th place all the way down to 8th. It's just 11 points, which honestly, it can, even through this, even through Ulf as well, they can make that jump, Blank.
Again, I think for Ulf, there's a big opportunity here at the end of the day to make it happen. I wasn't massively impressed with Erin's answers there, though. There was a lot of, we can learn from our mistakes, we can learn from our lessons.
Yeah.
What are those lessons? What are those mistakes? Do they even know what those mistakes and lessons to be learned are? And I think that's a struggle thing for me to listen to, really, because I think Ulf, they have good gameplay. Even watching them Erangel on Airstrip, that was really nice. They had a great setup. It's very creative at the end of the day. But I think Ulf, they have these special moments here and there.
Yes.
Right now, I just don't think we're hitting those yet. Ketch isn't really on his A game. I think Erin's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Scarface, funnily enough, despite having not these massive pop-off moments, he's coming in clutch right now. But Ulf can do it. For Enigma Galaxy, I really do want to see them get into top 5.
Yes.
They have looked very disappointed throughout these 2 days, which I've been, a little bit unhappy about, because I'm like, guys, you've been playing very well at certain points in time. I want that team atmosphere to be a little bit up. You've got Coops with you. He's doing phenomenal work. Hype your boy up a little bit. That's all I want to see.
My boy, Coops!
Because honestly, he has been performing so well.
But before we go into the next 2 matches, we're going to be sending it to Kalaris and the man with the big energy, Hadouks!
That is very correct. We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me to talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2 games remaining here, Jukes, some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves on one bubble or another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what it's all about here. It's top 5 or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked, because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you got to clutch it up. One team I gotta talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing though was that they land in that El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Los Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're gonna need to, because Enigma Galaxy is going to come from.
I think they did such a good job, west side of Impala, to be able to have which compound that they did and then be able to rotate south on that. So that was very, very impressive. On the other side of the bubble, though, I want to talk about GK just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see GK do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that regard?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all. They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie. Me and Jukes know what's up. It's all about GOAT, baby. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got someone that I describe as a GOAT sat right next to me, and it's not because how he looks. It's because he's the best at casting. Get in there, John.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I was looking on the other side of you. I was like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar Lickety Split, and it is Hubble Bubble, Toil and Trouble. 5 teams will go forwards and 3 will fumble their opportunity to make it towards even the survival stage. And down towards the bottom of the tables, it's looking mighty dejected so far. And it is starting to open up a bit of a gap, a 6-point gap between 14th and 13th on that bubble. Towards the bottom of the tables, that's pretty significant.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on, because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through, because they can't make dimes here in PUBG Mobile World Cup, and that'll be a travesty. But with 2 games left, you got to smarten up quick.
Make sure that you're getting in and amongst it. You cannot afford to be timid, to be timorous, to be shy, and back off when you have a knock to play around, you know?
Oh,
that's
don't
kind
remind
of
me.
That's
Come
kind of,
on.
well, look, you know, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be in yours too, because it is a real stain on that one. Plane path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Cobraria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out, and I'm waiting to observe any hot drops, but it looks like for now, we're going to be kept kind of chill. Picardo, though, could be dangerous if Thundertalk do drop down, because 4 Thrives are on top of it, in and amongst it. But no, Thundertalk we know what they like to do, and it is get away from other players in the lobby.
You got it in twice in the intro, bud. I can't believe.
I've just got to twist that knife.
I know, you really are. You're turning it, you're twisting
Second
it.
place isn't first place, is it?
Yeah, I mean, technically. Second to lose, I suppose. Or first to lose.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Well,
I'll take it.
something like that. We'll run the numbers. That's not our role. That's Max.
No, it's not.
It's not Max.
Oh, dear. They're on the road again with a big bam. They're going on through. It's the GOAT team heading on up on the South Coast Road. Going to potentially move in over towards WATCHPARTY, so Impala, that sort of area of the map, but the plane path being on the west and the circle being on the northwest is going to make things tricky. But if you want to make things as untricky as possible, make sure you're grabbing those Naruto skins. You saw that flash up on your screens. Jump on into the game. Make sure you go for those draws because you can look mighty fine on the battlegrounds.
Oh, yeah, you can look pretty damn slick. Come out there styling on fools with your plays, with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab. Everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you're checking it out and getting your solo peepers spot in it in-game today. And of course, we'll be using our eyeballs to tell you the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like. Top spots
boys,
drastically important. Skip survival. And then the bottom side of the pack, because otherwise,
Spider-Man
it's not even a matter of survival stage for you. It's just outright goodbye, good night from the event. Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit defined from this very game of Miramar here.
Yeah, if we're going to see early falls from X-Force Reject, Thunder Talk Gaming Stars, it may just be a death sentence for them to try and make their way forwards. Obviously, there is always those mathematical probabilities because technically you can get 60 eliminations in a game and get a chicken dinner, which is a 70-point match. I've never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally, anyway.
No, but you can't see air, and they say that it exists.
Give me some damn popcorn. OG.
See, you never know, John.
OG.
That's the funny thing. But hey, probably
आ
not.
गया शुरू हो गया मैच हाँ देखा बस कैमरा ऑन कर रहा था
because it's right, but only if you're talking about the visible spectrum of light.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it exists, but
yeah. Can you?
भाई क्या हो रहा है इनके साइड से?
Can you prove it exists?
There's a fan next to you. That seems to be moving.
भाई मैं थोड़ा सा वॉशरूम गया था.
What it's doing?
I can feel it.
If you can't prove air, how can you prove fans? You know.
Welcome,
You've
भाई.
got to start from the basics. 1 + 1 = 2. Thunder Talk Gaming can't close out a game. That's the sort of situation we need to be starting from. That's the foundational elements of this universe.
Well, someone's giving you some funny juice today.
Hey, you know what? I had to do a lot of exercises.
You did actually, yeah, fair play.
I'm going a little stir crazy with it.
Yeah, you work normally do cardio, mate. You know, no one saw the full takes of those as well. There's about half an hour of unedited footage of John getting that clip done. So
I was rehearsing as well.
You were. Oh, it was good to see though, bud. Honestly, I think your rotations would be on point now. The amount of stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used it. I burned through that candle very, very quickly. Let's take a look at the lay of the land now, because it looks like X-Force Rejects.
अबे तू DC पे है क्या?
And remember, X-Force Rejects, one of those
Discord
teams
पे?
in danger. Reverb
नहीं
is
Discord
down
पे अभी तो online
there. So already a poor start for our bubble team.
Yeah, not ideal. That one's going to get popped instantly. Akin to
भाई स्नैक्स ने क्या ज्ञान दिया अभी सुनकर मजा आ गया क्या बोला
get yourself out of that danger zone.
बोला क्या भाई?
Top side with the Mini 14 as well. Alula, we were singing their praises previously. They started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well. R3B, that awkward encounter versus KRX, so far away in terms of distance, but hitting beautiful shots.
Solid 8.1
individually, John, he looked like he was hitting some great form. Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset.
थोड़ा Avengers fans को हो सकता है hurt because उसमें कोई doomsday का कोई hint नहीं था. But यार मेरे perspective से अगर तुम देखोगे स्पाइडरमैन का मूवी के हिसाब से स्पाइडरमैन का जो प्लॉट था वो सही था.
The survival stage zone right now on 41
भाई
points.
बहुत अच्छा बोला उन्होंने. आप सुनना एक बार. अरे तो भाई बताओ तो मैं अभी कहाँ कौन सा पार्ट में बोला क्या बता दो.
With X-Force Rejects, that would probably be one of the best case scenarios for them, right? If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground under lock and key against one of their main rivals, There's very few better positions.
सारे बंदे एक बार ज्वेल्स भेजो भाई, सबके पास ज्वेल्स फ्री में मिल रहे हैं। अपने नीचे बॉटम वाले सेक्शन पे क्लिक करो, एक गिफ्ट का घूम रहा है, ऐसा घूम रहा है बॉटम वाले में।
BGMILIVE moving in from that western side. RRQ as well could potentially try and jump into the mix there. Orangutan as well have access to those Crater Fields hills, but got a little bit more time before we see
यहाँ पे देखो दिख रहा है,
to log ahead. We've only had that one casualty so far.
ये यहाँ पे एक बटन है, इस पे ये ज्वेल्स भेजो, फ्री का ज्वेल्स मिल रहा है भाई लोग, फ्री का ज्वेल्स मिल रहा है, फ्री का। वहां पे जाओ, 0 दिख रहा होगा ज्वेल्स, उस पे क्लिक करो, 50 होगा, 100 होगा, 1000 होगा, तुमको कलेक्ट करने का ऑप्शन आएगा, कलेक्ट मारो और भेजो चैट में।
No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So
कहाँ से दूंगा? अरे नीचे देखना, सुपर चैट के बाजू में होगा, सुपर चैट के लेफ्ट साइड में, मतलब चैट के एकदम राइट में गिफ्ट वाला ऑप्शन है, गिफ्ट वाला, उसमें क्लिक करेगा तो ऊपर एक हीरा दिखेगा तेरे को, LGBTQ वाला हीरा दिखेगा तेरे को। उस LGBTQ हीरा पे क्लिक करेगा, मतलब एकदम रंग बिरंगा हीरा, उसमें क्लिक करके देख, वहाँ पे खरीदने का ऑप्शन आता है, वहाँ पे देख फ्री लिखा हुआ है, इतने ज्वेल्स आपको फ्री मिल रहे हैं, वो रिडीम मार बस, इसके बाद दे दे, डाल दे।
And try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat Team dropping out and moving quite early on. So the looting phase
देखा उनकी स्ट्रीम, ओके देखता हूँ मैं,
they are on the road and I believe that they are to try and move in, potentially sweep all the way.
भाई 0 ज्वेल्स है मेरे पास, हाँ रिडीम करने का ऑप्शन आता है, रिडीम करने का ऑप्शन आता है, रिडीम करने का ऑप्शन आता है, फ्री में 50, 100, 1000 जैसा भी रहता है, हर किसी को अलग अलग मिलता है, रिडीम करने का।
So we'll see what they opt to do with that new information once it's revealed.
See what we're cooking with, and this one gets a bit of a shift on the go. Obviously those later rotates coming up. Condense is relatively central, slightly down, so most sides still within a fairly comfortable amount of territory. Water treatment going to be cut out, so you're going to be giving that up for KRX and looking for an advanced path. You see GK advancing now as well, speeding up on their rotate through the roadside with Goat in relatively close by contest. And then that chance for AJL to potentially bump into on the late advancement.
सारे ईमेल आईडी से मिलेगा तुमको। अब एक बंदे पे 10 तो होगा ही भाई, एक कंटेंट क्रिएटर के पास अगर 10 ईमेल आईडी नहीं है तो भाई वो कंटेंट क्रिएटर नहीं है।
Or swing even further north, but you know this side of the map's going to be really heavily occupied. It's a difficult approach, so going straight through may just be the best option available to them. GK sort of slowly trundling over the hillsides, and Goat have spotted them now. Moxie hops out, looks for the shots, but doesn't quite take it. Doesn't have the lineup with the rest of the team to confidently get a knock, and you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be losing players like this, especially with how tenuous Goat Team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally
बिल्कुल भाई, उसमें से दबा के करो भाई।
Historically, even with the roster being a little bit different to what I'd seen,
तुमको फ्री में मिलेगा, बट मेरे को फ्री का ये आएगा, समझ रहे हो? ज्वेल आएगा।
Game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok, if he had a clean shot, could have got an opening pick there, tried to build off it. Not worth the risk from the angle they were left.
खरीदना पड़ेगा बे। अबे फ्री में देता है भाई, मैं खुद लिया हूँ अपने आईडी से। और सारे आईडी पे देता, तू ईमेल आईडी चेंज करके देख, एंड्रॉइड में देता है, उसमें पता नहीं है।
Yeah, but they're a little bit too far afield to really confirm onto this one, and not only that, but X-Force Reject really cannot do too much to get out of their position now. This is that high ground position that I was talking about, with Alula atop it, but actually Nick McGalaxy kind of in the way of it as well. Yeah. You can see there is this cabal of
अभी intense होने वाला guys, ये जोन के बाद बहुत intense होने वाला है.
Downhill from that super duper high ground for Alula. This is a brilliant spot to take points, to try and extract value from this early to mid game.
Interesting lineup, and like you say, obviously not the best position to try and get that follow-up from. So reset from 4 frags. They're going to be more aware and paranoid about the potential angle and not expose themselves. AGAL were slow on the rotate. They were
आज एकदम भाई एकदम chill करके देख रहे हैं, watch party कर रहे हैं भाई, एकदम आराम से बैठ के कोई टेंशन नहीं ले रहे. Because OG भाई जो निकाला है ना आज, उसके कारण भाई. नहीं तो भाई पहले इसमें भाई वॉच पार्टी तो नहीं कर पाया, बट देखता था एकदम टेंस होके भाई कि क्या भाई क्या होने वाला है, क्या होने वाला है, निकाल नहीं पाए बस थोड़ा सा और ऐसा सीन।
Reefers with some good suppressing fire. There are off angles as well against this position that could potentially be causing worry for AGAL. Do not want to let their momentum slip. Could jump up into the top 5 themselves after this match, but it is still a long way out from the end of this one as the res comes through. So Top's back to his feet. They can start to control this eastern side, but the hills for Alula are just so beneficial now. This is a brilliant game for them to try and make this one work. It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side where they sit, which is behind this engagement on our screens now, Jackie.
Yeah, this is
स्पाइक का वीडियोस देख लूंगा साला, ओजी के मैचेस देखना है। स्पाइक का वीडियोस अबे तू थोड़ा स्ट्रीम को पीछे कर लेना, पीछे तो तेरे को ओजी के मैचेस दिख जाएंगे। स्टार्टिंग से कर रहा हूं मैं स्ट्रीम।
Punishes him, pushing up daisies. That's the only flowers that are in his mind now. Liu on the reply, jumps behind the steering wheel. Off angle push on the ridge. Let's see if he can do anything from this.
Moves out into position. Doc on the high ground has control of the angle, though Liu does need to be careful. That smoke's just about to fade. Drops the Molotov to stop any forwards aggressive pushes as Reefus
हाँ पता है भाई, मिस्टर स्पाइक पता है भाई।
And Thunder Talk are trying to loop around this one. Okay, put pressure onto the solo. Let's see what Doc's got. He's got backup now, and the rest of Aurora are trying to move on in. It's a breath of life for AGAL, but maybe they want to get stuck in too, because Doc is still fragging out. Nade out to try and find an angle on towards Thunder Talk, and this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic. That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up? Not stepping in fire. Kind of rule number 1 though, as Jimmy takes a turn around the corner.
Doc on the move up as well, once again armed with a shotty, but it's Joel with an SMG.
दे रहा है।
First contact.
Oh, nice भाई, nice.
Good to
What a
shut him
finish.
down. TTG thought they'd finally got a breath of fresh air, an opportunity to push in.
नहीं गया।
Upset
Doc
versus
बोल रहा
the
कि नहीं
lone
जाऊंगा।
player of Aurora. But the longer this has gone on, that thunder is being taken away from them.
AGAL moved up towards this fight, but actually took a harrying from KRX, that backstab that you were talking about, making itself known. Maybe AGAL overextending in that scenario and losing a player here, but they are in the zone. KRX not so lucky. They don't really have that sort of foothold. So for AGAL, all is not lost, but the fight may be coming to them from KRX on the north side.
You've got Top priming the nade as well up top right now. This shanty town could be taken down as the nade from Top's right on target. Goodbye, Jing. They know they've got to move quick as well with the zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue. Low HP for Top. Reefus with a bait play, opens the door, holds close on the angle, and the shotgun sings for one. Jimmy replies. It's getting awkward in the encounter, but it seems like Aurora can hold on for now.
No way to put that one back together. Jimmy just sat there.
भाई मेरा 2 अकाउंट्स में ज्वेल्स का ऑप्शन है, बट फ्री ज्वेल्स नहीं है, एंड बाकी के आईडीज में ज्वेल्स का ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा। अब इस आईडी में भी ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा। ये क्या सीन है? रिफ्यूज बहुत बढ़िया प्लेयर है, औरा का सभी बढ़िया खेलता है, मेरा भी ऐसा ही हो रहा है भाई।
And that respite for 4 Thrives has been very different from what we've seen throughout the entire event. Always
guys, मैं सोच रहा हूँ eSports में घुसो यार, eSports में घुसने का मेरा दिल से ऐसा धक 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 हो रहा है घुसने के लिए, समझ रहे हो? बस टीम रेडी कर रहा हूँ, बस टीम रेडी करके।
See if a mistake is presented towards them before they play their card. AGAL on the wrap back up. That 3-man squad that got away realistically, John, with liberties in that situation versus the crunch in from Aurora. How long can they survive, and how long can Nigma hold off potentially this crunch from GOAT?
GOAT as well. This is the battle on the bubble. Remember, Nigma Galaxy trying to chase them. They've already found that opening knock. They're going to know that this is GOAT, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the
वाइटे वाले होशियार हैं भाई, ऐसे ही फ्री नहीं देंगे भाई। मेरे को दिया है भाई, एक टाइम तक हो सकता, टाइम लिमिटेड था, वो दिया है कुछ टाइम तक। अब हर टाइम फ्री नहीं देंगे ना, जब आया था ना एकदम नया स्टार्टिंग आया था तब दिया था।
you can get third partied. Alula up on the high ground, a massive threat.
दूसरा टीम को लेके हाँ वही इस बार BGS में देख उससे पहले देख रहा हूँ अभी टीम रेडी हो जाए बस फिर ग्राइंड स्टार्ट कर टीम रेडी होने दे फिर ग्राइंड कर अभी टीम रेडी नहीं हुआ बस चल रहा काम चल रहा है
the longer he takes that fight, the more exposed he is to the hilltop side there that you got from Alula. So can't overcommit. Killer Joe with a knock once more. Back on
अगर सोच तेरा भाई BGS घुसा और पूरा लक सपोर्ट में जीत गया सोच क्या ही होगा क्या ही होगा फिर तेरा भाई ज्वाइन करेगा
Do still have force out in the open, but Alula just making life so difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down either, which is quite impressive stuff. Moxie finally clocked by Quick. Able to slide away unnoticed. No, he gets found again. That should be a flush, and likely Killer Joe going down too. So go cut in half here. Enigma Galaxy with a big opportunity.
कौन-कौन है तेरे टीम पे? तू Shadow, दिव्या और कौन-कौन? और एक सेंसे बोल के बंदा है अभी वो टीम नहीं है बे वो टीम के साथ थोड़ी ना खेल रहा हूँ शैडो भैया है एज अ फिफ्थ प्लेयर और बाकी तीन बंदे एक पेन है एक एजेन है बात चल रहा है देख रहा हूँ वो लोग कंफर्म करेगा तो ये करूँगा नहीं तो मैं बंदे और बाकी और एक फोर्थ प्लेयर के लिए काम चल रहा है 21 है एक बंदा है 21 बोल उसके साथ हुआ है बात बाकी मेरे पास एप्लीकेशन तो आए हैं ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 12 से 15 एप्लीकेशंस आए हैं ज्वाइन करने के लिए तो देखता हूं मैंने डाला था डिस्कॉर्ड में डाला था एप्लीकेशन ज्वाइन करना चाहता था भाई 12-15 लोग डाला है अभी देखता हूं कौन क्या है कैसा खेलता है कैसा सिनर्जी बैठता है फिर जाके देखते हैं
This is good for Enigma Galaxy, but Alula will survive.
हाँ फिर फ्रॉस्टी मेरे को 1 RP देगा अगर विजय जीता तो दूंगा भाई सपने में मतलब जब जीत रहा तब सपने में सोच ले फिर इतना आसान नहीं है विजय जीतना फिर तो कोई भी जीत लेता
Debating whether or not they do swing off it if there was a peek out, a wide angle in play, but Foops is trying to keep himself close down to the ground behind the vehicle. Killer Joe in the back line, a similar situation.
उतना आसान नहीं है उतना आसान नहीं है उतना आसान
And I better hope they do it cleanly as well.
उतना आसान नहीं है
Alula could peer over and attempt to clean up if they take sustained damage from this. No one wants to risk it.
Now RRQ in a really important fight right now. They're trying to push in behind Alula. If they get a chunk out of this team, things could change. But a stalwart hold and R3B on that long-range backstop angle is so importantly placed for them. He catches them on the crossfire, immediately shreds a player away from them. That is great news. Not only that, but it gets the information over the rest of his team. Where RRQ are approaching from? How many are they? What sort of angle are they playing around with? It is so invaluable to have that sort of stuff on side. As Enigma Galaxy look to get rid of the rebels.
अबे BGS का ये आएगा ना फॉर्म आएगा
This time they clear on the edge. They knew
अबे अपना UG का एक बंदा क्या बे
The overinvestment from bringing out the full squad isn't worth the risk though, so they won't go too deep into it. Stay in the angle where they know they're safe from the heat from Alula. Coops looking for a read as Killer Joe sits, staying warm by the burning building with 4
अबे यार
away
दो
from
बंदे और
assisting
नॉक हो
him.
गए भाई
Orangutan in the meantime tried to send forwards. They've lost a lot
पहला मूव क्यों लिया भाई
health bar, but it looks like they may be able to res up to
आराम से भाई होल्ड करके आराम से कर सकता है ना भाई अभी देखो उनके पास क्या है ना वो लोग पॉइंट एक क्रेजी पॉइंट निकालने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं बस वही है मेरे को वही लग रहा है
The last to stand, Enigma Galaxy.
Forty को कोई टीम लॉबी भेज दे.
Fifth place spot now.
40 को 40 अभी पूरे एकदम
wanting to try and stay in the running for our last match, which is yet to come after this.
Oh, Satan spotting it. Seemed like that was the
चलो ओजी का चलो रिवाइव हो गया ओजी का रिवाइव हो गया 3 मैन है आरू बार-बार जा रहा है यार आरू लास्ट मैचेस से देख रहा हूं जा रहा है यार आरू लास्ट 2 मैचेस से जा रहा है आरू अपना चमका ही नहीं पा रहा है ओजी खत्म नहीं खत्म नहीं हुआ भाई बचा लिया ओजी सरवाइव कर गया भाई अबे आरू गया विज भी गया नहीं आरू गया ओनली आरू गया विज बच गया विज
on this position.
A lot of open angles for them to play around, but leaving this building is going to be so hard for Furia. With the angles that Enigma Galaxy, maybe not Alula, I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots out there, but
guys सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जगह लाइक कर दो भाई लोग फटाफट लाइक करो गाइस
actually it might be pretty difficult for them to actually compete on that angle. So maybe AGAL could be more important on suppressing Furia's route out, but a swing down to the south could definitely be on the cards.
क्या ही
Fury
map
able to
है?
find an opener, get rid of top in the process, maybe find a shot over towards Team Flash. So they do have options. But again, it just slaps bang on top of Enigma Galaxy right in the middle. And there's a big focus on the 5th place bubble with GOAT and Enigma Galaxy, but AGL are there too. And they are right in that bubble contest as well.
And considering how this one potentially could have gone for them with the run up onto Aurora as well, could have been a very different game for AGAL. Surviving far later than expected off the awkward encounter with the nades that came their way. The backline play from Doc that could have spelled defeat. But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just the solo outside of the zone.
इंडिया को वैसे भी कम मिलता है ना, कम ये मिलता है, समझ रहा है क्या बोलते हैं उसको बे, कम स्क्रीन मिलता है, समझ रहा है, कम स्क्रीन मिलता है इंडिया को, जस्ट बिकॉज इंडिया में पबजी बैन है तो इंडिया को कम स्क्रीन मिलता है, बहुत ज्यादा स्क्रीन टाइम बहुत कम मिलता है। दूसरा तू कोई भी और को उठा के देख ले, उनको जितना स्क्रीन टाइम मिलता है उतना नहीं मिलता है इंडिया में। अब हो सकता है गॉडलाइक को मिले बिकॉज गॉडलाइक क्लब पार्टनर बनी है, ठीक है, EWC के साथ, तो गॉडलाइक हो सकता मिले, बट ओजी को लास्ट टाइम तो भाई लास्ट टाइम बिल्कुल ही नहीं मिल रहा, मतलब फाइट हो रहा है, वो लोग दिखा रहे, गाड़ी दिखा रहे भाई, ऐसा सीन है। लास्ट टाइम तो ऐसा हुआ था, इस बार तो चलो दिखा भी रहा है, चलो बोल रहा है कि हाँ अच्छा खेला, ये खेला, वो खेला, बोल रहा है, नाम कर रहा है, परफॉर्मेंस दिया इस बार ओजी यार, नाम तो करेगा ही भाई।
KRX being shut down as the zone nips at their heels and the fight breaking out all across the battleground.
अंकी गया है शायद, नहीं आतंकी नहीं गया, पाजी नहीं गया है, आरू गया,
That's Enigma Galaxy with the spot.
नहीं आरू गया है, नॉक एंड फिनिश, हाँ आरू गया है, वो जी के पीछे 2 टीम से जोन गए, हाँ।
There could be so many free points to steal from the position they've got themselves into, John, and you can't.
अबे ओजी का क्या है?
Just not going to be
AKOP गया भाई, AKOP को डाल दिया।
4th drive still taking a little bit of punishment on the off angle, but they do have to make a move fairly soon. They have to get these reses coming through. Tops for Flash is doing a little bit of work suppressing Fury's position, but we're hopping on board with X-Force Rejects. This is the team looking to try and displace Al-Ula, or indeed anyone above them, off of that top 13 spot. But they have to lead here with GK in the way.
AKOP भाई,
very, very tricky. 4th drives of the long-range angle, but Kevin opens up. There is damage pouring in, but
अबे ओजी का और क्या है? कौन गया ओजी का?
Finally, the first falls, and now it's 2 of them left to try and put
क्या
something
कर रहे हो
together.
भाई ओजी?
So many of our squads going at each other right now. 4 Frag seems to be taking the brunt of the damage as they fall one by one.
Revive कर दिया, we've got revive कर दिया है।
Going the same way as well as GK have overwhelmed them on the close quarters engagement and pick them off.
अबे पूरा survive पे focus करना चाहिए ओजी को। भाई ओजी पूरा survive करो भाई ओजी।
Down to just one man. It's only Lord that remains up on top of the high ground.
Some big shifts when it comes to the tables, as you say. Enigma Galaxy going down to 1, and AGAL breathing down their neck on location and on the points totals now.
एक भी किल लेकिन नहीं आया यार, किल आने चाहिए था यार, किल आना चाहिए था, बेफालतू का मारा। 40 गया, हाँ 40 गया। एक तो कंपटीटर खत्म हुआ, अगर ये लोग निकालता है, पॉइंट्स निकालता है ना, तो चांसेस है यार। ओजी सरवाइव करो प्लीज, ओजी के ऊपर नीचे कोई नहीं है, हाँ ओजी के पास अच्छा ही है। ओजी को बस अभी सरवाइव पे फोकस करना है, ओजी पे किल करने का भी फोकस नहीं चाहिए।
Lord still in a position to play off the angle he secured for himself, whilst everyone else fights at the bottom of the tower, looking to climb over one another to guarantee themselves.
भाई AGL का कमबैक देख रहे हो गाइस, लास्ट मैच में उन लोगों ने चिकन मारा और ये गेम भी भाई चिकन वाला गेम प्ले दे रहा है।
Ayala with a vehicle looking for the move round. Al-Ula having to advance as well. You got the split on either side, it seems. A stereo rotate.
दो क्या है कंपटीटर, हाँ दो कंपटीटर क्या है?
A two-pronged approach. See if the horns connect. Ooh, OG losing another. I feel like for the teams in first, second, maybe even third.
अच्छा आरू नहीं गया था तब, आरू को फिनिश नहीं डाला था। मेरे को लगा आरू को फिनिश डाला है यार, आतंकी को डाला था I guess.
To find these shots, but not quite connecting. The nades not quite getting the distance on the arm there for Flash. I mean, it's a bit maybe overzealous to try and connect onto this. But both teams out of the zone need to try and regroup. And AGAL want to be the lobby commanders to make this one work.
उसका अकेला बच्चा है भाई,
has a little bit more legs to
दो
it.
किल वैसे चोरी हो गया ओजी का।
Now Flash are up
नॉक
into
बॉक्स
the
तो
hill,
डाला
so
था इन
it's
लोगों
just got a little bit more dicey.
keeping the pressure on either side. Nades towards
top 5 ला दो भाई, कैसे भी top 5 लाओ भाई. Who's got white top 5 left
for him and the solo from AGAL that's looking to defend that engage from Furia. Surprise Flash is still alive, and Lord actually does get the peek in onto Furia. Still no trade back towards him.
Zone का support है already. Who's got भाई zone का support है.
Thorn in the side of the squads beneath them here.
अगले zone में नहीं रहेगा, ये zone तो है. Next zone नहीं रहेगा भाई. मैं वही तो कह रहा, हाँ भाई. You are right, you are right. आतंकी खत्म हुआ था. OG knock हुआ, आरू knock हुआ था OG का. But आतंकी finish हुआ. मैं सोचा आरू गया.
Looking to try and sequester away. How high can they climb though? Furia.
OG was survive करें.
They're a little bit more desperate now. And around the corner they go, locking themselves into the vehicle. Team Flash suffering, trying to find a challenge, but it doesn't connect. Is there a third party from AGAL? Doesn't look like finding anything.
40 के इसमें जो नेट डाला था ना, उस पे एक ही गया और 40 ने फिनिश डाल दी.
Still here to play.
Stealing away Elim after Elim in all of the commotion. That puts him up to 6 individually. 3 times they make that 4 as he continues to spray. Lord with the eyes in the sky, punishing down now as NigmaGalaxy keep the heat on Furia. Switches his attention round to AGAL as well. They're coming in to close the gap. Goodbye, Flower H. It's uncomfortable. Ayala holds his own. Good defense. Damage done. XCZ trapped.
कितने अकेले survive करेगा वो?
Igor to play on the angle as well, and there goes AGAL.
AGAL को खत्म कर दिया.
They do manage to ladder up, but remember the placements haven't kicked in for NigmaGalaxy.
AGAL लेकिन top 5 तो पहुंच गया.
Top 5 going into the last one.
वैसे इंजेक्स अभी तक जिंदा है.
Is there nothing this guy can't take a chunk out of? Everybody stepping forwards and everybody wants to find out.
Top 5 तो आ गया. वैसे top 5 आया है. Top 5 आया है. Point तो ये किया है. बस एक और मरे. Top 4 बस आए.
The longer he lives on, John, the less ammunition remains. Running low. The economy now playing a pivotal role. How much more can he squeeze out of this? Switches to the Mini 14. Bang on the head. Goodbye, OG.
Wow, goodness me. They eliminate themselves up another place, and 4 teams remain at this stage. It's Al-Ula who have done bits now here to solidify themselves into the top 16. They've almost, well, sorry, so the top 13. It's fairly certain that they may have done enough here, which is a great relief for them, I'm sure. Guaranteeing themselves a solid double-digit game coming on in.
Furia के पास and Ula के पास है. Nice try, nice try. He's got a try किया पूरा. Top 5 तो लाया यार, top 5 लाया है.
The most of his health bar too.
More of their
हाँ वो वही try कर रहा था लेकिन उसके पास ऊपर का angle का था ना. वो थोड़ा सा चाप हो गया.
Furia somehow living on borrowed time with some of the awkward fights they've had to even get this far into the runnings. Lord knowing he can't risk too many engagements that won't result in a clean pick with the low ammunition left in reserve. Kike and Alula not too far from one another. This could all change in an instant, John.
A single pick. I mean, the fact that Lord is low on ammo is so important for Kike here. Their survival would be all but
कोई दिक्कत नहीं लेकिन 3 पॉइंट तो मिला है. 3 पॉइंट मिला है.
If they do find it, but there's a first knock over towards Kike. Alula dancing around. Silence does connect, but he has to go for the reload. In the meantime, Lord pinches a point away.
3 पॉइंट में 3 पॉइंट तो मिला है वैसे. क्वालीफाई है वैसे. क्वालीफाई है. बस लास्ट मैच अभी लास्ट वाला मैच थोड़ा सा चिकन के लिए खेलेंगे तो हो जाएगा. कोई दिक्कत नहीं. अगर चिकन नहीं भी होगा ना तो भी हो जाएगा. क्वालीफाई है. ऑलरेडी क्वालीफाई.
Doesn't need to overinvest. He's already started
top 5 है. मतलब नीचे नहीं जाएगा. इतना पॉइंट तो नहीं ला सकता कि टॉप 5 के नीचे ला दे. लास्ट मैच में डीसी पे आएगा. ये तेरा अथॉरिटी नहीं है दोस्तों के साथ बात करने का.
Rolling down the hillside. Alula already still the point on the Furia.
नहीं कर सकता है. किस कर सकता है. दिक्कत नहीं.
Drops it right on top of the head. Looks for the shots, gets one knock, but it's now up to Alula, who are looking to charge themselves up, gain some pace over, and they are able to find it. The high ground was indomitable.
अच्छा खेला भाई.
Take a 12 Elin chicken dinner.
Alula लिया.
The twists and turns on the narrative. Miramar delivering with madness in the desert as squads had to desert all hope.
88 है OG का. हाँ लास्ट मैच 5 पॉइंट चाहिए. अब 5 पॉइंट्स भी नहीं चाहिए बे. हो गया है. ऑलमोस्ट हो गया है.
The difference is
5th के नीचे नहीं ला सकता भाई.
he did what he could, and he stole far more points than it felt like he was going to get from that one.
Absolutely. I think it was at least 6 eliminations for him, maybe even 7. So the team is going to be chuffed to bits with a 3rd place off of that location. You can see Enigma Galaxy. They are happy. Yeah, okay, yeah, get that celebration in. You love to see it.
देखना पड़ेगा भाई, एक बार पॉइंट टेबल देखने पे पता चलेगा.
Because that is going to put them nice and deep into the top 5, Jackie.
NGX का अकेला बंदा kills ले रहा है. हाँ भाई.
A lot of excitement, right? And you think about how awkward
वो ऊपर उसके पास एमो रहता ना, वो और मारता भाई. ऊपर उसके पास एमो नहीं था भाई, एमो खत्म हो गया था. 70 एमो में और क्या ही करता.
Lord made the heads-up play to climb up. The zone gave
बढ़िया भाई.
and they ran with that as long as
ये
they could.
लास्ट मैच होगा अपना. हाँ लास्ट मैच
Shocking
होगा.
scenes from Alula as
अब
well,
डिस्कॉर्ड में
just
शायद से
always
नहीं आ
making
सकता. डिस्कॉर्ड में
uncomfortable for
शायद
these
से नहीं.
squads.
दूसरा ये
John,
अलाउड
I'm
नहीं है.
shocked Fury has survived that long.
I am too. I feel like they were really on their last legs for so many times. But to get to 2nd place is a real testament to their transitional ability. From that location on the southwest side, they picked their path well, taking that fight with Flash. It was stymied, it was corralled, but it was fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Alula though, the big news here is of course their ascendancy away
एक बार पॉइंट्स टेबल
from
देखेंगे ना तो
from
पता
that
चलेगा
bubble at the bottom of the tables. And with a game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey man, they said we can fix things in the last 2 games. That's one half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know one mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
3 keys will be listed for destruction.
अब ऑफिशियल इसमें ना दूसरा ये नहीं ऐड कर सकते लाइक वॉइस.
And locked and loaded, ready to go. We are gonna go and
I don't know, मेरे को अभी तक पता नहीं है, किसी को करते हुए तो नहीं देखा है. अगर देखता तो आई गेस पता चलता कि हाँ है कि नहीं.
We'll see you guys in a few.
देखा अभी तक तो आज तक तो नहीं देखा भाई मैंने. अनऑफिशियली करता तो कर सकते थे. ऑफिशियली कर रहा हूँ तो थोड़ा दिक्कत है.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
हाँ नहीं कर रहा. ऑफिशियली है ना, ट्राई नहीं कर रहा इसीलिए. क्या जरूरत है?
All right, popped on over to the STC arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab 2 people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got 3 teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves,
गेम इंटेंस है साला बहुत.
eSports.
हाँ इंटेंस है. अबे इस मैच में और 2 किल जो गए ना, अपन का किल चोरी हुआ ना 2 किल. 2 किल अगर मिल जाता है ना तो पक्का कंफर्म था भाई, पक्का कंफर्म था. मतलब बिल्कुल कंफर्म था कि भाई मतलब यही है, मतलब हिला नहीं सकता कोई. बट थोड़ा सा भी है, देखते हैं पॉइंट टेबल एक बार दिखाएगा ना तो पता चलेगा.
Qualified, so you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has competed before on COD where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant where they also got 200 points, and they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemates side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building. And if I've seen anything out of that amazing group is that they can will their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that. I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days. So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lays, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula ended up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they trajectory. Well, sorry, it was about 10.
दिया पॉइंट टेबल दिया है गाइस, पॉइंट टेबल दिया है. लेट्स गो पॉइंट टेबल दिया है बॉयज. अच्छा ये इसमें दिया है ना, इसमें कितना पॉइंट निकाला अपना? 3 पॉइंट्स निकाला है गेस. हाँ 3 पॉइंट्स.
Eliminations, they were able on, you know, just run through on top to see where Fury and then get that win.
I'm really how in Paris for PMWC, but the finishing moments here, Yasser giving it his best shot, but Lord in particular, Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from for as long as he really could, but eventually, the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really, really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, 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 really good play coming from him. Really, yes.
Really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Nick Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well, putting up those. Oh man, look at us, Tomash. Let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well. And this is a squad that's currently in contention for that.
भाई वो ऊपर से वो बंदा जो निकाला है ना किल्स एकदम गजब निकाला है भाई, गजब निकाला. ऊपर से बैठ के उसके पास एमो रहता है ना भाई, एमो रहता है ना, वो और निकाल सकता था. उसके पास जितना एमो था वो पूरा यूटिलाइज कर.
But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe, but he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. But I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Niptura? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As we know, that didn't happen. But Podium, as a solo, that is huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4th thrives, still in the first place. But just like let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9.
40 अभी टॉप में ये अभी तक है. 90 होता तो सही रहता भाई, 90 हो जाता तो ना सही रहता. लाइक 90 ये हो जाता ना तो एकदम मजा आ जाता भाई, एकदम मजा वाला मजा आ जाता. निगमा गैलेक्सी का 87 है. ओ क्लोज है भाई, सारे क्लोज है भाई. टॉप 5 एकदम पॉइंट टेबल एकदम, ये तो अलग ही सीन है. अभी ये चीज चेंज कर सकता है, समझ रहे हो? अगर टॉप 5 के साथ 10 पॉइंट का लीड होता ना तो वो अलग सीन था. बट अभी जो लीड है ना, देखो तुम 10 पॉइंट का लीड टॉप 6 के साथ है, 10 पॉइंट वो निकाल सकता है. ठीक है, ओजी को पीछे फेंक सकता है. अभी ओजी को लास्ट वाला आराम से खेलना पड़ेगा. टॉप 5 में पॉइंट के लिए खेलना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा. ओजी सेकंड है. हाँ ओजी सेकंड है. एनजीएक्स टक्कर दे रही है. एनजीएक्स टक्कर क्या, सबको ही टक्कर दे रहा है. अभी देखो तुम पॉइंट टेबल देखो एक बार, लाइक 6, 7, 8 का पॉइंट टेबल देखो. 71 और लाइक ओजी के बीच में 88, ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है. ये चीज कवर हो सकता है. लेकिन हाँ ये बात है कि 10 पॉइंट का लीड है ना, ये लॉबी में 10 पॉइंट का लीड लेना भाई मुश्किल है. 10 पॉइंट लास्ट मैच पे 5 पॉइंट्स 2 पॉइंट्स लिया ना, 2 पॉइंट्स में इनफ है। 90 हो जाएगा ना तो कर जाएगा भाई, मतलब बट मेरे हिसाब से हो जाएगा भाई, मतलब अगर नहीं भी करेगा ना तो भी चिल है, हो जाएगा।
Yeah, I would say your team
हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा, कर जाएगा, कर जाएगा।
I'm sorry, it is time. If you don't do it,
लग रहा है
you're
हो
going
जाएगा, हो
right
जाएगा,
home right away, straight
वही
to
लग
Charles
रहा
de
है,
Gaulle, and as we know, that is not where you want to be.
हो जाएगा भाई।
We usually
थोड़ा
hate
2
to see the
पॉइंट
hot shots, but in
सेफ्टी के लिए
situations
चाहिए,
like
बट
this, you
हो
gotta
जाएगा।
take destiny into your hands, and yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play. And these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that, and they need to be careful with teams that are going to be towards the top, like none other than
Who's that? Who's this?
Let's see who get 100 points
Oh,
first.
it's the best content creator for Pup Nucky. Come up here, baby. Come up here. You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Cool. The beast with 4 thrives currently
इंटरनेशनल
in
है,
first place.
सेफ साइड पे चल 5 पॉइंट्स। हाँ कल स्ट्रीम नहीं करेगा ना, कल आई गेस करूंगा लेकिन लेट करूंगा, बिकॉज कल मैं बाहर रहूंगा, आते आते मेरे को थोड़ा टाइम लग जाएगा, लाइक 7 से करूंगा, लाइक
Yes, you guys are. You guys
कल
have
लास्ट के
OG
2 मैचेस
crew
करूंगा।
chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself? The locals.
Bonjour,
do you like
bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the
बस कल का ओजी भी एकदम मस्त ऐसा ही मोमेंटम दे भाई, ओजी एकदम मस्त मोमेंटम दे, ओजी से बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशंस है। अब ऐसा मत बोल भाई, ऐसा मत बोल, ऐसा मत बोल। कोई नहीं कल गॉर्डल के मैचेस है ना, हाँ कल गॉर्डल के मैचेस है, तभी तो भाई कल तभी बाहर रहा। चलो भाई लोग, लास्ट मैचेस गाइस, फिंगर क्रॉस्ड लास्ट मैचेस। सब प्रे करो गाइस, सब प्रे करो, दिल से प्रे करो यार, लास्ट मैचेस है। ऑफ स्ट्रीम होता तो तू ही कुछ और रिएक्शन और ही रिएक्शन देता, क्या ही रिएक्शन देता बे। अच्छा समझ गया आगे मत बोल, समझ गया मैं, समझ गया। कोई नहीं समझ गया। हाँ वैसा ही सीन है। चलो गाइस लास्ट गेम, फिंगर क्रॉस लास्ट। ऑन है, आज भी तो ऑन है। हाँ तू समझा नहीं, तू समझ गया रे। हाँ तू समझा नहीं, तू समझ गया रे। ओ जी हु कोरियन भाई। अच्छा ऐसा क्या?
What he wants.
Sorry guys.
Yeah, what is probably going to happen. I mean, that's his personal ideal top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC. 26. Big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually, it was.
No, 25.
Yeah,
and the year before that, 24.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't 25 the year before that. Come on, don't be silly. Southwest Circle, as the plane path goes straight down the middle of this one from Partona up towards San Martin. It looks like we are going to be heading down towards that Chumasera Hills area. Dual peak lines over on that western side. Going to be a major feature there. So transitional areas around there, highly coveted. A lot of ground on the south side is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west, but more than likely, we're going to see a long
सारे बंदे फटाफट जगह लाइक कर दो भाई, सारे बंदे फटाफट लाइक करो
edge past El Pozo to try and push themselves towards those ladders.
अबे क्या हो गया?
Riata Hills.
भाई इन लोगों का भाई गजब का बफर होता रहता भाई।
With the stage set and the potential.
एक ही राउंड तो खेलता है ना? हाँ एक ही रहता है भाई, मैं रिकॉल रहता है ना, एक ही रहता है।
So you know what results.
फेयर एंड लवली ले ले। ओ सॉरी, अभी उसका नेम ग्लो एंड लवली हो गया है। अबे तेरे को बड़ा पता है ग्लो एंड लवली है कि फेयर एंड लवली है?
Risk versus reward. You can't play it overly safe. You can't leave your fate in hands of other teams. That goes both ways, John. If you want to try and push into that top 5, or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition, not lose those keys, we'll see if there's any forced fights. If the early game is a bit different, some of the indecision we've seen from squads. You look back, right, what we saw from TTG, moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, they give themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see.
तेरे को बड़ा पता है, हाँ तेरे को बड़ा पता है ग्लो एंड लवली फेयर एंड लवली क्या है?
12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap to make up. It's going
MBA in marketing management है ना, इसीलिए। अच्छा मेरे को तो कुछ लगा था और छोड़, और कुछ नहीं बोल रहा।
We may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map. Down towards Biodemar already, pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something quite special, but
वैसे तुम लोग का प्रेडिक्शन क्या है गाइस? प्रेडिक्शन बताओ अपना। बॉटम 3 में चेंजेस होंगे या नहीं? क्या लगता है?
There are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see
सामने
what you
OG
can get done. or maybe, I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that
मैं
Alula
डर्मोका का
right
प्रोडक्ट
now,
यूज करता हूँ, मस्त है, मेरा स्किन पे सूट होता है.
Yeah, they've been looking for
ये इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान खत्म करो यार. इंडिया को जिता कर.
Definitely guaranteeing themselves
बॉटम पे होंगे.
safety net to play
देखते हैं,
with,
let's see.
deeper
गाइस सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जाके लाइक कर दो गाइस, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट लाइक करो गाइस, जो भी चैनल पे नए हो एक बार भाई लोग जाके एक बार सब्सक्राइब करो. 4 और सब्सक्राइबर बढ़ने हैं बस. 1760 कंप्लीट होगा गाइस. टॉप 2 स्वैप होंगे बस. इंडिया टॉप में जाए बस, यही तो है भाई. दिल का खुशी मिलेगा, दिल से खुशी मिलेगा भाई.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams are really quite small. I mean, even up towards OG, an 8-point difference between
सारे बंदे प्यार दिखा दो भाई, प्यार दिखा दो, प्यार दिखा दो, प्यार समझ रहे हो, एकदम प्यार दिखा दो अपनी.
towards that top spot. So
I mean love, प्यार.
Very volatile, even at this late stage. 12 out of 12, we're at the full fraction. No more matches after this one.
भाई क्या ही बफर हो रहा है यार. मेरा इंटरनेट का इशू नहीं है, लेकिन इधर का इशू है. EWC से इशू है थोड़ा, बफर हो रहा है बीच बीच में.
Looked very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not
ये
to
शायद
have
मेरा
them there,
इशू
to
था.
be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad
लग
they've
रहा है
already
मेरे को.
proven just how hard
Because यहाँ पे
they're
frame
willing
drop
to
हो
play. Here live from
भाई
Paris.
किसी रात
We've heard
को
the arena getting absolutely ballistic time
भाई
and
किसी
time
रात को
again.
स्ट्रीम
When you see
करो,
pop-off plays,
क्या पता
that
जॉनी
even
की
just
रेड
from
आ
one
जाए. भाई मैं
individual,
रात को
Falak
स्ट्रीम
starts to
करता
go
हूँ,
huge. This
कल भी
place
किया
gets
था
loud.
रात को.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think.
True.
हाँ
But
बहुत
You
बफर
know
है.
what? That's exactly the sort of support that has seen them into the top place.
अबे मेरा
right now.
इंटरनेट तो
It's
सही चल रहा है,
exactly the
बफर
sort of
क्यों हो रहा है फिर?
that saw them to first place back in PMWC
भाई इंटरनेट
as
सही
well,
चल रहा है,
a
स्ट्रीम भी
global
सही चल रहा है,
title
कोई दिक्कत नहीं हो रहा
spurring
अभी.
them on. And a second in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom, do not want to be going down early.
No, you
जॉनी
could
भाई
see
ऐसा
that
नहीं
kind
करता
of
भाई.
kicking
रेड
in, the
फ्रॉस्टी जॉनी
immediate
भाई नहीं
reaction
करता
when
है.
they thought, hang on, I've got a line
और
of
भाई
sight to
देखो,
try
मैं
and take
तुमको
a pick
साफ
here
सीधी
over
चीज ये
onto
बताता
them.
हूँ, रेड
First, if you
से
put it back,
फायदा
if
नहीं
someone
मिलता है भाई,
overcommit,
रेड से नुकसान
far
मिलता है.
riskier for
बहुत
RRQ
नुकसान मिलता है.
than it is for Aurora and Furia.
तेरा नहीं है
They see
रे,
weakness. They
उसका
might
है.
attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed
बफर है उनके साइड से.
down off the initial shots that were fired out.
अबे EWC वाले तुमने इंटरनेट कनेक्शन सही नहीं लगवाया क्या?
That's only the one man from RRQ as well with the split they went for, so it's a lot riskier trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble finds OG though.
रेड से भाई फायदा नहीं मिलता ब्रो.
Over towards themselves.
ये चीज है.
On the north side.
ये अपना बंदा को कौन नॉक
Looks
किया
like a
रे?
little bit of a traffic jam between two of our teams towards the bottom and our second place team, OG. Having a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of strife. And that's going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away.
चलो revive तो हो गया भाई.
To claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force rejects, seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars. There's another
पूरा
flash
venue
comes on
ready
through.
हुआ है.
Lucifer Maniac
उसको
trying to
दिक्कत
piece
आएगी.
themselves back together.
भाई भाई भाई.
Goes the dynamite, leaves Maniac flagging. Nothing
ना
more to be
इंडियन
said.
रिलीजन का है.
It was clean as well, and that's what you need.
Oh.
Good plays made.
हो सकता है भाई, सर्वर यहाँ पे आ रहा है. नहीं भाई ऐसा तो कैसे हो सकता है? बाकी भी स्ट्रीम करता है, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है भाई. आई गेस PUBG मोबाइल का जो चल रहा है ना, उसमें कोई बफर नहीं है आई गेस. PUBG मोबाइल के पेज में जो चल रहा है.
Claim 4 points. They've got to do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
They've got to get a whole lot further down
RGC
south as
ऊपर आ
well
सकता
now.
है भाई.
X-Force rejects, they have to move from that northern edge all the way out the back. OG in the meantime did manage to
GSTR
get
को
the
eliminate
player
कर दिया.
rest, so they are rotating
चलो
against
GSTR,
a
bye bye.
full 4 team there as
Take
well as
flight
KRX
and
out
go
on the
back
west
to your
side.
home.
This is a real gauntlet for
You tried.
X-Force Rejects, and if they're going to qualify,
It was nice.
this is the sort of test they need to prove themselves capable of passing, Jackie. So I'm happy, in a way, that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
Oh, KRX on the ramp over the top. Hitting the show-stopping plays, but can they actually punish with the shots?
Oh, KRX अच्छा दिया.
From Hooksy, good for one, but a right hook straight back in his face. And for Reject, it went from a nice start to a punishing position. Damage done onto 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets onto Reverb. Starts to put them in their place, but recovering from this is going to be awkward. Both teams suffering massive losses.
Shiva not in the fight, a little bit too further afield and already locked down. That's going to be a lot of points added.
OG ने एक point निकाला है. वो nice. दूसरा point.
Left and right. Now playing on as 2, they disengage with 7 eliminations. They are getting closer and closer to RRQ as time goes by.
बस भाई बस अब नहीं रोक सकता भाई हम फाइनल्स जा रहे हैं गाइस हम फाइनल्स जा रहे हैं let's go guys let's fucking go
it's pretty impossible to make that one work but KRX falling in the meantime as well
OG का मुश्किल है थोड़ा नहीं भाई OG जा रहा है अब तो पक्का जा रहा है 90 कर लिए अब जाएगा गारंटेड है भाई गारंटेड है नाइस किल निकालो भाई जाएगा OG जाएगा OG जा रहा है फाइनल जा रहा है थोड़ा सा बस सरवाइव कर ले सही है प्राउड यार OG के लिए रियली प्राउड यार
TTG here as well. Another team that it feels like even the potential of them really grinding from the spot they've
अभी OG को बस फर्स्ट के लिए खेलना है ठीक है फर्स्ट के लिए खेलना है कि टॉप कैसे पोजीशन मेंटेन करें
teams as time goes on and in terms of top 5 qualification I'm afraid that Noki will not be correct
भाई चिकन ले लिया ना भाई मैं नाचूंगा यार कसम से नाचूंगा
in a 9th place spot but they're going to be seen
चिकन ले लिया ना कसम से नाचूंगा भाई
I think I can guarantee that
OG फाइनल जाएगा लग रहा है लग क्या रहा है अबे OG फाइनल जाएगा ही जाएगा हाँ श्योर है OG फाइनल जा रहा है इमेजिन गॉडल वर्सेस OG भाई हो सकता है गॉडल का अब देखो कल से होगा ठीक है गॉडल से बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशंस है OG रॉकेट
zone crunching in goat already in position
ऐसा हो सकता है क्या हाँ हो सकता है भाई बिल्कुल
Alula Furia really just the dribs and drabs that remain for Reject over that side as well with OG potentially in a position to find them on their late pathing in
अबे ये क्या है नॉट गॉडल वर्सेस OG इट विल बी OG वर्सेस गॉडल अबे गॉडल का भी पावर अच्छा है इस बार गॉडल का ये अच्छा है BMPS का मोमेंटम बहुत अच्छा खेला उन लोगों ने Godel का
there is potential for it, John. RRQ have been attempting to avoid fights up to this point. There's been a couple of opportunities where teams have whizzed near. They haven't risked it, which still means there's a chance. But if Reject can do much, maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo though, so we're looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against a full force squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location. And it looks like they are
अबे चैट अच्छे से पढ़ ले सही पढ़ा बे तू तो लिखा है नॉट गॉडल वर्सेस OG it will be OG and okay समझ गया समझ गया भाई समझ गया सॉरी it was my mistake sorry then say sorry हाँ ये है OG and गॉडल क्योंकि दोनों भाई टीम इंडिया है कोई भी ये हो भाई दोनों टीम इंडिया
है staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then. They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Leosa. AGAL start to back up. Look to close the distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at least by pushing so far towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots
क्या
from the
पोजीशन
top
है
of
इंडिया का? अरे
RRQ.
लियो भाई क्या हालचाल?
Them, like you say, is another story.
पोजीशन अभी सेकंड पे है.
It does allow
क्वालिफाई तो
RRQ a
करेगा,
little bit more
क्वालिफाई करेगा.
flexibility, I'd say, if you're confident that Fury is not going to push up.
साला
that cliff,
चश्मा
but they're
पहन,
gonna go
लगता
further
है
in
मेरे को
and
नहीं,
try and
तेरे को
loop
चश्मा
around the
चाहिए.
cliff. You've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with. As Alula charge
Leaderboard
on in
में
and take on
second
AGAL and take a huge bite out of their player count, down to 2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for
Zone कहाँ दे रहा
AGAL.
है?
Team Flash still 2 points ahead on 80.
Yeah, this is really rough for them, John. If they were looking at the idea of having another game where they could really ramp up those points and push themselves into a good spot, you're down to half your chance now with only 2 of the 4 players alive.
Zone है भाई,
They
अपने
were
पे zone है.
attacked from the side by Goat as well. And although Furia was safe from the gaze from that
भाई
top
अपने पे
side
बहुत
view
बढ़िया
of
zone बना है यार.
RRQ, it's the roam in from Aurora
भाई
that's closed the gap to allow
अपने
them
पे
to
बहुत
get
बढ़िया
shots
zone बना,
onto them.
sexy zone बना एकदम.
Made it more uncomfortable. Got that initial pick over.
Nick McGalaxy getting stuck in on that western flank. They are kind of outside in the cold right now, behind 4 Thrives, but getting a pick onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops on the back line and he's all the way
मावी
up
का
the blue
रिकॉर्ड
jacket.
तोड़ो
I
आरू
don't
भाई.
think that they're
मावी
gonna
का
be
क्या
able to get
रिकॉर्ड है
it back
वैसे?
up there. Devil is
मावी का
keeping
रिकॉर्ड मेरे को
company.
याद नहीं.
Haifa in a
भूल
real
गया
sticky
मैं.
spot, so it looks
क्या
like
रिकॉर्ड है? बता
that
एक बार
trade
मेरे को
will
बता.
be evened up. So 2 of our top 5 teams taking 1 player out from either side, and it is Devil who picks up the point there, adds them up to 44. And a little bit closer to
Devil
RRQ.
पूरा एकदम भाई
So
वो
now
अपना टीम के लिए अभी खेल
still
रहा
not
है.
worried.
वो बस उसका टारगेट है थोड़ा पॉइंट ज्यादा निकालने का.
Subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely without.
भाई किल तो निकाला उन लोगों ने, किल तो निकाला, किल पॉइंट तो निकाला, बट उसको पोजीशन निकालना है.
Still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal with himself to be able to get away with that one. I mean, RRQ with the assist from the high ground, suppressing the
Second
angle from
हुआ
the
था ना.
Galaxy that was completely had him dead to rights.
सेकंड किस में सेकंड हुआ था
So where
भाई?
does he go here? He's got to go up. He's got to go around.
समझा नहीं, दोबारा बता.
Into OG, in towards RRQ. And there's not really a good choice here. It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So, yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes more sense on it. Drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims.
40 मर जाए बस, 40 मर जाए. 40 मरेगा ना तो अपने लिए बढ़िया रहेगा यार. अपने लिए बढ़िया रहेगा.
For him once he gets himself back into the zone, sustaining a decent amount of damage, but he had a few meds to try and buffer it out. Not easy though, not comfortable. 4 Thrives with IQ getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. Now RQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a team to attempt to force the fight. GK with a connection in the rear. Fun to talk, seeing all of this commotion around them as well. As Enigma Galaxy move up towards
AGL का लगता है survival.
taken down by IQ and Falak getting stuck in as Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora. They're not safe, not in its entirety. Enigma Galaxy a little bit better on the points tables, but going this low, trying to just wend your way on through. Seems like they successfully shacked themselves up there. Get 2 of their players across as we hop on board with Alula. A lot of damage done towards Goat team, and this was a team that was looking good for the top 5.
2 ही बचा है बस 40 के. हाँ भाई, अरोरा के 1 बचा है. अरोरा क्या निकाल सकता है या सर्वाइवल पे जाएगा?
Alula, they formed a fist and they are punching through the defense of Goat. Moxie takes a heavy blow down on his last legs as the team gets removed from the equation. Goodbye Goat. Alula coming alive as they begin to punish Enigma Galaxy. Absolutely collapsed on once again as well. Fragmenting the squad. 5 elims here, John.
PMW पे सेकंड आया था मावी 2020 पे.
That pace, Alula have changed something. There is a different team right now playing for them. Losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well. That's going to slow you down no matter who you are. Playing on us 2.
Yes.
We'll have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now. And Aurora may be breathing a little sigh of relief here. With AGL getting cut down to 2. With only
चिकन निकाल सकते हैं boys, चिकन निकाल सकते हैं boys.
This is not the situation you want to be in for Aurora. You definitely want to
40,
be putting a little bit more distance between you and that
1400 कर दिया यार,
1400
1400 किया है. Nice.
Especially when you think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like Furia, who are a little bit further behind, but definitely within striking distance.
Enigma Galaxy.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं भाई, अगर देखो टॉप भी नहीं आ पाता ना टीम, कोई बात नहीं भाई। टॉप 5 का अपन का गोल था, टॉप 5 आ चुका है ऑलरेडी, ठीक है। टॉप 5 करेगा ही क्वालिफाई, टीम क्वालिफाई कर रहा है, इससे बढ़िया प्राउड की बात नहीं है भाई। इंडिया का एक और ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई कर गया, सोचो पकड़ के चलो, तुम ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई कर दिए। हाँ ये है लास्ट टाइम भी इसमें था बे। आगे है फलक, अच्छा खेल रहा है फलक, बढ़िया खेल रहा है। बढ़िया, इंजेक्स खत्म। हाँ इंजेक्स खत्म। AGL के पास चांस है, ठीक है।
Elims get some placements coming through, but now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
And in the conversation of who'd be on top come the end of the day, it's 4 Thrives that are once again getting the crowd hyped up with the plays. 4 Elims in the back pocket, always showing up in the Elim feed as the arena here at the Qiddiya City grid starts to roar. And Devil did make it in, like you say. RRQ found 2 picks onto OG though, and they're looking for the full flash back over. Aru's got something to say about it. Good for a clash up close. They're trying to force him out of the building and do so. Orangutan out of the running now as they'll be left in second.
And RRQ another point added to their tally, pushing themselves further and further away. Not too long from now, it could be the Geeky are up on the chopping block.
Qualified है भाई, qualified है,
Next challenge over towards RRQ. A nade from Lapar. This is the star player that the desk was talking about, bringing him up as a real clutch potential.
No way.
Let's see if he's got a little bit
भाई
more
कुछ
left
कर नहीं
to
सकते
give
भाई।
in match 12 of 12.
अभी वैसा ही सिचुएशन बना,
As 4 Thrives.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं भाई, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। एंटी भाई एंटी, नाइस ट्राई भाई, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। अच्छा खेला है भाई, बहुत अच्छा खेला है। क्वालिफाई कर चुका है, क्वालिफाई कर चुका है। वहां से हिला नहीं सकता भाई, सेकंड पोजीशन से नहीं हिला सकता। आई डोंट थिंक हिला सकता है। NGX था हिलाने वाला, वो खत्म हो चुका है।
TTG trapped down in the ditch with nades being dashed towards them. T24 throwing them in on target. His eyes lighting up with the idea of a prospect of 4 more points for our top lobby team right now. And as the zone eats through them, they are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally from Thunder Talk. AJ manages to thread that one through. Furia are getting picked apart in the meantime on the south side as Alola keep chowing down.
हाँ वही तो मैं बोला ना भाई, 2 पॉइंट निकालेगा हो जाएगा भाई।
Wants to suppress the rotate, but Thunder Talk have already lost 1 forwards. This is a wild charge from Falak. He is so overexposed on the hill.
वो फलक को दिया रे, फलक को दिया, फलक को दिया। खत्म, फलक खत्म।
So is Doc from Aurora.
Nice.
Putting them back in their place.
Doc
They may
पूरा
have
क्या
broken the
दिया
century,
भाई।
but you cannot get a little bit too ahead of yourself there. Either way, they've done enough. They will be top spot by the end.
10 Elims and 1 representative of the squad still alive and kicking its IQ that was down towards the low ground, so he's safe. Doc,
अरोरा का चांस है वो सेकंड आने का।
like you say, they just hard commit, wanting to get the extra points and prove that they can bully
अगर
this
पॉइंट और
lobby.
निकाल लिया।
Doc lines him up and knocks him down. That solo representative of Aurora at least guaranteeing some extra boon for the squad. Devil still alive in the back of the vehicle as
भाई
well.
40 क्या मारा भाई, 40 10 एलिम्स के भाई, 40 फाड़ा है भाई।
For so long, but thankfully for them, John, the other squads that were close to potentially forcing them out of that 5th place are already gone. They've already left.
गाइस सारे बंदे फटाफट जगह लाइक करो गाइस, सारे बंदे एक बार लाइक कर दो गाइस।
Nice and safe for them to feel like there's really not much to challenge them, as Alola also bite the dust, but they've done enough to see themselves into that survival stage. It's likely that the tables have started to solidify. The only moving part here is
2 kills चाहिए और,
and he is caught between a rock,
वो सेकंड आने के लिए,
and several hard places.
Yeah.
It is a tough approach from this north side, and it
2
needs
kills चाहिए
RRQ
बस।
to start going down because the placements are already at 2, which means that even just surviving is not going to be enough for him. And he goes down there. That will be our bottom three locked in, Jackie. X-Force region.
पता है ये टॉप 5 चेंज नहीं हुआ भाई.
And Gaming Stars.
बॉटम 3 भी चेंज नहीं हुआ. कोई मतलब कोई चेंजेस ही नहीं हुआ. टॉप 5 चेंज हो सकता है. ठीक है.
And where is it going to be?
अभी तो मतलब देखो रैंकिंग चेंज हो सकता है. बट टॉप 5 मतलब जो है वही रहेगा. टॉप 5 जो है वही रहेगा. और अरोरा भाई 1 पॉइंट के 1 पॉइंट से पीछे रह गया भाई.
Our final decision comes down to who takes
FL के पास है. FL अगर चिकन निकालता है तो टॉप पे जाएगा या सेकंड पे जाएगा. सेकंड पे जाएगा या टॉप पे जाएगा. ठीक है. टॉप पे तो आई गेस नहीं जा सकता. सेकंड पे ही जाएगा.
This most central position, Flash with the high ground, as you said before, been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far.
Second
They
नहीं,
are
third.
starting to extend their influence now. GK in the
अरोरा थर्ड है भाई. अरोरा थर्ड है. अगर FL निकाला चिकन तो जाएगा. नहीं तो नहीं जा सकता.
It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or
This is India second आया. रुक जा भाई, रुक जा बेटा, रुक जा.
allow a team to just get straight up close to you.
सब पकड़ के FL को मारो.
Within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for GK to hold off this location.
And Flash after paying passive for
आओ
so
दिया
long,
दिया दिया.
they can take
FL ने दिया
risks
दिया
now.
दिया.
So they look to advance down onto GK. Good first nade connection to blow one of the squad mates away. Present an opportunity to punish off the back of it, but RRQ with a third-party snipe from distance, starting to steal those points and increase the pressure that's mounting on Flash's shoulders.
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further.
FL का एडवांटेज है. हाँ, FL का एडवांटेज है भाई.
On the point scoring, a little bit higher up on the tables. 4 Thrives, OG, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy. These 4 teams pretty much, they have made it into those grand finals directly. Flash will be joining them as well. It's really...
FL के पास एडवांटेज है.
I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference, especially when you consider that Flash will also
4x4 by 3x3
points
है.
for a minimum of 4th place.
अच्छा ही है.
And whatever else they're able to purloin from the rest of this lobby.
Just about the showmanship at this point. Giving themselves some extra confidence going into the following games. Knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. GK inside of the split as they're set up. Waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on the low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one. As the mains keep rolling down the hill towards GK, making their life very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnar out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point. Racking up those elims, finding another knock over towards Kevin. And this might be the final dispatch.
I guess geek खत्म है.
Who will sit?
Next circle पता चलेगा.
A lovely nade posted on through, stops them dead in their tracks.
And geek
the
खत्म.
12th place there is going to
geek
be
खत्म
locked in.
guys.
RRQ will be jumping over them with the placement points that they have earned, leaving GK on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than
FL का chicken का chance है भाई. FL का chicken का chance है.
Their keys will remain. And RRQ just proving that they've still got more to show over the course of the competition then. Something that might give them an extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into that survival stage with the pathway they've guaranteed themselves.
घी खत्म कर दिया. घी का.
Team Flash
सही है
this one by the book. RRQ and Ulf both pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly.
RRQ तो भाई उसको तो survival पे जाना ही है.
Flash needs to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. And maybe rightly so, because they do find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it. As Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Ketch and Calci off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. Jetfoss does get flushed away, and Lapar now the last stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this
Last
one
banda
topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Calci with a Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space to play off on this one. Distance fire, fight RRQ.
Oh, nice.
They're cutting onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. Gonna tuck in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in their face, John. Taking it to them.
The wolves at the door, and they will echo with the sound of a shotgun shell, and now it's Lapar.
FL खत्म भाई, FL खत्म.
Technically, he's got a little bit of time here.
FL खत्म भाई.
Calci to deal with on the low ground, he finds it, and now there's only one more player
वो
up
RRQ
to deal with the vehicle.
Ulf दिया भाई, Ulf दिया.
Departing explosion there puts the final nail in. Lapar looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
भाई क्या ही कॉमेडी हो गया भाई. भाई तुम्हारा फिर से काली जुबान काम कर गई भाई. जी एफएल का तो चिकन ही है. अपन लाइक देखना पड़ेगा एक बार. तेरा मारा लास्ट. काली जुबान नहीं है भाई. भाई तुमने जो दिया भाई, बद्दुआ दे दी भाई. प्यार है इंडिया के लिए. अरे बढ़िया बढ़िया. मेरा प्रेडिक्शन ऑन टॉप बोला था ना. एफएल आरआरक्यू का फनी हो गया भाई. इंडिया ऑन टॉप. देखते हैं एक बार पॉइंट टेबल देखेंगे गाइस. पॉइंट टेबल देख के फिर बंद करेंगे स्ट्रीम. पॉइंट टेबल देखने दो गाइस. फटाफट पॉइंट टेबल लाओ. ये क्या हो रहा है भाई? अभी क्या है ना, पॉइंट टेबल शेयर नहीं हुआ ना, तो सब टेंशन में है भाई. एक पॉइंट से कोई निकल तो नहीं गया. फा हो जाएगा भाई, फा हो जाएगा. नाइस ट्राई. भाई बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस दिया है. आतंकी इंडिया क्वालिफाइड तो है भाई. क्वालिफाइड इंडिया का सीन नहीं है. बाकी एक बार देख लेंगे ना, बाकी का पोजीशन क्या हुआ, किसके साथ फा हो गया वो देखना है भाई. यार टॉप 5 जो था वही है मेंटेन, वही देखना है एक बार. अरे लिख के देता हूँ फाइनल पे. पीके को छोड़ चोक करेगा. देखते हैं भाई, देखते हैं. पीएमजीओ भाई लोग पाकिस्तान में हो रहा है. पीएमजीओ बीजीएमएल नहीं, पीएमजीओ। हाँ हाँ, यस यस यस, सीरियसली भाई। बीएमजीओ नहीं, पीएमजीओ, पबजी मोबाइल ग्लोबल कुछ। वही भाई, पॉइंट टेबल के लिए बैठा हुआ हूँ भाई, पॉइंट टेबल देख के फिर बंद करूंगा। भाई कसम से यार, कसम से भाई, ये लोग जो बोला भाई, कसम से भाई, बहुत एक लंबा गैप हो गया भाई, एक लंबा गैप हो गया।
He really was. It was so exciting to see. And you know what's even crazier, you know, is that
ये बोलने के बाद दिखाएगा, ये सब ये लोग बोलने के बाद दिखाएगा।
Orangutan is the more passive of the two. Now let's just take a moment and let that sink in. Orangutan are the most passive of the two Indian teams here. They're in second place. They've been going all over the place. They've been controlling the lobby. What is it going to happen with Group B? I'm scared for everybody else now.
I mean, I was scared after they got their first chicken dinner on Game 6 of day one. I was like, okay, we need to see a continuation. I was not expecting a back-to-back win. Okay, that was pushing it to the absolute limit. So they're confident. I hope they can bring that confidence into the next stage, which is going to be the grand finals. Very exciting. So Aru and the boys keep it going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to keep it going as we're going to be seeing the top 5. There you have it. Fourth.
ये लोग बोल रहे हैं कि भाई बैक जो ओजी का पहले दिन जो चिकन था, लास्ट में जो चिकन था, उसके बाद ये लोग एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था। ओ एक सेकंड बॉयज, भाई भाई क्या ये है? ओ भाई भाई 1 पॉइंट से भाई अरोरा सोचो अपने नीचे, अरोरा सोचो अपने नीचे भाई, क्या ही है भाई। सेकंड प्लेस भाई, कसम से भाई, कसम से ओजी भाई, ओजी है यार। ओजी बढ़िया, मजा आ गया भाई। सेकंड है फ्रॉस्टी सेक्सी, यस बड़ी, यस। एफएल आएगी 4th पे, एफएल के साथ फा हो गया, समझ रहे हो? नहीं, एफएल के साथ फा नहीं हुआ। कौन तो था बे, कौन तो था? निगमा, एनएक्स जी था, किसके साथ? एक किसी के साथ तो ये हुआ, यूएलएफ के साथ हुआ, यूएलएफ के साथ फा हो गया भाई। नहीं पता नहीं, देखता हूँ एक बार देखता हूँ। नहीं फा नहीं हुआ भाई, फा नहीं हुआ कसम से भाई। हेड्स ऑफ यू यार, हेड्स ऑफ यू। मजा आ गया भाई, मजा आ गया, बढ़िया लग रहा है यार, फीलिंग तो बढ़िया है। यूएलएफ के साथ हुआ। यस बुला रहे भाई। बस अब बंद करूंगा भाई, बंद करूंगा भाई। टॉप 5 अनचेंज है। हाँ भाई अनचेंज है, अनचेंज्ड है। हाँ टॉप 5 है बट रैंकिंग बस चेंज हुआ है। ओजी का रैंकिंग मेंटेन्ड है, अरोरा अपना 3rd पोजीशन किया है।
As well, I mean, still a valiant effort.
Second, we had the opening day was just not there, but it's fine because you get swapped.
चलो भाई लोग,
the survival stage, and I think that this is a team that, despite being very aggressive, don't have
चलो
a
भाई
massive ego.
कल गॉडलाइक के लिए आते हैं। बाय बाय।
PMWC, they took a massive L here multiple times this year, right?
चलो भाई लोग, कल मिलते हैं गाइस, कल मिलते हैं। बाय बाय, गुड नाइट भाई, गुड नाइट गाइस, गुड नाइट। मिलते हैं कल, साइन ऑफ, बाय बाय। कल मिलते हैं। अगर कल आया तो लाइक कल आऊंगा, ठीक है? कल शायद से मैं ना आऊं, शायद से लाइक मैं लास्ट में हूं। चल बाद में मिलते हैं शायद रात को। ओके टाटा, बाय बाय गाइस, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट। रात को आता हूँ स्ट्रीम में।